Catacombs, Academy of Ancients, Book 1. Written by Avery Cross. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. Briar. "You have mail?" Mrs. Brown handed me an envelope the second I walked through the door. She'd said I could call her Mary when I first came to live with her. I couldn't call her Mary. How do you call someone a good 40 years older than you by their first name? She also once mentioned I could call her Mom. Couldn't do that either. Being my foster mom for the past few months, that didn't make her a mom. Not my mom, anyway, no matter how sweet her intentions were meant to be. I didn't need a mother. At 18, I'd made it this far without one, for the most part. I closed the screen door behind me and entered the dim living room, darkened by the drawn heavy drapes in front of horizontal blinds. Anything to keep the fierce Texas sun from baking the front room and turning it into a convection oven. Summer in Houston, Texas, always brutal. I inhaled deeply. Mrs. Brown had been baking chocolate by the scent of it. She waved the envelope in front of me. I glanced at it as if it were a rattlesnake. I wasn't surprised that I had mail. I had been getting tons of mail. Most of it was rejection letters to the colleges I'd applied to, applications sent out near the end of my senior year, because I tended to play catch-up on every aspect of my life. I didn't know I should have filled out the college applications earlier. I didn't know a whole bunch about the things that I should and shouldn't do when it came to life stuff. Things like applying for colleges before the last minute, taking college aptitude tests early, taxes, jobs. Yeah, lots I didn't know. I glanced at the envelope again. It looked like expensive stationery. Looked like the kind of school I couldn't afford. Let's be honest, the only school I could afford would have to be offering me a ton of scholarships and grants. Otherwise, I'd be drowning in student loans, and that was not a weight I needed to be added to my plate. Thanks. I forced a smile to my lips as I took it from her. Mrs. Brown wrapped her arm around my shoulder. "It may not be like the others." Right. I twirled the envelope between my fingers for a few seconds before shoving it between the pages of my British Lit book. Finding out I'd been rejected could wait. No, Mrs. Brown plucked it out. "I made chocolate chip cookies. Why don't you open it while you have some? That way we can celebrate." She looked like she wanted to say more, but she didn't have to. Celebrate, more like commiserate, the fact that I was rejected again. Sure, why not have some chocolate chip cookies and milk to wash down the bitterness of rejection? I hated to say it, but my life had made me cynical, apparently too much for someone my age, according to Mrs. Brown. I paused. "Where's Jake?" He would usually be greeting me by now, even if it was just a shout at me from his room. "Jacob's running an errand for me." Jake, my foster brother. He'd been here for a year. All of Mrs. Brown's birth children were grown and out of the house, and she'd been too lonely without them, so she became a foster mom, took rejects like me in. I wouldn't say that about Jake. He was far from a reject. He also had his driver's license, so that meant he got to borrow her white Hyundai Elantra for her errands and his own. A driver's license. Yeah, I should have one. But I don't. There's a good reason for that. There's a good reason for a lot of what's going on in my life. Or not going on, I suppose. Jake, the one with good grades, starting quarterback for Melvin Hahn High School, where we both attended. Jake, the one who got a full ride to Texas State. Texas State and every other school had been courting him hard, wanting him for their team, and yada, yada, yada. I liked him, I did, but at the same time, couldn't he just have one little flaw? Just one time where he messed up, instead of my always being the one who did. Hell, I was lucky to get a high school diploma, what with my bad behavior and all that nonsense. I wouldn't say I got away with being lazy or acting out because of my past, but it didn't hurt either. Everyone expected me to be the bad one. I simply didn't see the effort in trying to prove them wrong. And then there was Jake. Came from a harsh background just like me, and he's the star child. Wish I could say the same for me, what with all my rejection letters and less than stellar grades. No activities of note on my high school resume, no clubs, nothing. No school wanted to touch a crazy case like me. Clubs. I cringed just thinking of being stuck in one of those. The only organizations I could belong to would be the I don't know who my father is and my mother can't kick heroin clubs. Too bad there were no formal clubs for those. There was, of course, the other bonus of having Jake around. He was the guy who'd made my pulse race and my stomach fill with butterflies. Jake, who'd be leaving for Texas State in a few short weeks. And I'd be alone with Mrs. Brown, working at some crappy part-time job until she got sick of me and kicked me out. I bit back a sigh and traipsed through the living room with its threadbare carpet and sat on one of the mismatched chairs in front of the kitchen table. The distressed wood and cracked tile table had a plate full of cookies, and from the smell of them, they were still warm. Where's everyone else? I expected to see my other foster brothers and sisters, because who could resist freshly baked chocolate chip cookies anyway? Missy's at basketball practice, catching the late bus. Renee is at volleyball, also riding the late bus. Jorge and Jose are at a friend's. They'll be home later. Mrs. Brown had a lot of foster kids. That would explain why she didn't have new furniture or more money in her savings account. She should be sainted. She's that awesome. I might be bitter about my own life, but she had nothing to do with that. I heard plenty of horror stories about crappy foster parents, and she was far from one of them. She set a cold glass of milk, condensation building on the outside, on the table at one of the seats. Next to it, she placed the envelope and a sharp letter opener. I smiled at the idea of her letter opener and thought of all the other envelopes I'd mangled while opening them. Mrs. Brown was so precise. I picked up the sharp-edged tool and tucked it under the seam of the envelope, but paused before I tore into it. I realized I hadn't read which school would be telling me no this time. I flipped over the thick buff-colored envelope and read the return address. Silent Heights, Pennsylvania 15021. No school name, no street name, no street number. The stationery felt fancy, but there wasn't even an insignia for the college on it. When I flipped it over, I noticed the small circle of wax sealing the envelope. I set the letter opener down and ran my fingers over the wax instead. Who the hell sealed letters with wax anymore? The symbol of two crossed swords with an owl in the center wasn't familiar, but I had applied to just about every school imaginable. They all ran together after a while, but the lack of a name bothered me. How was I supposed to know what school was rejecting me ahead of time? Mrs. Pogue, the school counselor, had helped me these past few weeks, and I assumed this was one off her list. Never heard of a college sending out letters to students unless they applied. And at last count, we had sent out at least 30 applications, maybe more. I stopped counting, or caring, honestly. No one wanted me, and it wasn't anything new in my life. The sound of a throat clearing reminded me that Mrs. Brown was watching, waiting. Next would come the toe tapping and the fingernail drumming. All right, I muttered as I broke the wax seal. I'm opening it. Just saying, the longer you hold it, the longer you have to wait to eat a cookie. Fingers crossed, hun, this is the good one. I wished I could have her confidence, but if life taught me anything, it was that I was better off having meager expectations if I had any at all. I picked at the wax, almost hating to break the seal, but as soon as I opened the flap, I swore a chill wind whipped around the kitchen. Mrs. Brown hadn't seemed to notice it. I frowned. Must have imagined it. I pulled out the heavy paper and unfolded it. I read over the greeting and then the next few words. I blinked a few times, not sure I'd read it right. I closed my eyes, opened them again, and read the same thing. It says, "Congratulations. I think I just got accepted into a school." "Really?" Mrs. Brown peered over my shoulder and whooped. "It does! You got in, Briar. Look at that." I wasn't sure about celebrating before I searched for the school name. At the bottom was a fancy looping signature that had been hand-signed. That seemed odd, but then I glanced at the top of the page and found that symbol again. Words were printed in a fancy, almost unreadable font on a banner running around the two swords. It was Latin or some other language I couldn't read, and beneath that were 3 words: Academy of Ancients. "This is a joke, right?" I stated. "What is this place?" "I don't know, but it sounds fancy," Mrs. Brown said with a wink. "And old, very old. Probably some prestigious college that is very far away from Texas." "I was hoping to stay in Texas." "What for? Hon, this is your chance for a fresh start," she said encouragingly. "Get you out of this state and away from your past. Take this opportunity and run with it. What's wrong with leaving Texas anyway?" I wasn't sure how to tell her moving out of Texas would take me away from Jake, and he was the closest thing I had to a friend, to a guy I wanted as more than just a friend. That, and I'd never left the state before. I grew up here, and I was just going to, pick up and leave all that behind? For some prestigious school where I already knew I wouldn't fit in. I was the reject, the outcast. I wouldn't fit in anywhere. I handed over the letter so Mrs. Brown could read it as I nibbled at a cookie, pondering my next move, if I even had one. "Are you sure that it says I was accepted?" I wasn't sure what I was hoping would change, but when she shot me a narrow-eyed look, I shrugged. "What? Just making sure it's actually me they wanted." She patted me on the arm. "You don't have enough confidence in yourself." Bingo, but I didn't say it aloud. She went to grab her reading glasses after muttering about not being able to see a damn thing on the paper, and slipped them onto her face. "I must say that's a very intriguing seal for a college. Very old school." I smirked. "Old school?" "Yes, isn't that what you kids call it these days?" She was grinning as she said it, and I laughed, trying not to choke on my cookie. Her lips moved over the words as she read them, finding a chair at the table. When her brow went up, I stopped chewing, worried that I had misread it after all, and that something was very wrong with this acceptance letter. She nodded, folded up the letter, and tucked it all back into the envelope, a blank look on her face. "Well?" I finally asked. "Come on, just tell me. It's not for me, right?" No, that's not the case at all," she promised, and broke into a beaming smile. "You have a full ride. Everything paid for." I stuck a finger in my ear and wiggled it. "I'm sorry, could you say that again?" "You have a full ride. You're going to college." She got up out of her chair and rushed around to hug me as I sat there, stunned. I hugged her back, unsure of what else I could do. A paid ride out of this place to somewhere new. I eyed the envelope on the table as if it might come to life and bite me. Pennsylvania. I was going very far away from home. That chill wind sent another shiver down my spine, and this time I didn't imagine it. Even Mrs. Brown shuddered and glanced around. Must be the air acting up again. Can't figure out how cold it needs to be in this dang heat. Yeah, the AC, I agreed numbly. I think I'm going to go upstairs and make sure that I'm good for all my finals this week and all. Take some cookies with you. She piled about 5 more onto a napkin, topping them with the envelope. I'll make something special for dinner tonight. She hugged me again, nearly crushing the cookies between us, before she let me leave the kitchen. I snagged my backpack and dashed upstairs to my tiny bedroom. Being one of the oldest meant I didn't have to share, neither did Jake, and I was grateful for it. I tossed my bag on the bed, set the cookies down, and with the envelope in hand, sat down at my itty-bitty rickety desk. All right, Academy of Ancients, I said to myself as I waited for my old laptop to boot up. Let's figure out exactly what type of school you are. 5 minutes later, I was finally able to open a browser window and type in the name of the school. Nothing popped up. I frowned, typing in the name of the town and zip code, and still there was nothing. Leaning back in my chair, I was inclined to believe that this was a prank after all. Downstairs, I heard the front door open, and I heard Jake's voice. I was tapping my fingers on the desk when his steps sounded in the hall, followed by a knock. "Hey, I hear you have some good news." I waved him in over my shoulder, staring with frustration at the computer. "Yeah, check this out." I handed him the envelope, and he flopped down on my bed. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop the flow of thoughts about this guy. In my room. On my bed. Why did he have to think of me as just a friend? It almost killed me the other day when he said I was the sister he always wished he had growing up. Sister. Just his sister. Maybe getting out of this state would be good for me. "This looks spiffy." He examined the envelope before pulling out the letter. "Holy crap, you got in!" He rushed over to hug me while I was still sitting down, and it took everything I had not to find some way to kiss him, just to see if he would ever think about changing his mind about us. I resisted, and he let go so he could read the rest of the letter. "I've never heard of this school." "Yeah, neither have I, and clearly the internet hasn't either." "Really?" He leaned over my shoulder, and I breathed in his cologne. "Huh, that's weird. You can't find anything on them at all?" His gray eyes narrowed at the computer screen, and I imagined a very different scenario happening here. Why did he have to be so damn good-looking, with those dimples and that short black hair he gelled every day? And why did it have to be football he played, making him all muscular underneath his tight t-shirts? "I don't want to be the negative one here, but you're sure this is real, right?" "I'm going to see Mrs. Pogue tomorrow to make sure, but if it is, guess I'm going to college too. Full ride, can you believe it?" "Don't know why you thought you'd be stuck here forever." He set the letter on my desk and squeezed my shoulder, beaming brightly. "You're damn smart, Briar. About time you realized you're meant for more than Podunk, Texas." "Dunno. Thought sticking around the same state for a while would be nice." "Nah, you should get out and see the world for a bit." I laughed sharply. "Pennsylvania is far from the world, Jake." "Maybe, but it's a start." I shouldn't have been questioning my good luck, but this letter, this whole situation felt off. I glanced one more time at the computer screen, but gave up the search and closed it. "Do you want to study together tonight? We have that AP Euro final coming up." "And you suck with dates," I grinned. History was probably the only weakness Jake had, and I never missed a chance to give him crap about it. Though somehow he still managed to get straight A's, while I barely held on with my fingernails. Which brought up another point Mrs. Brown and Jake hadn't said anything about. The full ride. There was no explanation for that. My grades were crap, and this school was willing to pay for everything? I worried they'd want me to do some sort of on-campus type work to compensate, and inwardly groaned. I was far from a people person. Jake said he was going to grab his notes, and he'd meet me downstairs in the living room study. I told him I'd be down in a minute, and I took a few to read the entire letter a final time. There was nothing in it to tell me exactly what I was getting into. Just a full ride, transportation, room and board, the works. Now the question remained, what exactly did one study at an Academy of Ancients? Secret societies? Mysteries of history? Hoped it was something worthwhile. Otherwise, this was going to wind up being a waste of their time and mine. The next day at school, I made an appointment with Mrs. Pogue and watched the clock move painstakingly slow, bearing with chemistry, lit, and history, until finally I could go see her. Mrs. Pogue, thin, with pale skin and the blackest of straight hair, looked up at me over her computer screen. "Briar?" I felt stupid for what I was going to say next, but I'd been up most of the night trying to search for anything about this school again. Still nothing. I handed her the envelope. "What school is this?" She took it from me, looked at the return address, then reached for her mouse. A few clicks later, she swiveled the monitor so I could see it and pointed. On the screen was a spreadsheet, the one she created when she was helping me apply to schools. "It's one on the list, one of the first we applied to, and I'm glad to see they sent you a letter." "Yeah, about that. I got accepted with a full ride." For being a counselor who was meant to deal with all sorts of kids without being judgmental, she failed miserably at hiding the surprised look on her face. She couldn't even find words, and finally just opened the envelope to read the letter for herself, as if I was lying right to her face, which, to be fair, I'd done plenty of times before. But this was still weirding me out. "I Googled them last night. Saw nothing about this school. Nothing, Mrs. Pogue. I'm worried they're not even real, and this was all just a mistake." I mumbled the last quietly, shifting in the hard-backed chair. "They're exclusive. They won't have anything online for you to see." "Seriously? Please tell me they have electricity at least." She shot me a look, but I held her gaze. "They merely adhere to a different tradition than many other schools. It's part of the reason I thought it would suit you so well." Traditions. Great. That's just what I wanted to hear. Probably write with quills and ink, too. "Briar, really, I don't see what's wrong with this," she scolded. I grunted, and she shot me another look. "It's in Pennsylvania. It snows there. I'm a Texan, born and raised, not exactly used to snow, or cold, or anything else that happens up there that does not happen down here." "Did you hear from the other schools?" she asked sharply. Maybe it was my embarrassment at all the rejection letters that made me lie, and damn, I was getting good at lying. "I was accepted to 2. No full rides. No scholarships whatsoever." "So this is the best thing you've got going, right?" I crossed my arms and wished I had been accepted somewhere else that wasn't so traditional and secretive and weird. "Only thing I've got going. But what if it's not a good fit, you know? This seems pretty fancy and all, and I'm not exactly that type of person." "You're worried you won't fit in, is that it?" "Briar, it's college. It's your chance to see what you're made of and figure out what you want to do. You'll be fine." I probably would be, but that wasn't the point. Jake got into Texas State and was staying here, and I was going far, far away. Another problem was, Jake was asking Heather to be his girl. He told me last night when we were studying. And where is she going to college? Oh, that's right, Texas State. Go figure. Not only was the guy I liked asking someone else out instead of me, but half of me also said I couldn't exactly blame him. Why would he ask out a tomboy with curves she tried to hide and no makeup on her face? Who was more comfortable acting the part of the loner reject than being sociable? Heather was pretty, and I was me, hiding my body in baggy clothes, face stripped of makeup, hair pulled back into a ponytail, messy and falling out of it half the time. The chances of my seeing him again were slim to none. I wasn't sure I'd even come home for the holidays. Mrs. Brown might wind up with more foster kids soon, and once we were out of high school, we were no longer her problem. I might as well kiss any chance with Jake goodbye and hope for the best at this new place. The Academy of Ancients, I sighed. What kind of a name is that for a school? I hate to say it, but I think you're scared to take this chance. So what if I am? She handed the envelope back and smiled, actually smiled. Not to be too blunt about it, but life hasn't exactly been easy for you. You've fought hard despite how you act, and deep down you're smart. And you want to make something of yourself. She grinned wider, the look weird on a face I was used to seeing so serious. Take this gift and go live your life. Yeah, you're right. Guess I'll be heading to Pennsylvania, where it snows, I mumbled. Thanks, Mrs. Pogue. I had the whole summer to think about where my new path was about to take me. and a whole summer to dream up just how royally I was gonna mess this up. Chapter 2. Briar. 2 months later. Cheer up! Jake chucked my chin, which made me feel like a little kid, and then hugged me, which made me feel nothing like a little kid. It kicked up emotions in me that I wished I didn't feel. I stood in the hallway outside his room, waiting for my taxi to arrive to take me to the airport. All summer I tried to convince myself that there was no point in pining over him, not when he was staying here and I was going far, far away. And he was still with Heather, of course. I'd endured several of their date nights at the house, putting on a fake smile until I managed to leave the living room and disappear into my bedroom. When I wasn't busy finding ways to get over him, I spent my time researching the college I was attending. I searched for newspaper articles, college catalogs, anything I could think of. The only thing that did turn up was an article about an incident at the college around 30 years ago. Something about several students going missing, but there was never any conclusion to what happened, or if they ever found the students again. Nice to know the school I was about to attend had unsolved disappearances. Academy of Ancients. That seemed very fitting now. At least you got into one. Be happy about it. Full ride and all. You should be jumping up and down with excitement. Ready to take on the world right now. Guess the excitement will hit me after I've landed. My bags were packed. Correction, my bag. Because I didn't have enough stuff to fit into more than one bag. I wondered how much of an allowance I'd be given to get by on. That bit of information wasn't outlined in the letters. They sent another one with my plane ticket, but that was it. Just a date and a time to get to the airport. Jake didn't know that this was goodbye. I'd tell him in a few moments. Maybe see if he could take us out for some ice cream. Fresh-made ice cream, the best I'd ever had. Jake had his license. I didn't. It was stupid, really, that I didn't have one. I could have taken driver's ed. Mrs. Brown even offered to pay for it. I didn't take her up on her offer. She didn't have money to spare, and I didn't see myself owning a car any time in my near future. What was the point when I never stayed in one place long enough? Story of my life. A few months here, then a few months there. Then my mother decides she wants to play parent again, and I'm back with her. That usually lasts the maximum of 6 months, and then I'm back in the system and waiting for another home. So yeah, I didn't feel like I could let Mrs. Brown pay for my driver's ed class. Jake tried to teach me. Good luck. I froze every time I got behind the wheel and started to shake so bad, he figured I'd had some unpleasant experience that I've blocked out from my youth. You think? I grew up with a mother who couldn't decide if she liked booze or drugs more. Me? I'd always tied for second with one of her boyfriends. She'd had more boyfriends than I had foster homes, and that's saying a lot. So yeah, I could have had a bad experience or two in my life that I'd put away, pushed into a place where it would never come out and see the light of day again. Nights when I'd wake up to Mom fighting and kicking another guy out of the apartment, or dragging me out with her at random times to get more booze, or worse, score some drugs. The days she'd forget to feed me or get me to school, or the times her boyfriends gave me that weird look that would leave me with nightmares. I hated to say it, but Mrs. Pogue was right. Getting out of Texas and away from Mom, maybe forever, was a good thing. Jake's phone vibrated on his dresser. He leapt toward it as if it were a sporting event and winning depended on his catching his phone on time. He glanced at it, and his face lit up as my heart plummeted. I knew what he was going to say next. It's Heather. She's waiting for me to get her for the weekend. Going to Padre before the semester starts, and it's back to the grind for all of us. Yeah, sure. Have fun. I didn't mean it, but I said it. I might hate her guts for simply being with him, but I wasn't going to take it out on him. I could be civil. Sort of. You too. His hug was quick, and then he was down the hall, and a few seconds later, I heard him call out to Mrs. Brown that he was leaving. And that was it. Jake was gone. I fought the sadness, knowing I wouldn't see Jake again, at least not for a long time, if ever. Picking up my bag, I trudged downstairs, not bothering to look into my bedroom one more time. Just another stop on the ever-moving train that was my life. I told Mrs. Brown I'd be out on the porch, waiting for my ride. This was it. The start of the rest of my life. Here's hoping losing my sanity and turning to drugs does not run in the family. Mom had been normal until she hit college, and then everything changed. At least that was what she told me. College messed her up, but she'd never told me where she went. Not ever. Not that it mattered. Mom was a part of the past, and Academy of Ancients was my future. I slept most of the flight, couched between a businesswoman in a suit and an older man whose story I couldn't figure out, someone's grandfather from all the babbling talk about kids and so on and so forth, until I tuned him out long enough to doze, eyes open and everything. The businesswoman was busy doing some sort of presentation on her laptop. I tried not to peek, tried to mind my own business. It wasn't hard to do because whatever she was working on looked boring, marketing or something. That and her face was pinched the whole time, as if she really hated her job. Before we even took off, though, the older guy gave me a smile, patted my hand, and said not to worry, it would be fine. Freaked out, I wondered if my apprehension from the school, for the trip, from my life in general, showed on my face. It was my first time on an airplane, and I didn't think I'd sleep. But I did. Probably because of the sleepless nights leading up to today. The whole disappearance story about Academy nagged at me, and I swore I dreamt about people trying to kidnap me in my sleep. I'd woken up several different times, panicking until I convinced myself I was alone and safe. At least until I went to this place, of course, that was content to keep itself to itself. That and the day before, I'd reached out to tell my mom about my scholarship. The woman who answered the phone said Mom was away. Some woman I didn't recognize from her voice. "How long?" I'd said. 2 to 5, the woman responded and promptly hung up before I could even ask where she was, or what she did this time around. If only she would take 2 seconds, just one time, to call me herself and let me know. I may not want to live with her, but it'd be nice to know if she was in jail or out. Or alive. If I never tried to check in once in a while, I'd never know anything about her current affairs. Not that she was ever truthful with me, not really. Told me she was protecting me. That was bull, but whatever. Did I look out the plane's window the couple of times that I woke up? Not once. Not interested in seeing how far the plane would fall if there were a catastrophe. Not that one happened. The plane landed with a thud that made my heart leap into my throat. I gripped the armrests with enough force to hear the squeak of protest, and I'm not that strong. I had no checked baggage, one small bag that I gathered from the overhead and followed everyone else off the plane, not sure where to go or what to do. The letter with the ticket said I'd be met at the airport by another student to bring me back to campus. The older guy was in front of me, the businesswoman behind me with her rolling carry-on behind her. We walked down the narrow path between the plane and the walkway, and I hoped it wouldn't give. Then I chastised myself for imagining any scenario that would get me out of going to this school. Once they'd all headed out, I found myself in the same big room in a big airport, like the one I'd left behind in Houston. There were podiums for each gate, attended by airline employees. I slung my bag over my shoulder, puffed out my cheeks, and mentally cursed. "Where the hell do I go now?" I muttered aloud. The older man looked back at me suddenly, and I realized I must have said that louder than I'd meant. His white brows drew into a frown as he sidled back and asked, "You have checked baggage?" I shook my head. "Just this." "Someone's meeting you then, right? You have a ride." I hesitated in telling this guy too much. What if he was a creeper? I studied him without trying to look like I was doing it. The look in his eyes told me I didn't need to worry. He was someone's grandpa, after all. And what he was showing was genuine concern. "Someone's meeting me," I finally told him, and he smiled. "Then go that way," he pointed. "Follow the exit signs." I nodded, "Thanks," and hoped he'd head out. I didn't want company. I wanted to absorb this new turn my life was taking on my own. Sure thing. He started walking down the same path I'd have to take. Figures. I caught the signs for a restroom and went inside, needing a few minutes to gather my thoughts before I left the safety of the airport. Not that it was safe, but now that I was here, my hands shook, and my heart hadn't stopped pounding, my pulse drowning out the din inside the bathroom. Of all the crazy stuff I'd dealt with in my life, starting college scared me. Get a grip, I told myself angrily and glared at my reflection. You're a big girl. You can handle this. Just be who you are, the quiet outcast. Keep your head down and you'll be fine. Just fine. One of these times it'd be nice if I believed my own pep talks. My phone buzzed a text message. I pulled it out, hiding in the corner of the restroom. The second I opened it, I wished I hadn't. It was a text from Jake, a picture of him and Heather at the beach. Her in her perfect bikini body and bleached hair, him all muscular and making me want to hug and throttle him at the same time. Did he seriously not have any clue how annoying this was? My heart felt like it was in a vice. I deleted the text immediately and shoved the phone into my back pocket and left the restroom, following the exit signs. Some stern warning signs informed me that I was leaving the secured area. I paused. Would I need to go back? Why would I? My bag was in hand, phone in back pocket. I had nothing else in the world. Certainly nothing in this airport. I stepped through the gate, manned by a guy who looked like he was bored to pieces. No one came in this door, clearly. He knew it and wasn't expecting to be called to action. He glanced at me lethargically as I walked by. Now what? I kept on moving, following the exit signs. The letter said someone would meet me here. Where did here mean? One foot in front of the other, full of trepidation, maybe even excitement. I made my way past all the exit signs. I was nervous. I shouldn't be nervous, not with all the things I'd seen in my 18 years. Dealers, hookers, anyone my mom kept company with at the time. But yet, the prospect of big kid classes, of expectations, of keeping the right to have this scholarship that would not only give me a place to live, but also give me an education, knowing how much this rode on my behavior and performance gave me the jitters more than anything I'd experienced in or out of my mother's home or any of the foster homes. I couldn't blow this. Just couldn't. I let out a deep breath and begged my nerves not to get the better of me. The last thing I wanted to do was puke on anyone's shoes. I stared down at my feet suddenly when they felt like they were burning, but there was nothing there, and I frowned. Just my nerves getting the best of me. I looked back up and around, finally sighing in relief. The sign the guy leaning against the post was holding read, Briar Shroud. Me. I gulped. He wasn't exactly waving it. He wasn't waving it at all. He stood there, leaning against that post, looking almost as bored as that security guy, but about 1,000,000 times more detached, as if he had to be bribed to come and get the new girl. I frowned, wondering why there weren't more people needing to be picked up. I came from Texas, but surely other students had flown in from somewhere. Anywhere. Why weren't there more people here to greet them? I hung back, the unease I had about this place all summer growing tenfold. There was no going home. I couldn't do that, not now when I was technically no longer Mrs. Brown's foster kid. I was just Briar Shroud, alone in the world. I still couldn't get my feet to move, so I stared at the guy instead. He hadn't seen me yet, or at least I don't think he had. Not that he appeared to be paying much attention to anything at all. This was my ride. He wasn't that much older than me, maybe a year or two. He was dressed in jeans, a black t-shirt. His hair was long, but not the model kind of long, more like the skater kind of long. Dark blue eyes that reminded me of a predator surveyed the airport lobby, narrowed, as if expecting an attack to come at any time, or his prey to make an appearance. I swallowed hard again, and mentally kicked myself for letting my imagination get the better of me. He was just a normal guy, and I was going to a normal college. With reports of student disappearances. I shoved that thought aside. Walking forward a bit farther, I half-heartedly waved in his direction, but there was no reaction. Instead, his eyes followed another girl about my age, cute clothes, makeup, and curly hair. He straightened and watched her closely, but then she was gone, and he pursed his lips. I ran my fingers through my messy hair and regretted not putting on makeup that morning. I lifted my arm higher and waved again, but still no reaction. How was it he hadn't seen me yet? But then his body shifted, and his eyes grazed over me and moved on instantly, dismissing me. I was used to being disregarded, but for some reason, this one time bothered me more than any other had. Who was he to dismiss me? Who did he think he was? I might have spent the first 18 years of my life as a reject, but this school accepted me, and I was not going to be shoved to the side like I was nothing. Not anymore. In that split second, with that brief glance, I'd decided I didn't like him. Might even hate him. If only I didn't need him to give me a ride, I'd find something to chuck at his head before running off, but I was pretty sure it would be rude of me not to accept the ride provided. I ground my teeth and approached him. His eyes remained averted until I loudly cleared my throat. "I'm Briar." He looked me up and down, as if not believing. "You?" His voice was smoother than I had expected, but underlaid with more of that boredom so clearly reflected on his face. "Yeah, me. Need to see my ID?" I snapped. I had a state ID, even though I didn't have a driver's license. He hesitated, as if about to argue with me, but shrugged and folded up the small sign with my name on it. "So much for assuming," I heard him mumble before he said louder, "Follow me." He ignored my smart-ass question, turned abruptly, and headed toward a set of glass double doors. They opened automatically. He slipped through them, and I followed, still lugging along my bag. He walked as if he were the ruler of the earth, as if he were the heir apparent. For all I knew, he came from some fancy family name. Mrs. Pogue, or was it Mrs. Brown, had said this school was prestigious, traditional. I'd hoped I wouldn't be dealing with spoiled rich brats, but after meeting the welcoming committee, it appeared I was walking right into a world I so did not belong in. When we reached a black Lexus, he paused at the rear door, opened it, and held out his hand. I frowned at him until he rolled his eyes. "Your bag?" "Oh, right." I handed it over and watched him glance around behind me, appearing confused. "Something wrong?" "Is this all you have?" I squared my shoulders and nodded. "Problem with that?" He smiled, but it was far from friendly. "No, not at all. Get in." He tossed my bag unceremoniously on the back seat and slammed the door, leaving me standing there, fists clenched, fighting the urge to strangle him. Murder would probably not look so good either on my first day. "You coming or what, Shroud?" I ground my teeth hard and climbed into the passenger seat just as he got in behind the wheel and started the engine. "Do I get to know your name, or is that some secret like everything else about this place?" He pulled out into the lane, and we were off, him not saying a word. "Or you can be a D-bag and not say anything to me. That's cool, too." His lips twitched, but he never looked over at me. "Zachary. Happy now, Shroud?" Outwardly, I kept a blank face, but inside I was grinning. His voice. I might not like him, but I liked his voice. No Texas drawl there. No accent at all, really. I tried to get comfortable in my seat, suddenly wishing I had no accent either. But I was stuck with a bit of that Texas twang. It mostly came out when I was pissed, which lately had been all the time. I tapped my fingers on the door handle, staring out the window, and doing my best not to check him out. Who the hell was I kidding? I had nothing else to do on this car ride. Subtly, I turned my head and watched his eyes flicker as he wove us in and out of traffic, without any effort at all. His gaze shot to me, and I quickly looked away, but not before getting another look at those deep cerulean blue eyes. They were gorgeous. Too gorgeous for a guy with his crappy attitude. I waited a few seconds, and then glanced over again to catch his smirk.
"See something you like?"
he muttered. Cheeks burning, I glared at him pointedly, ready to say no, but how could I? His face was all chiseled jawline and high cheekbones, even a bit of scruff on his cheeks and chin. He was muscular too, well-toned, and his t-shirt clung to him a bit tighter than I realized before. I lifted my gaze and froze when his eyes locked on mine for a solid 3 seconds before he smirked again and turned back to the road. "No," I said, hating how shaky that word came out. "Nothing at all." Right then. "What's that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing at all."
He repeated my words and winked. I glowered, staring straight ahead, and wondered how much longer I'd have to endure being stuck with him in this car. Chapter 3. Zach.
My fingers curled tighter around the steering wheel, sensing her eyes on me again. It was hard for me to do the same when I had to watch the road so we didn't crash. I was told yesterday who my assignment was. All upperclassmen were stuck as mentor to a newcomer. All I was told was her name, nothing else. Oh wait, there was one more thing. They told me she probably had no clue what she was, because my life wasn't difficult enough already. I knew I had to find a way to break the news to this girl that she wasn't just a girl from Texas. Oh no, she was far from that. She was a damned witch who didn't even know she was a damned witch. That's how it was these days. So many of the newbies coming in were clueless. Always made the first week of orientation exciting, to say the least. I'd been lucky last year and landed a warlock who came from a long line of them. He'd been a bit full of himself, but at least he knew he could do magic. She probably had no idea what element would guide her either. I grumbled to myself about spending the next month dealing with a clueless girl from Texas when I should be focused on my classes. I felt her eyes on me again, but when I glanced over, she turned back to the window. I didn't want to admit it, but that Texas drawl, when she was a bit riled up, made me smirk. I knew the second I saw her she'd have attitude, and she was going to be trouble. As people had filed off the escalator, I'd watched all the girls that could have been her, checking their auras. The blonde would have been perfect. Her aura was yellow, vibrant. She would have been a breeze to deal with. But no, I got stuck with someone bearing a red aura, which spelled bad news for me.
"Don't think too hard over there, you might pop a blood vessel,"
she mumbled. I wasn't sure if she'd wanted me to hear her or not, so I didn't say anything back. I did take a few seconds to look at her again. That ebony hair hanging over her shoulders, and those damned eyes. They were so dark, they were nearly black. But it was the flecks of gold within them I was fascinated by. Never had I seen eyes quite like hers, nor had I met someone who appeared to be a walking contradiction. Her words and her posture said she was so sure of herself, sure of everything in her life. But those eyes gave everything away. They made her seem so timid, almost reluctant to be here. Not that I could blame her. She wasn't exactly going to a normal college. And if no one had informed her of that yet, it was going to be a rude awakening as soon as we arrived. I guessed I could have been nice and given her a heads up, but I had a feeling I'd be dealing with enough of her backlash in the coming weeks. Unless, of course, she hated me enough to just leave me alone. That was ideal. Somehow I had a feeling she'd stick with me just for the sheer joy of driving me crazy. That red aura bothered me. Red always meant anger and danger, a treacherous combination.
"Where's the campus?" she asked. "Is it in town?"
I shrugged, weaving into the left lane again to get around some more traffic before swerving back to the right and taking an exit, leading us away from the city. Not exactly.
Are we near any sort of civilization?
There's a small town we pass through, but really you won't need to leave campus for anything. Academy supplies everything you need. She scratched her head, and I watched her aura fluctuate with her nerves.
And, how do we pay for the things we need? Supplies and whatnot. They weren't really specific in the letter, and I'm on a bit of a budget. Or no budget.
The single bag had told me that much without her saying it. A twinge of guilt made me regret some of my attitude. Some, not all of it. They'll explain it all at the orientation.
Oh, sure, of course. Because there's nothing weird at all about any of this.
I laughed until she glared at me. What?
You're laughing, and I'm not exactly sure what's so funny.
Trust me, you're not the only one thinking the exact same thing, I said, trying to lighten the sudden tense car. But all it did was make her scowl. You're worrying for nothing, Shroud.
And what reason have you given me that I should trust you?
The bitterness came across loud and clear in those few words, but she wasn't looking at me when she said them. Her eyes darkened even more, but those gold flecks glowed all the brighter. None, but the Academy's a good place. You'll like it there. Yeah, because she was going to listen to me after I'd been oh so nice so far.
And the disappearances?
I nearly missed my next turn at her words. Wait, what?
You know, the students that went missing like 30 years ago? It was the only thing I could find out about Academy when I was looking for it online, she explained quietly. One tiny article about some students vanishing, and then there was nothing else. Ever. About anything.
Not sure you looked up the right academy, I muttered. Disappearances. I racked my brain, thinking over the history of the school I went to, that my brothers went to, and our parents before us, and so on. No one in all their years had ever mentioned students vanishing. How had she managed to find something like that?
Right, sure, whatever.
If it had been tense in the car before, now it was even worse. As soon as the orientation was over, I was going to stop by the headmaster's office and ask him about these vanishings. It wasn't a large place. I knew every face, at least, if not every name. I was pretty sure we'd all notice if people were going poof right out of Academy. We still had a good half-hour drive to campus, but I was no longer in the mood to try to make polite conversation. Or any conversation. Damned if I wasn't right about her being trouble and screwing my life up. Barely 20 minutes together and she had me on edge, reluctant to hear what other little tidbits she'd throw at me once she realized I was her mentor for her entire first year. Joy to me. My hands warmed, and I bit my lip to stop from summoning my power by accident. I hadn't done that since I was a freshman. But something about this Briar made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. No matter. I'd get her to orientation, and pray I was too busy the entire year to deal with her crazy accusations, and the endless questions I saw on her face.
Chapter 4. Briar. I picked at my nails, a habit I dropped in the last few months while living with Mrs. Brown, Jake, and the rest. But now I had neither one here to tell me I was overreacting, and everything was going to turn out just fine, I'd see. But no, I wouldn't see, because this guy didn't even know the dark history of his own academy, and we were leaving civilization farther behind with every passing second. And the car was quiet. Quieter than dead quiet. If he knew anything about the disappearances, he kept his mouth shut. They were probably told to. And now there was no more fun conversation with Zachary. Or Zach, which is probably what everyone called him. No conversation at all, just obnoxiously loud quiet, interrupted by the picking of my nails. So, we were in a Lexus. Not exactly the newest model, but it didn't seem that old. It was black, with dark-tinted windows, so dark they were almost black. I knew from Jake that Texas had laws about how dark a window tint could be. I bet these would be illegal in Texas. My mind rambled on with useless thoughts, but at least it stopped me from imagining the insanity I was about to walk into. If we ever got there. Zach, with those sharp blue eyes, wasn't even grumbling under his breath anymore. If we ever were back on talking terms, I'd have to ask how he managed to keep himself so quiet. Not saying a word, he stared straight ahead, driving without caution. If I hadn't been used to Mrs. Brown's erratic driving, or Mom's for that matter, his weaving in and out of traffic so fast would have had me gripping the door handle and shutting my eyes. Eventually, the road was down to a 2-lane blacktop, and there were no other cars behind us or coming down out of the hills, quickly taking us higher and higher. No buildings except for the few farms we passed on the flat areas before we wound back up again and again. I hadn't realized how late in the day it was until we disappeared around a turn, and it was as if night had fallen already. I shivered with a strange cold that wasn't outside, but inside. A laugh threatened to slip free, but I swallowed it back, not wanting to have Zach think I was any weirder than he probably already thought I was. The road grew narrower, but Zach took it in stride, shifting and steering as if he'd done this hundreds of times before, which he probably had. With each turn, I pictured us arriving at some dank, dark castle and being told I was never going to leave again. That academy was run by some creepy old man who kidnapped college-age students for his mad experiments. And when they died, he'd bury them in the mountains. No one would ever know. That's why I got the letter. No one would miss Briar Shroud, the reject. I smirked at how ridiculous that sounded, but at the same time, my instincts were telling me I should hightail it in the other direction. When we turned around another bend, and there was still no sign for the school, or signs for anything, I broke the silence. How much longer? Not long. I rolled my eyes, still picking at my nails until I broke one on my pinky with a curse. His brow furrowed as he shot a glance at it before his gaze returned to the road. You shouldn't do that. I paused long enough to stare at him intently and broke off another one. Habit when I'm in a strange situation. If you tell me how much time until we reach this mysterious school, I might manage to stop myself. That was far from the truth. I'd be picking my nails for the rest of the day until I figured out what the hell was going on here. 15 minutes. His sudden concern about my picking at my nails threw me off. 1 second he smirked at me, the next he was rude, and then he just fell quiet as if giving me the cold shoulder would stop me from pestering him. Zach was certainly not the typical guy I was used to dealing with. He wound the car upward, ascending the curve, and around, then up, deeper and deeper into a mountainous region that was remote and uninhabited. What kind of school put their location so far from humanity? Before I could fully process it, he turned off the main road and was going down a side road, paved, but only wide enough for one vehicle. We drove over a wooden bridge, yes, wood, with a gushing stream running beneath it, crashing down the mountainside. I glanced at it for a second, then whipped my head back around to see it better. Something wrong? He asked, and I didn't have to look to know that smirk was back on his face. No, just wondering why the water is glowing. At first, I thought it had to be some effect of the dim light and the sun setting, but on second glance, the water was clearly giving off a blue, translucent glow, almost like it was radioactive, which was crazy, right? Then we were past it, and Zach hadn't answered me. He looked straight ahead, and I wondered if I'd have any nails left by the time we got to the actual school. Thankfully, less than a minute later, a large gate blocked our path. A hedge composed of trees and vines forming a solid wall flanked the gate. There was no getting through that, and as the car came to a stop at the iron bars, stretching at least 20 or maybe 30 feet into the air, I watched the trees as if waiting for them to start glowing too. This wasn't just a college campus. This was like a fortress in the mountains, surrounded by rushing streams and walls. How old was this place? The longer I stared into those dark trees, the more the sense of foreboding grew within me. Even with the car headlights, there was no penetrating the wall of absolute darkness. Just another weird thing to add to the list. I searched the gate for some sort of camera or intercom, but Zach kept his window rolled up and merely waited. There had to be some sort of sensor, maybe in the ground? I was about to ask him what we were waiting for when a bright blue flash lit up the night, and the gate groaned on its hinges as it swung inward. I blinked, seeing spots as I searched around for the source of light. No electrical poles or a security hut for guards. Nothing to explain the light. The tick in Zach's jaw I noticed earlier when I started asking questions appeared again, barely visible in the dim lighting of the interior. He nudged the car forward a bit, then faster when the gate was fully open, allowing us to enter the grounds. I turned around to watch it close behind us, a deadening clunk, to let me know it was sealed against the next person driving up this road. The crazy notion that this was all magic crossed my mind. But that was just as bad as the creeper in the castle theory. Magic wasn't real. Zach glanced in the rearview mirror, a satisfied look on his face, before he edged us slowly along this new road. I expected to see grass lawns and buildings somewhere, dorms, students out and about. But the only thing along the road were iron lampposts with flickering flames inside. Are those lanterns? As in old-fashioned lanterns?
You get used to them after a while.
Is everything here old-fashioned? I meant it as a joke, but Zach didn't laugh, and that tick started up harder until he nodded ahead of us.
This is where it gets exciting. You ready for your new home?
Wait, we're going in there? I asked, my voice coming out high-pitched. Zach only nodded again, and I gripped the edge of my seat as the car inched closer and closer to a giant black opening ahead of us, as if we were going to be swallowed up by some giant beast. Just like the darkness that made up the wall at the gate, I couldn't make out anything within it. If not for the car headlights, there'd be no way to know if we were still on the road or about to drive into a cave wall.
Never fails, Zach whispered.
What?
Watching newbies' faces when they come here for the first time.
I frowned until I realized my jaw had dropped, and I closed it with an audible clack. Slowly the lights along the road outside disappeared, and I felt the car turning. Then, the strangest sensation I'd ever felt hit me, making me gasp for air. A humming traveled through my body. My nerve endings felt as if they were being touched with an electric prod, a tiny electric prod that made a current sizzle throughout my body. As quickly as it came, it vanished, and I was left clutching a hand to my chest, debating my earlier statement about magic not being real. What was that? Everything I'd seen so far had to have a rational explanation, right? A cell phone rang out in the car, and Zach dug into his butt pocket to pull it out. He answered it, and his eyes narrowed as he glanced at the time.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks,
he snapped and hung up. Problems? I asked, hoping another round of bantering with him would keep me from going down the path of thinking this was all magic.
No.
All right then, looked like we were back to the cold shoulder. He kept driving, his headlights illuminating an area that looked like a large cave, bisected by this narrow road. When the road straightened out, I swore I had to have entered some alternate reality, pressing my face to the window as lights illuminated inside of this cave. No, not just cave. This was an entire village, town, whatever, inside the mountain. There were buildings to the left of us, carved right out of the side of the mountain, and yet they still managed to look elegant, 2 and 3 stories high. More light filtered down, and I glanced through the windshield to see a circular opening, giving me a peek at the sky, stars starting to blink down at me. I pinched my arm, expecting to wake up and be told I had to get back to my crappy part-time job. But all the pinching did was make me wince. This was real. All of this. My new school was inside a damn mountain, and the road had turned from paved to cobblestones, making it extremely bumpy now. I thought of all the pictures I'd seen of Gothic architecture, Romanesque architecture merged with Renaissance architecture, highlighted with pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. They all looked like cathedrals and abbeys, reminiscent of the style of castles and guild halls, and old universities. Prestigious indeed. If I hadn't been in a car, I would have thought I was thrown back in time. A sense of wonder at the dark stone buildings flanking us made my pulse quicken. How could this possibly exist in the belly of a mountain? And why wasn't there more about this online? They'd have students lining up to go here, which could be part of the reason why I never found anything. Could be a scholarship-only college. Rare, but possible. I glanced at Zach, but he still bore that angry, frustrated look. He stared straight ahead, one hand on the steering wheel. I wanted to ask questions, God, did I ever, but it seemed like our fun bantering was over. Whoever called him put him in a piss-poor mood, and me and my mouth would do nothing to get him out of it. So I kept silent, staring straight ahead, breathing shallowly because it was a bit creepy and very overwhelming. A shiver ran over my body. I couldn't tell if it was a shiver of excitement from being here and this wondrous place that should not exist, or maybe it wasn't excitement. Maybe it was fear, because it was a little bit scary, intimidating. I couldn't shake the idea that once upon a time this was not an academy. There had to be some sort of military background going on here. Otherwise, what person would want to build a school in a mountain? The cost had to be insane. I squinted at the buildings and saw the parapets, as well as stone statues every few yards. They weren't gargoyles, but they weren't angels either. They had wings tucked behind their backs, and possibly weapons in their hands, but they were too far away for me to get a clear picture. Each one was at least 10 feet tall. Several towers flanked what I assumed was the main building we headed toward. When another shiver coursed through me, I tightened my fist so Zach wouldn't see it. Funny thing, I noticed, there were no cars, not even one other than ours. And it didn't look like the cobbled roads were made for cars. There wasn't even a parking lot. No cars? Then what? Not horses. I didn't see any of those, though at this point it wouldn't have surprised me. But aside from the lack of cars, there were no people inside either. Not a single person was around. Why not? Had school not started? Why was I told to be here so early if the semester wasn't even ready to begin? I shrugged my questions off, figuring there was an answer to this and that I'd get it later. Finally, Zach pulled up the car in front of a large building with a set of pointed double doors and two of those massive statues standing sentinel beside it. He shifted into park, turned off the engine, and opened his door, giving me a glance, as if that was telling me that I needed to open mine and get out. When he stepped out, I followed suit, opened the door to the back seat, and took out my bag without seeing if he was going to help me. Had his girlfriend called him and ticked him off? If we were friends, I might have asked, but then he was already walking away, and I hurried to keep up, slinging my bag onto my shoulder. He started to make his way toward the large double doors made of a dark wood and arched with a pointed tip at the top. I surveyed the building before us, 3 stories high, with windows that were narrow and came to a point. The only thing I could think of was how much this reminded me of a picture I'd seen of a cathedral when I'd studied medieval history. When he neared the doors, they swung open, but there was no one inside. And just like the gate, if there were sensors, they were very well hidden. A flash of light made me turn, swearing I was about to see the statue's eyes glowing, but there was nothing. I dropped my bag at my feet, refusing to go a step further. What is this place? He never even looked back, but walked inside. When I still refused to follow, he paused and scowled at me over his shoulder. One word came out of his mouth and got me to moving again. Inside. His look told me the rest. He'd gladly leave me out here on the porch, alone, with these creepy statues, if I didn't do as he said. Under normal circumstances, I would have put up a fight, acted the rebel who didn't care about anything or anyone bossing me around. until I heard what sounded like stones grinding and caught a shimmer of movement out of the corner of my eye. I had my bag in hand and hurried inside after Zach, letting the doors swing shut behind me without looking back. The statues, they moved. I swore they moved. Zach's pace quickened, and I did my best to keep up, but the corridor we walked through was breathtaking. The floor was a mix of wood and stone as well as the walls. High above were more exposed wooden beams with massive chandeliers hanging down, dark iron and more lanterns, all the flames flickering with the chilly draft. The cold was something I'd have to get used to. Doors appeared on either side, appearing almost at random, with marble plaques over their arched frames, but we were moving too fast for me to catch their words. The deeper into the building we walked, the more a strange buzzing noise filled my ears. I stuck a finger in my right one, wiggling it to make sure it wasn't just inside my head. Then I heard a shout, followed by peals of laughter. Voices. A lot of voices. All the other students were already gathered, it appeared, and we were the last to arrive. I grinned, only because I was pretty sure I knew what that phone call had been about. We were late, and he got in trouble for it. Suited me just fine. The corridor ended at another set of grand double doors, open, and giving me a clear view of what was inside. Above the doorway was another plaque reading Great Hall. That summed it up. This was a great hall, though in some ways it reminded me of a cathedral. The walls bore stark alcoves with the same arches, and pointed tops were inset, as if carved into the stone walls. Every third alcove held a large chair, ornately carved of dark wood and upholstered in luxurious blood-red velvet. Most of those statues rested in the corners of this room, too, appearing more menacing than the ones outside. I kept my gaze averted, swearing they watched me. "Quit tarrying," Zach muttered without looking back, his tone clipped. I stuck my tongue out at him, safe with his back turned. Not my fault we were late. No matter how good-looking he was making me dislike him more and more with every word he said. I purposely slowed my steps, a bit of my rebellious side finally coming out now that we were here, and there really was no turning back. He suddenly whipped around and glowered at me. I blinked as those blue eyes shone with a strange silver light that disappeared just as fast. "We're already late, thanks to you. Will you please keep up?" "Thanks to me? Yeah, right. I flew the plane. I created the turbulence, the headwind, all that. Oh yeah, and I drove us here. Totally my fault." His neck muscles strained, but whatever he said next, I couldn't hear it. He turned back around, and I caught up before he had another reason to shoot that weird glare at me again. What a royal a-hole. He said nothing else, and that was just fine by me. We walked down the great hall toward 3 sets of double doors. The closer we got to those thick, heavy, very old-looking doors, the louder the buzz of people's conversations became. Whatever was on the other side of those doors involved a lot of people. I hadn't realized this was a thing, having everyone gathered together at the start of a new semester. I groaned, wondering if I'd have to do this sort of group activity all the time. Zach opened the door and gave me a dirty look, as if he'd rather not be holding it for me, but had to. I ignored his dark stare, held my head high, and walked through. The second I stepped inside, I froze, confronted with a sight I didn't expect. Whereas the great hall had looked like something straight from centuries ago, the auditorium I was in resembled the most opulent theater stage I could have imagined. The darkest crimson velvet curtains ran from floor to ceiling, 2 stories high, on a stage that would have been fit for the greatest of productions. I'm no expert on these things, but I knew what it looked like when someone spent a lot of money on something like this. The seats were spacious and filled. Filled. Great, we were the last to arrive. The whole place was full, hundreds of people, and the moment we stepped in the room, the buzz silenced. Eerily quiet. A lot of people turned to stare at us. Well, me. A few of the guys snickered at Zach, and I wondered if it hadn't been one of them calling instead of a girl to figure out what was keeping him. He would probably spend the rest of the evening telling them all about the crazy girl from Texas.
You sit up front with the rest of the newcomers.
And just like that, he cut right and left me standing alone. Holding my bag, trying hard to avoid making eye contact with any of these people who were staring at me, I shuffled to the front as quick as I could. The 20 yards it took me to get there felt like the longest ever, like walking through a gauntlet of stairs. I saw an empty seat on the end, 3 rows from the front, and thanked my lucky stars I wasn't going to have to make my way to the middle of the row, displacing everyone and jostling heads with my bag. I slid into the seat and made myself as small as I could, my bag between my feet. "Hey," I said to the girl next to me. In jeans and a tank top, she looked more like she was heading to the beach, especially with the tan she was sporting, but at least she didn't look snobby. I'd had enough of that for one day. "I'm Briar." "Nyala," she whispered with a friendly smile. "Cool name." Her eyes were glued to the stage before us. That didn't deter me. "Do you know anything about this place?" "Not much," she shrugged. "Got a letter, and now I'm here." I wondered if I should tell her, or any of the other newcomers, as Zach called us, about what I'd found out about this school, but a man ascended the steps at the far right of the stage, and a spotlight followed him to the front and center. I thought it had been quiet before, but now it was so quiet, I hesitated to even move to get more comfortable. The man tapped the mic, and a loud thump sounded around the auditorium. He spread his arms wide, smiled, and I held my breath, waiting for the first words to pour out of his mouth. Chapter 5. Briar.
Welcome to the Academy. You are here because you are elite. Or you will be. After.
The man's loud voice boomed from the stage.
I'm Headmaster Randall Hook.
He was not a small man, but he wasn't overly large either. In between Viking and linebacker, maybe. He had a full head of hair, black, with streaks of white here and there that lent an air of mystery to him. With an olive complexion and near black eyes, he looked like an Italian shipping magnate, or maybe an Italian mafioso. There was a smattering of applause from people, but I kept my hands on my lap. Elite? What was he even talking about, and after what exactly? We graduated? I glanced around, searching for Zach, but couldn't see him.
It is my great privilege to welcome the newcomers to Academy of Ancients. You have been graced with the powers of witches and warlocks, and it is here that you will hone your abilities to become a functioning and productive member of society in an ever-changing world.
I blinked, figuring I had to be hearing things. Witches and warlocks? I glanced up and down the newcomers around me, but only a rare few seemed as confused as I was, even laughing until they realized no one else seemed to think this was a joke.
Now then, during your first week here, you will narrow down your study, as well as see which element best suits your individual person.
Hook went on, as if he hadn't just dropped a bomb like that.
I know some of you have already selected your element, and if that is the case, you will be able to skip those tests and move on to your field of study.
I burst out laughing, unable to contain myself any longer. I thought I'd been embarrassed before in my life, but every single pair of eyes in that room turned to stare at the crazy girl in the 3rd row, including Headmaster Hook. I expected him to look pissed I interrupted his speech, but he merely clasped his hands before him and smiled gently at me. I heard an annoyed grunt somewhere behind me. Zach. Whatever. He could be as annoyed at me as he wanted. This was insane, and I'd seen enough crap today. It was time I had some actual answers.
Yes, Miss Shroud, isn't it?
I froze, eyes wide. "How do you know my name?" I muttered.
You'll find I know many things, Miss Shroud.
Right. My cheeks grew hot. But this This is all a joke, right? You can't seriously expect me to believe we're witches and warlocks. I laughed as I said it, a few of the other confused newcomers joining me. Magic isn't real. None of that is. I blinked, and suddenly Hook stood right beside me on the aisle. Jumping with a curse, I stared from him to the stage, shaking my head.
You were saying?
I heard laughter all around me, but I was far from laughing. What's going on?
I suppose I should have started my speech a bit differently, Hook explained. You see, you were only sent a letter if you showed a promise of advancing in the art of witchcraft. You, Briar Shroud, believe it or not, are a witch.
My mouth worked, but no sound came out.
All of you are witches and warlocks, he said louder. And here is where you will find out exactly what you're made of.
The applause this time was louder, but my hands remained at my side. The glowing stream, the tree wall, the gate, the statue with the eyes I swore flashed at me and moved. Magic? It was all because of magic? He had to be a magician, that had to be it. But when I stared back at Hook, there was no trickery on his face. A bit of mischief, but I'd gotten good at telling when people lied to me, and he was dead serious. I'm not a witch, I whispered, shaking my head. I've never done anything.
Maybe, maybe not. We shall find out soon enough.
No, this is insane, I yelled, jumping to my feet. I've had it up to here with your rude upperclassman and this school in the mountain and the mysterious letter. I've been through enough crap in my life to know when this is all just too good to be true. I heard a few gasps, but what did I care? I technically wasn't a student yet, and I wasn't ready to buy into this crap. Yeah, they might say I had a full ride, but to do what? Study magic? I was going to grab my bag and walk all the way back to civilization if I had to, when Hook cleared his throat loudly. I glanced up, expecting him to look pissed, but he was grinning. What? I snapped.
Look down, Miss Shroud.
Frowning, I did as he said, and jumped with another curse. My feet were encased in flames, quickly rising up my legs. I screamed, but the sound cut off abruptly when I realized there wasn't any pain. None. What's happening? Heart hammering and palms clammy, I stared at the fire until it slowly began to recede and was gone completely.
That would be magic, Hook told me proudly. Your magic.
The newcomers behind me had all pushed forward to see, especially those I assumed were like me and had no idea about magic until today. Nyala was one of them, eyes wide as I met her gaze. That's sick, she whispered with a lopsided grin. Damn, Briar. Fire? I can control fire? I said, confused and awed at the same time.
Perhaps. Or perhaps another will call to you. Now then, would you like to stay here and learn, Miss Shroud? I do hope you will say yes, Hook stated. There is so much more for you to learn.
What else could I do but nod?
Excellent.
I blinked, and he was back on stage, staring out over the crowd as I resumed my seat, hands shaking, and glancing every so often at my feet as if they would catch fire again.
Where was I? Ah, yes,
he said with a snap of his finger that sent sparks into the air.
Academy of Ancients offers scholarships to all newcomers to give you a stress-free environment to study your craft. But this scholarship is only the beginning. Your tuition, all of your expenses for the next year, those will be covered. And after the first year, you'll begin to draw a salary for the duties you will, in turn, provide to Academy. Work. I was going to learn here for a year for free, and then I was going to turn around and learn and work here for a salary? Magic or not, this was incredible. No college would ever offer this to regular students. No, just witches and warlocks. I grumbled under my breath,
half believing I was asleep on the plane and would wake up any second now. But Hook was talking again, and I paid close attention, definitely not wanting to miss any details now.
At the end of your time at Academy, you'll be expected to serve in some capacity, whether it be here within these grounds or through other avenues open to you.
Other avenues like what? Business? Was he saying there were actual companies that were made up of people like us? All like us. And we had to serve with them? Interesting way to put it. For some reason, I conjured images of being in the military instead of an office. I guess it wasn't past the realm of possibilities for the magic community. Did I really just think that? For them to have their own military? Would we be trained to fight? To go to war against, hell, gnomes or ghouls or something like that? What else existed in this world that I didn't know about? Okay, my imagination was getting carried away, but this was all too surreal for it not to. I gave myself a little shake and concentrated on what Headmaster Hook was saying.
You'll sign a contract today to let us know you are serious about this commitment. If you are not, do not sign it. It is a magically bound contract, and to break it will have dire consequences against your magic.
I heard a few concerned whispers amongst the newcomers. Hook went on, ignoring them, probably used to them.
Let me spell the fine print out for you in a few succinct words. We expect you to perform well in exchange for the education, room, and board. And at the end of your time here, you will have to... He paused. His eyes searched the auditorium until they landed right on me. I narrowed my gaze right back at him, and he grinned, as if impressed I was being so challenging still. He continued, You will work for us. The minimum commitment is 2 years. After that, you can decide if you want to stay with us and those we work with, dramatic pause, or not. Another glance in my direction with a shrug. Most opt to stay. Why in the world was he eyeballing me? I was far from special, but he kept staring at me like he knew me somehow, knew better than I did what I was capable of, aside from setting my shoes on fire. How very skull and bones-ish, Nyala muttered. Can you believe this? We're witches. Yeah, we are. At least I'm not the only one who had no clue until today. She patted my arm. No idea, but, my older brother did go to some weird college like 5 years ago and was all excited about it. Kept trying to ask him more about it, but he kept telling me I'd figure it out soon enough. So he's a warlock? What about your parents? No idea. That's the first call I'm going to be making when we're done here. Other students had been talking quietly amongst themselves, but Hook held up his hands, and silence fell once again. I know we are all excited to get started, but we have one more order of business to address before you sign your contracts and find your new rooms for the remainder of your stay with us.
He shook his hand, and a long, scrolling piece of parchment appeared in it. He tugged out a tiny pair of spectacles from his pocket and perched them on his nose.
Every incoming student will be assigned to an upperclassman. Your upperclassman is responsible for you. They are judged on your performance, and as such, they will be your mentors, your conscience, and at times it may feel like they are even your alter ego. Until you get through your first year, you and your upperclassmen will be partners. And in turn, when the time comes, you will one day also take up the role of a mentor, so pay close attention to all they do.
Glorified babysitters, I muttered. That's just what I need. Nyala giggled until a few people behind us shushed us loudly. We slunk down into our seats and waited for our names to be called as Hook started in on his list. Tons of names were called out, or so it seemed. He announced the first year's name, followed by the upperclassman's name. Both would stand and acknowledge each other before sitting back down. Hook assured us we would have a chance to speak with our mentors before we had to sign the contract. I didn't really care who they assigned to me, as long as it was someone I could talk to and wouldn't treat me like a child. Bad enough I dealt with the fact that I was a witch, but somewhere along the lines in my family there were more of us? Possibly? Didn't matter. Not now. I was here, and that was that. I had nowhere else to go, so long as my partner wasn't Briar Shroud. I startled, and then stood in a hurry. Hook gave me a bow of his head again, that mischievous glint back in his eyes as he glanced back down at the list and called out the second name. The name of the person I'd be stuck with all year. I glanced around the room, hoping for someone with a nice face and polite smile thrown my way.
Zachary Pierce,
Headmaster Hook's voice boomed. The smile froze on my face. A series of tiny gasps, all female, erupted in the auditorium.
"Oh, that's just great,"
I mumbled and swore Hook heard me because he had to cover his laugh with a cough. Was he doing this on purpose? Did he somehow know how horribly we had gotten along together already? Zach stood near the back of the room and barely managed to nod at me before he sat back down. If I'd been closer, I knew I would have seen that muscle tick in his jaw start up, knowing we were stuck together for an entire year. I sat back down too, as Hook resumed his name-calling.
"There is no God,"
I muttered. He's cute, Nyala murmured, as if I didn't just get the shittiest news I could have gotten all day. She turned all the way around in her seat, peering through the crowd to try to catch a glimpse of him again. What's wrong with him? He's the guy who picked me up at the airport, and we didn't exactly hit it off so well, I whispered. Not sure this is such a good idea is all. I took a deep breath, and then a second to assess my situation, which pretty much sucked. Well, not all of it sucked. I did find out I was a witch, which in hindsight was pretty awesome. I think I was slowly accepting that to be true, since there was no other reasonable explanation for what I'd seen happen so far. Accepting it seemed easier than fighting it tooth and nail. So yeah, I was a witch. Go me. If only Mom could see me now. Unless she knew this the whole time and never told me. That'd be really great. Just one more point to add to the shitty parent column.
"That's everyone,"
Hook said, and the list disappeared from his hands.
"Please take the next few minutes to meet with your mentor and get to know one another."
I did not want to get up from my seat and go to talk to Zach, but everyone else was already moving around, and I sensed Hook watching me. Deciding I might as well just get it over with, I stood and found Zach standing in the aisle, arms crossed, those sapphire eyes narrowed as I trudged up to join him.
"We can move over here a bit," he suggested tightly. "Give us some privacy. I'm sure you have questions."
Just a few, I replied smartly. Like, why didn't you tell me any of this in the car? He stepped into a small alcove I hadn't even noticed when we entered the auditorium and stared at me.
"Not my job."
Seriously? Not your job?
Nope. My job was to get you from the airport to here. I did that.
I watched his eyes narrow as he glared up at Headmaster Hook, then away. I laughed sharply as that gaze focused on me intently. You knew, didn't you? You knew the whole time we'd be paired up together. Wow, that's just great.
If I'd told you all that at the airport, what would you have done?
I paused, knowing exactly what I would have done, not gone with him, called him a nut, and found a way to get back to Texas or anywhere else. He flashed that smile of his, driving me crazy, and I gave in. You may have a point.
I usually do.
Are you going to be like this all year? He shrugged one shoulder, pulling his shirt tighter across his chest.
Depends. Are you going to be like this the whole year?
It's who I am. You don't like it? Not my problem.
Actually, it is, and will be.
We stared each other down, but if he thought he was going to intimidate me into behaving like a good first year, he had another thing coming. I quirked my brow at him and grinned brightly, telling him exactly how difficult I could make his life without saying a single word. The seconds ticked by, and I inwardly shouted in triumph when he was the first to sigh, giving in.
Look, this is my senior year, and the last thing I want to deal with is someone trying to play the smart-ass rebel,
he informed me,
I won't get in your way, but you have to start giving a damn."
I flinched back at those words. Who said I didn't?
Your attitude since the second I picked you up. I get it, you have some dark, harsh past, whatever,
he muttered.
Get over it, because none of that matters anymore.
The hell it doesn't.
It doesn't,
he repeated firmly. I found myself biting back the rest of the words I wanted to fling at him.
You just found out you're a witch, and that's a lot to take in. So take it in, and understand that this, right here and now, this is your life, Shroud. It's one hell of a chance. Do yourself a favor, and don't blow it because you have a chip on your shoulder.
I studied my feet, shuffling them as he called me out for my bullshit. No one ever did that to me. No one else usually cared enough to do it. They just left me alone. But Zach, he wasn't going to let me be on my own here, no matter how much of a fight I put up.
Can't help it,
I admitted, but I'll try.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Whatever, I said, surprised to hear myself laugh, and his shocked gaze said that he felt the same. So I'm a witch, and that makes you a warlock?
10th generation, at your service.
He gave a little bow.
And don't worry, once you get into the swing of things here, you'll get over the shock and awe of magic actually existing.
Not sure I agreed with him, but I promised I would try, and I wasn't about to go back on my word. Yeah, sure. Anything else I should know about this place? Or you, I guess? I picked at my nails nervously as I added, or why you were being a bit rude in the car earlier? He rubbed at the back of his neck, and for a split second looked ashamed.
Yeah, about that. Hard not to be wary of someone when their aura is as red as yours, and then you bring up disappearances happening at this academy that no one I know has ever heard of.
Aura? He nodded. That's a thing?
You're going to find a lot of things here are a thing.
And red is what, bad? I stared down at myself as if I could see it, but there was nothing red floating around me, and my feet weren't on fire again, at least. How bad?
Depends on how you look at it, I guess. There are positives and negatives to all colors, but red, well, that usually means danger and warning.
Great, so not only was I finding out information about this academy no one else knew, I was a walking warning sign of danger? Bells rang in my mind that something was terribly wrong about my being here. But what was I supposed to do?
I'm sure it's nothing. Probably just residual from your past.
Yeah, right, 'cause that makes sense. I wished I could see what he saw. Will I be able to do that? See auras, I mean?
Depends on what element works well with you.
I scratched at my head, confused. Auras are an element? I thought there were only 4.
There's 5 total, but you'll get into all of that once orientation starts tomorrow. And trust me, any other questions you're going to ask will also be answered.
So I shouldn't stand here and run through the list in my head? He was probably getting bored talking to me, not that I could blame him. How about anything pertinent I should know before I make you look bad? My words came out harsher than I meant, and his smile fell, leaving him scowling at me. Yeah, it was going to be a long first few weeks here, asking me to readjust my entire attitude.
You can't leave campus.
I'm sorry, what? He crossed his arms, suddenly looking very pleased with himself.
Can't leave campus, not your entire first year here. At least not without an upperclassman. One in particular.
You. I rolled my eyes.
Me.
He nodded, his dark blue eyes as unfathomable as the Pacific. Did he have to look so damn smug about it? Okay, can't leave campus for a year. Not like I have anywhere to go, I guess, unless I need things.
They offer most things here. Not very stylish clothes, but enough to get you by. If you're looking for something more fashionable or whatnot, you'll have to have me drive you into town. And, word of warning, I'm not some girlfriend who's going to want to go shopping every weekend. Not that you're going to have time for that nonsense, he added.
Do I look like I keep up with the latest fashion? Whatever they provide me with is fine. He eyed me up and down, and that tick in his jaw was back, but I sensed it was happening for a very different reason this time, and focused on my nails instead of the fact that he clearly checked me out. No, you don't, he said quietly, but it was clear that didn't matter to him. Not at all. Maybe no makeup and messy hair girls were his thing. Yeah, right. And what if someone does break that rule? I asked, curious. He looked serious again. There's a penalty for that. There's a penalty for every infraction. Most send you to the crypt. I shivered. Doesn't sound pleasant. Penalties and punishments aren't supposed to be pleasant, but I promise it sounds worse than it is. Sort of. His dark blue eyes bored into mine. Honestly, it's worse for me if you get in trouble, so don't push your luck, Shroud. I tried to fight the butterflies that had decided to descend on my stomach like a swarm of locusts. What was that about? What else gets you put in the crypt? A litany of offenses. Too many infractions of the same kind. He turned, as if worried someone was listening in on our conversation, before he leaned in closer. And do yourself a favor. Don't mention those disappearances to anyone else, all right? Why the hell not? I muttered loudly, and he shushed me, eyes wild. Zach? It's nothing. I'm just trying to save you from being seen as the crazy newcomer, that's all. I wanted to push him for answers. It was more than that, much more, so why wasn't he just telling me the truth? I saw it on his face he knew way more about this, or something close to it, maybe. I've seen worse things, I told him. Crazy would be a step up. Not here, he warned. Here you'll be ousted, seen as dangerous, unstable. You do not want that, trust me. You don't know what I want, I argued. I don't even know that. He held up his hands and took a step backward. Fine, you're right. Do whatever you want. But don't come crying to me when no one will talk to you or help you figure out this world, Shroud. It'll all be on you. Like I said, your past no longer matters. There's so much more you should be concerned with. And it starts right now. I wasn't sure what made me do it, but my hand moved before I could stop it, furious at his endless lectures for how I acted, and he'd only known me for less than 3 hours. I raised my fist. I'm not proud of my instinctive reaction. I'm not proud that my fist flew out and went straight for his jaw, eager to wipe that scowl away. But what happened next freaked me out, and almost put my hand in a cast. My fist stopped, right before it hit his face. It stopped short. Not because I wanted it to. It hit something solid, hard, and freezing cold. A tiny yelp escaped me before I could contain it. The pain made tears prickle in my eyes. No, I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing me in pain, though my fist was already beginning to throb. I glanced around to see if we'd attracted any attention. Not a single person was looking in our direction. I studied my knuckles. They were red and swollen, with abrasions where the skin was stretched thinnest over the knuckle bone. What was that? He sighed, as if knowing he was fighting a losing battle with me. You don't hit your upperclassman, Shroud. Unless we're in training, of course. He turned his back on me, as if I hadn't just tried to deck him. You don't know me, I snapped, and he paused. You don't know a damn thing about me, so don't tell me what I should or shouldn't do. Slowly, he turned back, and the bit of friendliness I'd seen on his face was gone, replaced by a hard look that told me exactly what he was going to say before he did. And you know nothing about me. Welcome to my world, Shroud. Get used to it, or get out. Get out? Just like that, telling me to leave. But where the hell would I go? I didn't belong anywhere else. Never had. I never fit in, no matter how hard I tried. Whether I was with my mother or in the system, I was always the kid with the clothes that looked like hand-me-downs because they were exactly that. Or the one who tried not to cry because I hadn't eaten in a day or two. I didn't belong with my mother, clearly, since my mother picked drugs over me. Even Jake had chosen someone. Anyone but me. Yeah, I was a bit crushed, and anger coursed white-hot through my veins, chewing up and torching the butterflies that had been in my tummy a few minutes before. Butterflies he'd caused. I scoffed at myself. I wanted to prove him wrong. I wanted to belong somewhere. And right about now, this was the only somewhere that I had a chance to do that. I stayed in that alcove, alone, watching the others milling about, talking, laughing, giggling, like normal people. They weren't embroiled in a heated exchange with their upperclassmen. I nursed my hurt fist, cupping it with my other hand, wondering what caused that to happen, wondering if I would ever be able to put my past in the past and get on with my life. A few short minutes after Zach stormed away, Headmaster Hook called us back to our seats, and as I made my way back, I noticed that in front of the stage, 4 8-foot folding tables had been set up, with cardboard boxes on each table, and they held files. Behind each table sat 2 official-looking people, with pens and clipboards before them. I was still staring at them as I took my seat. Nyala was already in place. "Who's the hottie?" she asked. "What?" I was having a hard time processing what she was saying until I realized she was talking about Zach. "Your upperclassman," she elaborated. "He's so hot. That's what my upperclassman said too. She said they were a thing a while back, but it didn't last. Apparently he's not the easiest guy to get on with. Can be a bit of a stick in the mud." Inside, a part of me felt like a bag of potato chips that had been stepped on, crushed and mashed. Of course other girls had been with Zach. Why wouldn't they? Not like I should care. I wasn't here to find out how I so did not belong with yet another interesting guy who fell into my life. I was here to figure out how to be a damned witch. Headmaster Hook tapped the microphone's head. The sound traveled through the PA system and exited the speakers, bringing the auditorium to a hush. "I hope you all had a chance to meet your upperclassmen. They'll be your tour guides throughout your first year. They'll model the behavior that will be expected of you when you're in their position." Ha, funny. Wasn't sure I could act like Zach no matter how hard I tried. But some strange voice in my head told me it was time I started proving people wrong. There was obviously more to me than I had ever thought possible, and I was just going to, give up? No, not this time. This time I was going to show the world exactly what I was made of. I was going to make Zach eat his words. "Form a line on your left, 1 row at a time, and we'll get the paperwork signed and get you on a brief tour of the grounds, followed by a visit to the cafeteria because I am sure everyone is hungry," Hook explained. A round of applause followed his announcement. My stomach growled, agreeing with the applause. No breakfast or lunch, I'd been too nervous, and it was well past when I would have eaten dinner. The crackers the airline served, though fancy gourmet, were tiny, and even when I asked for and devoured a second serving, they'd still hardly be called a meal. The rows in front of us stood, and when it was our turn, we fell in line with everyone else. Nyala bounced excitedly on the balls of her feet behind me, and I was running out of nails to pick that weren't already broken. The line moved ahead steadily, and I watched the upperclassmen file out of the auditorium, clearly finished with their task and probably headed to the cafeteria before the rest of us joined them. Each step brought me closer to that table, and apprehension warred with determination to be good at something in my life, to prove I wasn't worthless. Eventually, there were only a few people ahead of me, and then it was finally my turn. And just like that, I was facing 2 people, 1 male, 1 female. The man wore a black suit, the woman a black dress, straight cut, all business, no frill. Her hair was pulled back into an austere bun. "Name?" Her tone was nasal. I swallowed the sand that I could have sworn was blocking my speech and tried again. "Name?" she repeated, this time with a hint of impatience, and her smile was a close-lipped, insincere, flat line. Briar Shroud." My voice didn't even sound like my own, but there, I said it. The woman nodded, gave the man a glance I couldn't decipher, Then she began to thumb through the files that were hanging from the cardboard box on the tabletop. She retrieved a file from the box. That was my name across the tab. Opening it, she laid paperwork on the table between us so it faced me. Taking a highlighter, she made perfect and symmetrical X's on each page, sometimes in several places. "Sign here." She handed me a pen, and here. She indicated with capped highlighter. "Here, too." She tapped and tapped and tapped. I was unmoving. Finally, she looked up. "Well?" "Yeah, sorry." I picked up the pen and signed every line she indicated. I expected to have a weight fall on me, but instead, the same weird vibe I got when we first entered the main building filled me, like whatever magic lay dormant inside me all these years was ready to get out. I set the pen down on the table, and the woman took the signed papers, handed them to the man, and smiled politely at me. "You're all set. Please wait over there until the others are finished, and take these." She held out a packet of papers that I accepted. "Go on now." "Thanks." I watched my papers get filed away in a box and stepped aside for the next person in line to sign away the next 4 years of their lives to Academy. I flipped through the papers as I wandered back to my seat, trying to be out of the way. There was a map on top with a lot of red zones marked off on it. Restricted? That's interesting and tempting. The place had more than just 1 or 2 areas off limits to newcomers. Half the campus was covered with red slashes, with several all-caps warnings spelled out to stay away unless escorted by a professor or upperclassman, with written permission. What did they have here that was so dangerous? Dragons? I smirked at the notion, until I realized after everything else I'd been told today, I probably shouldn't rule that out. The next few pages were detailed maps of buildings, including this one, as well as even more pages laying out rules, descriptions of areas of study, the tests we'd be going through this week. By the time I got to the last page, my head was spinning, and Nyala was finally heading my way. "Did it take that long for you?" I asked, worried she had problems. "What? Oh no, I was talking with Stacy, my mentor," she said, nodding toward the doors as a few more people exited. "You looked pretty engrossed. Anything good?" "About a million things we can't do," I said as I got to my feet. "Well, we can head to our quarters first, check them out. And did you see?" "See what?" I asked. She shuffled through the papers again and turned to a page near the back I must have skipped. "Roommate assignment." "Hey, we're together." "Thank God, at least one thing went right today. That's great." She nodded in agreement, and I picked up my bag. For the first time, I noticed she didn't have anything with her, and gave her a curious look. "We left all our stuff by the front doors when we got here. Said they would take it up to our rooms for us. You were kind of late, so I guess Zach forgot to tell you that part?" She cringed, but it wasn't a big deal. "Yeah, forgot." I shouldered the bag, and we meandered out the door as soon as an older guy with white hair announced newcomers could follow him or another professor to the dorms, quarters, whatever they called them here. Chapter 6. Zach.
I was more than ready to kick back and relax for the rest of the night, catch up with my friends, and ignore the growing dread about having to deal with someone like Briar during orientation week. Food was laid out on the tables, steaming plates of burgers, fries, onion rings, everything I needed after a day like today. I was just about to fill up my plate when a heavy hand landed on my shoulder, and the table I sat at fell silent. "Headmaster Hook has requested to see you, Zachary." "Ivan." I turned around on the bench. "Can't it wait? I'm starving here." A lot of students found Ivan intimidating. He was 6.5 feet tall and was built like an ox. Sadly, I was one of those students, though I put on a good show of not being scared by Hook's right-hand man and head of campus security. Ivan had a crazy reputation as a very powerful warlock, too. Always made me wonder how he wound up being here at Academy, instead of off fighting in the army, where his brutish demeanor belonged. "I'm afraid he insists. It will not take long." No room for argument there. With a nod to my friends, all of whom looked ready to hide under the table if Ivan stayed any longer, staring at us with those beady eyes. I got up. Ivan led the way out of the cafeteria and back through the foyer of the main building. I spied several groups of newcomers wandering around, laughing and talking, all of them hushed when I passed with Ivan, their curious whisperings trailing away behind me as we took a door toward the right of the great hall and walked up 3 flights of old stone stairs. Ivan said nothing the entire walk, until finally we reached Headmaster Hook's office. Ivan pressed his hand into a series of stones on the right, left, and above the seemingly normal alcove. The first time I'd seen this door opened, I'd been impressed. I'd even snuck back here later that night to try to get back inside, but nothing I tried worked. The stones only answered to specific people: Ivan, Hook, and a few of the other higher-up professors. Stones ground as the inner wall of the alcove slid back and behind, revealing a wide passage that ended in Hook's office. Ivan stepped to the side and waved me in. "He's expecting you." I bit back a smart-ass remark and headed inside to see what Hook wanted this time. The short passage was lit with more oil lanterns hanging from the ceiling, and the office glowed with them, as well as with flames from a roaring fire in the hearth behind the massive wooden desk. It chased away the chill and damp from being so deep inside the mountain. Conventional heat wasn't really something used by warlocks or witches. Never had been. No technology really was, honestly. We had cell phones and computers, but needed nothing else. We used magic. I stepped into the large office and stared around. Quills were busy writing letters or notes at a desk to the right beneath a window that looked out into the courtyard. Other papers fluttered over my head, zooming from the bookshelves and desk, then out the open window, being delivered to other buildings. I spun around slowly, taking in the somehow clean-appearing mess that Hook's office always seemed to be in when I was here. Something warm rubbed against my leg, and I glanced down to find a black and white cat flicking her tail in the air as she meowed at me. "Hey, Sphinx." I bent down to scratch the ancient cat behind the ears. She's been here for decades. No one knew how old she was. Several students had an ongoing bet on whether she was really a cat. "Where's Hook, huh?" She meowed again, then purred, rubbing into my open palm. There was a click, and I glanced up to catch Hook stepping out of a doorway near the rear of his office. Zach, sorry to keep you waiting, but I see you had company." He shook his head as the cat continued to purr, not wanting me to stop. "You'd think she never got any attention." So it would seem. I moved to one of the plush, high-backed chairs in front of Hook's solid mahogany desk. Sphinx followed me and hopped right up into my lap. "Now then, I wanted to see how your plans are coming along for your senior year." Hook smiled kindly at me, just as he always did. My dad died right when I started attending academy, and Hook took it upon himself to keep a closer eye on me than he did a lot of other students. He knew us all by name, but he never called any of them into his office just to check on their progress. "It's good. I feel confident this year is going to be my best yet," I informed him. "Providing there are no issues," I added, thinking of Briar. He smirked, and a glint of his usual mischief appeared in his eyes. "That is the real reason I asked you to speak with me, actually. Forgive an old man his curiosities, but how are you finding Briar Shroud?" My hand paused in the middle of petting Sphinx. "Sorry?" He laughed and rapped his knuckles on his desk. "She is much bolder than I expected her to be." "You mean she has a mouth?" I mumbled quietly, and he laughed louder. "Sorry, Headmaster, it was an interesting car ride here." "I bet it was." I wondered how much to tell him about what we talked about, but more, I wanted to know why he wanted to know so badly. "Who is she? I mean, she's not some legacy, is she? Never heard of the Shrouds before, and she had no idea she was a witch, obviously." "That is something she is going to have to figure out, as are you." "But why? I mean, this is my senior year," I said quickly. He locked his fingers together on his desk and stared at me intently over the top of them. I suddenly felt like I was in trouble with no idea of what I did. I just meant, she doesn't seem exactly happy to be here, and I'm worried about her fitting in. Hook said nothing, and the only sound in his office was the fluttering of pages overhead and the scratching of quills. Even Sphinx fell silent in my lap before she hopped down and went to lie by the hearth behind Hook's desk. I looked anywhere but his face, fighting the urge to fidget. Fidgeting was a sign of weakness, and that was not how I wanted him to think this situation made me. Weak. Aggravated, that's really what I was. And confused. I was busy studying the photographs lined up haphazardly on the wall behind Hook, when my eyes zeroed in on the face of one individual. My question was on the tip of my tongue, but I never had a chance to ask it. Hook clapped his hands loudly with a smile that felt off. "You'll just have to see that she is able to find her way here, Zach. I have faith in you." "I'm glad to hear it, sir." I forced a grin, while inside I ranted at him. Why did he have to do this to me my senior year? Who was Briar Shroud to him? Because she was clearly not a normal newcomer. He picked up a pen and started jotting notes on his desk calendar. I started to rise, sensing I was being politely dismissed, but I stopped short. "Headmaster?" "Yes, Zach." "I heard something the other day, and I thought I should ask you about the matter instead of spreading rumors." I picked my words carefully. I might not get along with Briar, but I wasn't about to throw her under the bus. Yet. My gaze darted to that photo on the wall again before I continued. "Did any students ever go missing from Academy?" I expected him to get angry with me for suggesting such a thing happening here, but instead he put his pen down and sighed. "I have heard these rumors before, but I can assure you, as long as I have been headmaster, no student's life has ever been at risk." "And before?" I asked without thinking. His lips thinned and his eyes narrowed. I was pushing my luck. That's exactly what that look said. "No student has ever gone missing from Academy, Zachary. I suggest you keep yourself busy with your classes and other activities, and not give in to these rumors. Do we understand one another? We do not need to spread panic." "Yes, sir. Of course." I stood and left Hook behind in his office. When I reached the secret door, it opened without my having to do anything, and I hurried out into the hall. Ivan was no longer there, at least, and I didn't stop walking until I was out of the main building and reached the stairwell leading up to my quarters. Everyone was probably still eating. My stomach growled, but I ignored it, running through my brief and strange conversation with Hook. I should have left it alone, not said a word. But then why was he so concerned with how Briar was going to do here? Or how I was going to do being her mentor? He was testing me for some reason. That had to be it. Maybe he merely sensed our incompatibility and wanted to see how I was going to handle this difficult situation. But if that was the case, why the hell was there a photograph of her on his wall already? Briar said nothing about her family, and I was fairly certain she would have mentioned if she had an identical twin running around, especially if that twin was already a student here. Maybe it hadn't been her. Perhaps a relative she wasn't aware of was here? It happened, where other members of the family didn't divulge what they were to others. But my gut said that was crap. And the disappearances. He hadn't given me a straight answer. For the last 3 years of my life I'd been here at Academy, preparing to serve, as all the other members of my family did before me. They did it without any doubts in their mind that who we guarded with our lives, and who we fought to keep secret and safe from the rest of the world, deserved our loyalty. Now, for the first time since I was a kid, I wasn't so sure anymore. "Great. Now you sound like a crazy person," I muttered to myself as I started climbing the steps. "One day with her, and you're thinking there's a damned conspiracy happening here." I was still mumbling to myself about what an idiot I was being when I reached my door. My hand was on it, ready to use my magic to open it. No keys were needed for magical locks, when someone grabbed my shoulder. I jumped with a yell, whipping around to find Hunter bent over double, laughing hysterically. "Damn it," I snapped. "I'd really like not to die my first week back." Wiping a tear from his eye, Hunter shrugged. "You're usually not so jumpy, man. What's going on? Hooks scare the crap out of you or something?" Something like that. Hunter, my friend since we were kids and my roommate the entire time I'd been at Academy, reached around me and flattened his hand on the door. The lock clicked, and he opened it, waving me inside. "Really, though, what did he want?" "To see if I had everything ready for this year," I said, not sure I wanted to go into all the details. I grabbed a bottle of water from the mini-fridge in our room, feeling Hunter staring at me. "What?" "What? Man, come on. We've known each other a bit too long for you to lie." Not lying. I tried, but he leaned on the kitchen island and tapped his fingers, loudly. "Fine, be a pain in my ass." He asked about the newcomer I'm supposed to mentor. Hunter stopped tapping. "Really? Is she a legacy or something?" He said she wasn't, but I set my bottle down and gave up trying to hide anything else. He wouldn't stop bugging me until I told him anyway. When I was in Hook's office, I saw a picture on his wall of a past student. And she looked exactly like Briar, down to the gold flecks in her eyes, I mused. I planned on having a little conversation with Briar as soon as I could, but that picture threw me off. The next few days, I'd have to help her through orientation. But how was I supposed to ask her if she mistakenly neglected to tell me about her identical twin? "You like her, don't you?" I choked on my water, and he helpfully smacked me hard on the back. "What did you say?" "Come on. Ever since last year when you and What's-Her-Face broke it off, you've been a bit lonely. Let me guess, this new girl, she's got a mouth on her. Not your typical rich witch, right? Tell me I'm wrong." I ignored him and trudged off down the short hall that led to our 2 rooms, veering right. "You're not even going to answer?" "Night, Hunter," I yelled, then closed my door. I rubbed a hand over my face and told myself to shake all the uneasiness off. Senior year. 1 more year and then I'd be out of Academy. At least 2 years until I decided what I wanted to do. Stay with the military or find another use for my talents. Aura readers were in high demand. All I had to do was get through this year without any problems. Too bad I had a big one staring me in the face, and her name was Briar Shroud.
Chapter 7. Briar. To say I slept horribly would be an understatement. My bed was comfortable enough, and Nyala was not a loud snorer, but I kept imagining someone coming into our room in the night and stealing us away. Not sure why, not like there was anything weird about our room or the dorm. The building was old, and there were no lights, though at least we had outlets for laptops and phone chargers. Lanterns. Everything was lanterns. And a fireplace. That was a nice touch, and not something I was used to after growing up in Texas. Oh, and magical locks on the doors. We simply pressed our hands against them, and click, they opened right up. That was a neat trick, and I no longer had to worry about losing a key. Nyala had wanted to talk most of the evening, and I let her talk about herself and her family, avoiding all her questions the best I could. I was not exactly in a sharing mood. When my alarm went off at 7, I groaned and was ready to hit the snooze button, but Nyala was awake and already bouncing excitedly around the room, talking about our orientation week. Her optimism was contagious, and I found myself grinning tiredly as she bustled around our room, searching for the perfect outfit. "What does that mean, anyway?" I asked through a yawn, running my hands through my messy hair. "Orientation. Boring lectures on clubs and stuff?" "We're at Academy, remember? Today's gonna be all about magic." "Right, magic. How could I forget I was a witch? My cell buzzed with a message, and I leaned over to see it was from Jake, asking how my first day was. I'd meant to text him yesterday, but the whole magic exists thing threw me off a bit. I swiped the message away and threw the covers off. It was chilly. I wasn't used to being chilly. Nyala had her shower kit in hand and was waiting for me by the door. Communal bathrooms. Oh, goody. I picked up my towel and kit, happy at least that they'd been on the list of items to bring, and followed her out the door. The hall was colder than our room, and I shivered as my feet touched the cold stone. "You're not used to this, are you?" Nyala said with a laugh. "I'm a Texas girl," I reminded her, adding an extra bit of drawl. "Why would I be used to the cold? Any kind of cold? And whose idea was it to have this place inside a mountain?" "When I called my parents last night, they told me this place has history. Goes back centuries, even before the country was founded." "Wait, seriously?" "Yep, but they didn't give me any details," she said, pouting. "Said it was more fun to find all that out for myself." That wasn't helpful, but I'd get answers soon enough. More students were slowly trickling out of their dorms and moving toward the bathroom. It was huge and appeared to be for our entire floor. I was about to disappear inside with Nyala and the other girls when I heard that voice that infiltrated my dreams last night, trying to drive me crazy, giving me lectures and telling me I was going to fail. Zach. I turned, hoping he didn't see me, but then his gaze shifted and he stopped, right in the middle of the hall, to stare at me. The guy next to him, also extremely handsome, with longer brown hair and dark brown eyes, waved at me wildly until Zach elbowed him and shoved him along down the hall. I expected him to follow, but instead he weaved easily through the growing mass of students and stood before me. "Shroud?" He said my name like it was a curse, and I considered kicking his shin. But I was barefoot, and remembered what happened yesterday with my hand. "Zach?" His eyes did a quick survey, and I inwardly groaned as my neck grew hot. I was wearing a crap t-shirt and sleep shorts, not something I wanted a guy I regrettably found attractive to see me in. "You want something?" "Just to hear your lovely drawl before breakfast," he said with a wink, and I scowled at him. "Don't be late today. Orientation week is just as important as when classes start." "Won't be late if you stop bothering me," I pointed out with a charming grin of my own that seemed to catch him off guard. He swallowed hard, but that tick was back in his jaw. He shoved his hands in his pockets, and his brow wrinkled. "Something else you want to lecture me about? Maybe how to turn the shower on?" He grumbled something under his breath, and I caught the words "pain in my ass," and then he stormed away. His friend had waited for him and leaned in close, probably asking all about little old me. "You are lucky," Nyala said as we finally stepped into the bathroom and found 2 empty shower stalls. "He's a handsome devil." "Devil, yeah, that's him," I muttered and disappeared into my shower stall. As I washed my hair, listening to the happy chattering of the girls around me, I wondered about Zach. He was confusing as hell. One second, he seemed concerned about my fitting in, and the next, he was ready to hate me all over again. And for what? He wanted to say more before, but then seemed to think better of it. Hey, Briar? You okay in there?" Nyala asked from the stall next to mine. "Yeah, why?" "Think your feet are on fire again." "Huh?" I glanced down and cursed, stomping the fire out with my feet as steam and smoke filled my stall. Cursing vividly, increasing the laughter around me, I rinsed out my hair, grabbed my towel and clothes, and hurried out of there before I caught something worse on fire. Hair dripping down my back, I marched back to our room when my wet feet slipped on the stone floor. I started to fall, everything happening in slow motion as I realized just how bad this was going to be. And on my first day. Then 2 hands reached out, and I suddenly stopped falling. Thankfully, my damned towel stayed in place, too. "Thanks," I said, and lifted my gaze. "Oh, hi." "Hi," the guy replied with a smile, and quickly let go of my arms. "Sorry, didn't mean to still be holding you. Just didn't want you to smack your head on the floor." "Yeah, thanks," I replied, confused by what I was feeling. Half of me was grateful this guy stopped me from falling, and my heart sank to find it hadn't been Zach ready to rush in and rescue me. I blinked, my smile freezing on my face. Where the hell had that thought come from? "Oh, I'm Carter." He held out his hand. "Briar." I shook it. "Texas, right? Your accent and all." "Born and raised," I said, as I tried to check him out without checking him out. But to be fair, I was standing in front of him in a towel. Zach was more of a rugged handsome, and Carter was smooth with dark green eyes and a lean shape. He had a dimple on his right cheek that made him look younger than he probably was, and he shuffled his feet, a bit shy, which seemed odd to me. "You're a newcomer, right?" "Something like that. You?" "Nope. 3rd year," he said proudly. "But I remember my first few days here. It wasn't rough, but it was definitely different. If you need someone to talk to, give you some tips, you can text me or whatnot." "Thanks. That'd be appreciated, actually." I was about to reach for my pocket, but I remembered I left my cell in my room, and I didn't have any pockets. "Crap, do you have a pen?" He stared at me curiously, but pulled one out of his pocket. I took it and jotted down my number on his hand while he laughed. "What, don't like doing things old school?" "No, just takes me back to the days of girls' numbers on my hand." "Bet you had a lot of them," I said, handing him his pen back. "Nope, rare occurrence. I'll text you so you have my number too. See you around, Briar, and good luck with orientation week." I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. Why would I need luck for orientation? Carter strolled off down the hall, whistling a bit off-key as he went. I smiled, thinking I might find a friend in Carter, or more. Definitely something to distract me from my depressing thoughts of Jake with Heather. I turned around to head to my room and froze. There, at the end near the stairwell, looking like he was helping direct newcomers, was Zach. He was glaring, but not at me. At Carter. His gaze didn't break up until a student walked up to him with some papers in hand, probably asking for directions. He blinked and was back to his charming smile, but his eyes remained cold. "Do you hate Carter, or are you jealous?" I mused aloud, before ducking into my room and shutting out the noise of the hall. My first day here was turning out to be interesting, to say the least. After I dressed, I waited for Nyala and told her about Carter, leaving out Zach's weird reaction, of course. Once she was ready, we left together, but Zach was nowhere in sight. The dorm seemed easy to navigate, at least, and we followed the flow of students heading to the main building for breakfast. Walking by those statues gave me the chills again, but Nyala either didn't care or didn't notice how they seemed to shift and watch us enter. Dinner last night had been incredible, and breakfast was no different. "If we eat like this every day, I'm gonna get fat," Nyala complained with a smile as we loaded up our plates with eggs, bacon, and toast from the line of food laid out already on the tables filling the hall. I'm not about to complain about free food. I was never starved in any of my foster homes, but there'd been limited food to go round. Being with Mom was another story, and I remembered all too well those horrible hunger pains. Here I could eat basically anything I wanted, and every bite of bacon was like a godsend. Nyala giggled when I mumbled my excitement. "I would have thought you'd had a lot of that back home," she said. "What, bacon?" "Just big plates of food and whatnot," she said. "Everything's bigger in Texas and all that." I shrugged. Yeah, well, didn't have a lot of bacon back home. "You haven't mentioned anything about your family yet." She picked at her eggs. I silently begged for her to leave it alone, at least on our first day of orientation. "You not get along with your folks or something?" I thought of Mom and all the times we got along. I could count them on one hand. Not like I knew anything about my dad, so had nothing to say about him. Something like that. You can talk to me about it, if you need to. Thanks, I'm sure I'll get there. Just focused on getting over all this, I motioned to the hall at large. Finding out I'm a witch is not exactly what I expected to deal with my first week of college, or whatever this is. Sure. Just wanted to let you know that you're not alone here. Nyala had to be one of the nicest people I'd ever met, and she was stuck with a pain like me. I hoped for her sake I was able to keep most of my bad attitude in check. As I dug into my breakfast, I wondered at what she'd said. Did I really look that lost and alone here? We ate in comfortable silence and took our plates up to the counter before returning to our seats. One of the pages in our packet mentioned that on the first day of orientation, we were to wait in the hall after breakfast, and would be given more instructions from there. 20 minutes later, my leg was bouncing non-stop, and I was running out of nails to pick at. A hush fell over the room, and I turned. Headmaster Hook entered the hall, holding his hands up for quiet. It didn't take long. The mentors were lined up on either side of him. I looked for Zach. As soon as I spotted him, I glanced back at Hook. "Good morning, everyone," Hook announced with a smile. "I trust you all slept well and are ready for newcomer orientation week. The rest of you will have a few more days to prepare yourself for the upcoming semester. Now then, I would like my first years to step forward, please, and find your mentor. Once you've found them, follow me out to the grounds." "Great," I grunted as I pushed to my feet.
"Oh, you'll be fine. This is exciting, remember? Happy thoughts."
"You're one of those overly happy morning people, aren't you?" I teased, and Nyala shrugged. "Well, have fun, I guess." We fell in with the other first years and moved toward the back of the room, all of us breaking off to meet with our mentor. Zach's arms were crossed when I reached him, and he barely nodded at me. "Hello to you too, sunshine," I mumbled. He still said nothing. Today was going to be so much fun. Hook clapped his hands and turned to leave, mentors and their first-year students falling in behind him. Zach and I walked side by side, silent, while everyone else talked and laughed. "So," I said, unable to keep my curiosity to myself, "what was with the glaring earlier?" "What glaring? I wasn't glaring back there." "Not in the hall," I corrected. "This morning in the dorms. I was talking to some guy named Carter, and you looked a bit perturbed." I expected him to shrug it off, but he grew more agitated. "It's nothing." "Really? Okay then, because I'm probably going to meet up with him later today. Seems like a nice guy to show me the ropes and whatnot." "That's not his job," he argued. "It's mine." "He's just being friendly." I was taunting him. Why was I taunting him? Part of me said because it was fun and payback for his crappy behavior yesterday, but that wasn't the whole truth. I wanted to see how he'd react. He was jealous, though I had no idea why. No way he liked me, unless his way of showing that was by being an ass. "It's your first semester." His voice was strained. "You should really only focus on your classes and figuring out your area of expertise, not flouncing about with some guy." I burst out laughing so loud, the people in front of us turned around until Zach waved them off. "I'm sorry, flouncing about? I never said I was going to flounce. What does that even look like?" "My point is, no distractions." "Uh-huh. And did you prepare this lecture special for me last night? Or after you saw me talking to Carter?" He hesitated, and I smirked. "That's what I thought." "Whatever you were thinking is wrong, so stop while you're ahead." That tick was non-stop in his jaw now, and he seemed anxious, almost paranoid, as he looked around while we filed outside onto one of the wide grassy lawns near the main building. "I don't much care for Carter." "Why not?" He seemed all right to me, but I knew all too well how looks could be deceiving. Mom always looked the innocent single mother part when the need arose, and then she'd turn around and be the psycho drug addict.
"He's just not as nice as he seems, all right?" says the guy who continually finds ways to give me the cold shoulder,
I whispered under my breath, but loud enough for him to hear. He shot me a look. I raised a brow. What? His face changed completely, and as we stepped up with the rest of the group, Hook motioning us all forward closer, he asked me in a whisper,
"Do you have a sister?"
I frowned. That's a weird question.
"You'll understand if you let me explain,"
he started to say, but Hook clapped loudly, and he fell silent. A sister? Why would he ask if I had a sister? It was a bizarre thing to ask anyone, unless he was, asking if I had someone else more attractive than me? Or someone for his friend? An array of crazy ideas shot through my mind, but then Hook was talking, and I did my best to pay attention. Not so easy when the cool, collected Zach no longer seemed so calm and standoffish. He seemed genuinely worried about something. Possibly my non-existent sister. I'm pretty sure Mom would have mentioned if I had a sister out in the world. Or at least I hoped she would.
"Now then,"
Hook raised his voice to get our attention.
"Your first order of business today is to see which element speaks to you the most. One cannot move forward in their training unless one has a guide."
Considering my feet kept catching fire, I had a pretty good idea of what my element was going to be. Nyala and I had briefly talked about those, too, last night. We both wondered at what we'd get to do, and what it would be like to have these abilities. She, of course, was genuinely excited. But I was still wary of being able to do any of those things Hook claimed I could do. The fear I'd make a fool of myself was very strong right then.
"Each of you will be put through a series of brief tests, and once your element is chosen, you and your mentor will have a chance to discuss your magical training, as well as begin to explore where you will fit into our world once you leave Academy."
What are these tests going to be? I asked. Zach didn't answer. We were divided by our last names, and I was shuffled into another line while Zach went off to mingle with the other mentors waiting for their first years to be ready to move on. I checked out the line. Each student stepped out into a circle formed by what looked like crystals in the grass. They glowed every time a different student stepped in, 5 stones in total. Fire, water, a swirl of air, and earth rose up from 4, while something silvery and shimmery appeared over the 5th. I guess that had to be the 5th element, the one dealing with auras. The student at the front of my line held out his hand to each one in turn. Nothing happened until he reached air. It engulfed him, blocking him from sight. But when it cleared, the other 4 sank back into their stones, but the air swirled around him in a continual gust until he stepped out of the ring. His mentor, a woman with shining black hair, hurried over to congratulate him. I doubted Zach would be that happy for me. On and on the line moved ahead, each element choosing its student, until finally I waited to step into that circle.
"Whenever you're ready, Briar,"
Hook said. I hadn't even realized he'd migrated to our line and stood so close, watching. Right, yeah. I stared at the 5 crystals in the grass, not sure why a weird sense of foreboding came over me. There was nothing to be afraid of. I would just step into that circle and an element would choose me. Nothing crazy. I didn't have to fight a monster or something. Just walk the few short feet into the circle of crystals. I moved forward, and the second my foot was inside the circle, the stones glowed brightly. I held my breath, spinning around slowly, and waited to witness what happened with the other students. But nothing materialized, except the glowing. I looked at the professor running my ring of crystals, and he glanced to Hook. Had I done something wrong? Hook waved off whatever the professor said to him, and watched me intently. What was taking so long? I noticed the other students and mentors stopping to watch. I ground my teeth, hating having so many eyes on me, especially a particular cerulean pair that narrowed suspiciously. Just one more thing for Zach to blame on me, breaking this test or whatever. This was it, the moment of truth when they all realized I wasn't meant to be here. But then the crystals flared even brighter, and I froze, watching as each element rose high above the ground. I carefully moved to the first one, air, but a whisper told me to turn around. Fire and water were side by side. I started to hold out my right hand, but my left rose as if of its own accord, reaching for the fire. My right shifted toward water, but it didn't remain there, but aimed at the shimmery substance. Water and earth disappeared until only those two were left. I expected one to disappear, but neither one did. I heard whispers outside the circle, but my eyes refused to look away. Then something happened I hadn't seen with all the other students. The fire and the shimmery substance, the spirit I'd heard another student in my line call it, clashed together, spiraling higher and higher into the air. It plummeted down on me, and I yelped, hunkering down on reflex. But when I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by the fire and spirit elements as they circled around me. Slowly I stood up to find every person watching me, most with their jaws dropped. Zach was amongst them. I started to step out of the circle, but my knees buckled, and the world spun around me. The ground came up to meet me. Voices called out, and someone was saying my name, but then everything faded away. Chapter 8. Briar.
Briar, hey, can you hear me?
Nyala? I groaned as I opened my eyes, holding my head. Why does it feel like someone slammed me into a wall? Repeatedly. I blinked at the brightness and didn't recognize the room I was in. I was on a bed, and there was a white curtain pulled back on either side. Thought there was something on the map called an infirmary. Guess that's where I was brought after what? I don't remember what happened, I said.
You were awesome! That's what happened, she said happily. They said it's only transpired 5 other times. 5! Do you understand how crazy that is?
I really want to follow what you're saying, I mumbled, sitting up until my head pounded, then sinking back onto the pillow. Ow! I waited for her to explain it all to me, but someone cleared his throat nearby. I hoped it was Zach, but frowned to see some large man standing at the foot of my bed. Hi?
Headmaster Hook wishes to see you as soon as you are able,
the man said, holding his hands formally in front of him. Military man, that's what he reminded me of. Sure, and you are?
Ivan, Miss Shroud, Headmaster Hook's second here at Academy. I will be your escort to the headmaster's office when you are ready to go.
Nyala's brow shot up, and her mouth dropped open as she rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. I stifled a laugh when Ivan shot a glare at the back of her head, as if he could see it. I flicked my gaze to her and back to him, trying to get her to stop before she got herself in trouble for, mocking him? Wait, he called himself a second. What did that even mean? It took a few moments, but she eventually figured it out and stood.
Right then. I'll just see you back in our quarters later.
Bye, Nyala. I wished I could just leave with her. I think I'm good to go.
Are you certain? Can you stand?
That was a good question. I swung my legs around and waited for the pain to come back, but it was just a dull headache now. Ivan offered a hand, and I took it, letting him help me upright. Think I'll make it there without falling over, I joked, but Ivan barely smiled. We can go now.
If you'll follow me, please,
he said, and we were off. I didn't exactly expect a friendly conversation while we were walking, but anything being said would have been better than the weird silence that seemed to follow Ivan as we moved through the building. After a few minutes, I realized where we were and remembered the infirmary was in the main building. Not really a building. The more I saw of this place inside the mountain, I wanted to call it a castle, fortress, or even a massive ancient cathedral. We wound up in some corridor and then stopped in front of an alcove. Ivan reached out and touched a specific pattern of stones around it, stepping aside as I watched in amazement to see the inside of the alcove give way to a short corridor with an open doorway at the end.
Headmaster Hook is waiting for you just inside,
he assured me, when I made no move to step forward. I guessed turning around and deciding I wasn't ready after all was not about to happen, if the look on his face was an indicator. He stared straight ahead, stoic, almost like one of those statues. I debated my chances of walking back out of this office without being in some sort of trouble on my first day, and did not like my odds. "Way to go, Briar," I whispered to myself as I entered the corridor lit by oil lanterns, creating weird shadows flickering around me. "They're gonna kick you out. Barely here a full day and you're gonna be out on your ass." My steps were soft and slow, as if I could somehow miraculously find a way out of this situation before it was too late. But there were no doors, no windows. The only place I could go was straight ahead of me. In front of the open door, I peered in, expecting to find Headmaster Hook waiting. The room was empty, and more massive than I anticipated. If I had any doubts that magic existed still, simply being in this room would have sealed the deal for me. Quills worked furiously on their own at a desk, while more papers and books floated overhead, moving out the open window or onto a different shelf. A warm fire burned in the hearth, and logs added themselves to the flames to keep them going. A watering can was even busy taking care of the hanging basket of herbs in front of the windows. The very air felt different, like I could reach out and touch it if I wanted. Before me was a large mahogany-colored desk, an old, weathered, high-backed armchair behind it, but little else. On the wall were photographs, tons of them stretching all the way up to the ceiling. In the center, one appeared to be missing, but there was an outline on the wall, as if something had certainly hung there before. Wonder what happened to that one. In the photos, some of the people were dressed in fancy cloaks and robes, others in military uniforms. Did witches and warlocks have their own military? Just something else I'd have to ask Zach about. Well, maybe not him. Carter. I would talk to Carter about all of this. He seemed ready enough to help a girl out and not drive me insane doing it. 2 chairs were before me, the ones Headmaster Hook's guests would occupy. Unsure what I was supposed to do, and wondering why he wasn't here and why I was in here alone, I took a seat, eyes fixed straight ahead and my hands in my lap. I didn't want to feel guilty about prying, so I kept my eyes off his desk, instead perusing the assortment of photographs and portraits on the wall again. So many success stories. At least that's what I assumed they were. People who came here and found their true calling. So many eyes staring down at me. I squirmed, as if they knew I didn't belong here. I'd watched all the other students, or close enough, go through that same test today, and nothing strange happened. Why did it have to be me? I was starting to wonder if I should leave when a black and white cat meowed, hopping right up onto my lap. "Oh, hello there," I smiled, petting her back as she purred. "Always wanted a cat." "Don't tell her that," a voice said behind me, and I jumped. "Apologies, Briar." Hook chuckled as he moved around behind his desk. "I'm sorry I kept you waiting, and just a warning, if you start petting her, she'll make it very hard for you to leave." "I didn't know we had a resident cat. What's her name?" "Sphinx, and she's a troublemaker." He sat down and folded his hands on his desk. "Now then, how are you feeling? This morning was certainly quite exciting for all of us, but I'm betting more so for you." I think that's an understatement. I wasn't sure why, but sitting here one-on-one with Hook, I expected to be so intimidated I couldn't get 2 words out. Instead, I was comfortable, almost like I could talk to him about anything. What did happen? Nyala, my roommate, she was there, and she was rambling about what it was, but I didn't exactly follow. Sphinx curled up in my lap, making herself right at home as we both waited for Hook's answer. He took a long time, as if trying to find the right way to answer my question that wouldn't make me freak out. Too late for that. "Usually," he started, then stopped, and started again. "Majority of the time, only one element reacts to a person." "So what, it was like a fluke?" "My dear girl, it is rare, but that does not mean it was a fluke by any means.
nor that it was a bad event. He held up 4 fingers. This is how many times it has happened in the history of Academy.
He put up his 5th finger and grinned.
And now it's this many.
Sphinx purred louder, as if in agreement with what Hook was saying about how incredible it was. I still don't get it. I thought only one element could be chosen.
In most cases, yes, but there is the rare person who is able to communicate with 2. There has been one case, many years ago, where the person was able to use all 5 elements, but that is more rumor than truth.
I never felt more lost in my life. I'm sorry, I'm still getting over the fact that I'm a witch, but now I'm a witch who can control 2 elements or use them or whatever.
It can be overwhelming, which is the other reason I wanted to speak with you, he said. The first semester is normally the hardest, learning how to control your magic and the element, as well as training for where you wish to go. But now that you have been chosen by 2 elements, both of which can be extremely fickle if one is not careful, I'm afraid you are going to find yourself under much more weight than a typical student.
I wasn't sure what to do with that, so I laughed nervously.
That doesn't really make me feel better.
It's not meant to. You are going to have to work harder than you ever have before, Briar. I wanted to tell you to use your resources well. Speak to Zach and the others. Ask for help. And if at any time you feel you are floundering, come speak with me. Yes? I will not let you fail. Not if I can help it. But you must put in the effort.
Why did everyone here assume I wasn't going to try? Acted like I didn't care. With all due respect, Headmaster Hook, I said slowly, I came here because of a letter that was sent to me, and it was my only option. I have no idea what's going to happen, or who I really am, apparently. But I have nowhere else to go. I stood, letting Sphinx jump from my lap to the desk as I held his gaze steadily. And I, unlike other people in my family, am going to make something of myself. He leaned back in his chair, and for a horrible second, I thought I overstepped my boundaries and he was going to kick me out anyway. But then he smiled at me in a weird, knowing way, almost as if he found my declaration amusing and sincere at the same time.
Very well then, Briar Shroud. I look forward to seeing what you can do, he said with a firm nod. Now then, the rest of the day is yours. I suggest you find your mentor and allow him to catch you up so you are not behind so early on.
Yes, I'll go do that. I counted a few more awkward beats, then excused myself and turned to leave.
And Briar, be careful moving forward. Now that the elements have chosen you, setting your feet on fire is the least of your worries.
I thanked him for the advice and hurried out of his office, wondering why those words sounded more like a threat than words of caution. Chapter 9. Zach.
That was weird, right? You think? I replied to Hunter's obvious comment, still not sure what I actually saw. I was surprised to see Spirit had chosen her. There were very few of us here at the Academy. I smirked. Very few indeed. That wasn't what really left me dumbfounded. It happened, being chosen by 2 elements, but it was rare, very rare. And for those 2 together, that combination had never happened. It was always the main 4 with each other, not fire and spirit. That combination could be deadly. Worse than deadly. And Briar Shroud was the one wielding both. This was just great. Her aura is red, I said quietly, and Hunter froze. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun first semester. Did you tell Hook? I would assume he knows. That man seems to know everything else. Except for anything about missing students. And that picture on the wall. I couldn't get it out of my head. Why was there a photo of a girl on that wall that was the spitting image of Briar? It was late in the evening, but I couldn't wait until tomorrow to talk to her about what was going on here. Either she was lying, or, as much as I hated to think it, something else was happening. I told Hunter I'd be back and left our larger quarters to go down the 3 floors to where all the newcomers lived. The second I reached the floor, I paused, staring down the mostly empty corridor, the shadows flickering from the oil lanterns hanging overhead. Seeing Briar in a towel had not been expected, but I'd be a blind idiot if I didn't see how attractive she was, and my type. So many of the women here, especially the first and second years, tried to get my attention by dressing up and wearing far too much makeup, fixing their hair and all that crap. I didn't notice any of it. I didn't care for it. All I cared about was a certain set of eyes with golden flecks in them. And she was talking to Carter. I grunted to myself, annoyed. That guy was trouble. He was a good enough student, but he thought he could have any girl he wanted, merely because of his charming smile and cool demeanor. He had a new girl on his arm once a month, and the shy guy act was just that, an act. I'd seen it since he came here, but his brothers had been exactly the same. There wasn't too much impressive about him, at least I never thought there was, but somehow he hit it off with anyone he wanted. Except Briar. I'd have to put a stop to that. For distraction purposes only. Being with a guy, any guy, was the last thing she needed right now. When I reached her dorm room, I lifted my hand to knock, but stopped. Whatever was happening to her inside that crystal circle took a lot out of her. She could be resting. But then again, I was her mentor, and there were plenty of things we needed to discuss. I knocked 3 times, hard and loud, waiting impatiently for the door to open. When it did, it wasn't Briar, but her roommate.
"Oh, hi,"
she said with a bright smile. "Briar back from the infirmary?" I asked. Her smile faltered a bit, but she nodded and stepped inside.
"Briar, your mentor's here to check on you, I think."
"Would you mind giving us a few minutes?" I asked the other girl.
Nyala can stay.
Briar shot her roommate a pleading look. Nyala shrugged, then left the dorm, closing the door behind her.
"I was going to come and see you eventually,"
Briar told me from where she sat on her bed. She was still pale, but looked better than when they'd carted her away. Well, I got tired of waiting. I walked slowly around the room, taking in the trinkets Nyala had brought from home. Briar's side was lacking anything personal, anything to remind her of home or her family. "I assume Hook talked to you about how difficult your semester is going to be now."
"Yeah, he did, so you can skip the lecture."
"I am not here to give you a lecture," I corrected. "I'm supposed to talk to you about your training, as well as your focus of study, remember? You sort of missed that part of orientation today." "Not my fault," she mumbled, crossing her arms. A bit of the confidence I'd seen in her before slipped away. "I still don't get it." "There's nothing to get. 2 elements chose you, and now you have to learn to use them."
"But what does that even mean? I came here thinking this was a normal college, you know? Not some twisted version where there's magic and I'm a witch. And now I'm even more of a freak because of this 2-element thing," she rambled. For a moment I felt sorry for her, but my sympathy wouldn't help her. "First off, you're not a freak." "Oh, no?" "No," I said sternly. "You should feel very special to be chosen like this." "Chosen," she repeated bitterly. "Never exactly had that prospect before, so forgive me if this all just sounds like a load of crap." "Well, it's not, and it's time you dropped the act." I meant to do this in a nicer way, but there were too many unanswered questions, and I did not like unanswered questions. "Who are you, really?" Her blank stare turned confused, then angry. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean, who are you? There's obviously something going on about who you really are that you're not telling me," I insisted. "First, you start talking about these missing students who no one else seems to know about. Then you are chosen by 2 elements, which is in itself a massive rarity. And to top it off, there's a photograph in Hook's office of a woman who looks like she could be your twin. Who are you?" "Wait, what?" she blurted. "What photograph?"
In his office. I saw it when I was there yesterday, and he was asking me how I thought you would do here. Why would he do that for you, but not for any other student?
How am I supposed to know?
She yelled back.
I didn't know any of this existed until yesterday.
I'm starting to doubt that. She leapt off the bed and managed to slap me across the face this time before I saw it coming and could block it. The crack resounded through the room as she glared at me fiercely. If I hadn't seen the ceremony that morning, I still would have known she could commune with fire. It burned in her eyes now as she stared at me, and she probably didn't even realize it.
Don't tell me what I know and what I don't know,
she seethed.
My name is Briar Shroud. I am an only child, and I didn't know I was a witch until yesterday. I have no idea what Hook's interest is in me, or why there's that picture in his office. Maybe you should consider the fact that I'm telling you the truth, and whatever answers you're looking for, I clearly don't have.
I felt like a first year under that intense gaze, and took a step back toward the door, her words making me feel sheepish at my outburst. She probably didn't know, if she grew up as a normal kid. Whatever Hook was looking for would be a mystery to her. She had no knowledge of her magical history, but it was clear he did, or had some suspicions about what she would be capable of. I'm sorry, I said. Her eyes widened.
You're what?
I said I'm sorry, all right? It's just, you come in here, and within a few hours you've got me thinking there's some conspiracy happening. And then the picture. It was all just too coincidental. I turned my back on her, wondering why I let myself get so thrown off by this girl.
Thank you,
she finally replied.
And I guess I'm sorry too for smacking you. At least I actually got to this time.
When I turned back, she was grinning, and I found myself joining her. Just one more question.
Why not?
Did you see the picture in Hook's office? I asked, holding my breath as I waited.
No,
she said, and I let out the breath, confused.
But there was an open space on the wall, like one had been taken down recently.
That was odd. Why would he not want her to see that photo? It had to be a relative of some kind. I wanted to ask her more about her family, but the slap was still fresh on my face, and I decided a few days of letting her cool off and get acclimated to her new life might be in order first. And I did come here for more than one reason. A mystery for another day, I guess, I said, and motioned her back to her bed while I pulled over the chair from one of the desks. I do need to go over some information with you, probably more so since you are starting from scratch. She sat cross-legged and let out a labored sigh.
Should I be taking notes?
Might not be a bad idea.
Really?
I gave her a serious look before I shrugged. No, you'll get a packet tomorrow morning explaining most of what I'm going to tell you. Do you understand who our major employers are?
Nope, not a clue, she said, sounding a bit annoyed. Just think of me as clueless.
You're anything but that, I said quietly, watching her while she started picking at her nails before I continued. Our government and our military.
Wait, we have our own government and army? How does the rest of the world not know this?
Because we are not just one academy.
Of course not.
She leaned back against the wall, waving for me to continue. I cleared my throat and started in on the lesson, telling her all about our government, the Council of 12 who ruled the entire population of witches and warlocks across the globe. How they met 4 times a year, unless there was an emergency or a change in policy. Beneath the 12 leaders were the masters, heads of their separate orders pertaining to each element, as well as every witch or warlock registered with the government. Then there were other departments and their heads, or ministers, finance, trades, courts, just like the human government, except, well, a bit more. And then there's the military, I said about half an hour later, and her eyes widened. What, you thought that was it?
I thought it would be all clumped together.
No, the military is separate, though it does answer to each council member in charge of the region. However, they also have their own say in certain matters, I explained. They are also the ones who run the academies.
So we're all going to serve in the military for 2 years?
No, you can, I told her. But you can also choose a position with the government. It all depends on your talents and what you would like to do afterward.
This society of yours, ours, sounds awfully militaristic.
I rested back in my chair, crossing my ankles, and held the back of my head with my hands. Her gaze did a quick once-over on me, and I let myself imagine what a quick kiss with Briar would be like. But that would be inappropriate. I was her mentor, and could be nothing more. At least until I graduated. It can be. There have been wars in the past that nearly tore us all apart. A few squabbles in our modern day. There is always dark magic in the world needing to be subdued, and it requires a strong and intimidating military to keep it in check, as well as persecuting those of our kind who seek to take advantage of the average human. She gave me a crooked grin, and my pulse ratcheted up a few notches.
Let me guess. You plan on going into the military, no questions asked.
My brothers are all in it, I said with a shrug, and they're always in need of aura readers. It's a rare gift, just like yours. Her smile fell, and I sensed the tension in the room come rushing back.
Not sure I'd call this a gift yet.
Hold out your hand, I said, and she quirked a brow at me. Just do it. Scooting to the edge of the bed, she held out her right hand, and I took it gently, holding it palm up toward the ceiling. I asked for the other, and she did the same, watching me closely. I want you to think of your 2 elements, fire and spirit.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Just close your eyes, I said, bypassing her worries, and do it. She hesitated, but finally did it. After a few seconds, nothing happened. You're not thinking, I whispered.
I am too.
Clearly, you're not, I shot back, and she opened her eyes to glare at me. Clear your mind. Take a few deep breaths, and try again.
And if I catch you on fire?
She asked, a hint of glee in her voice at the notion. Then you get to hear me scream like a little girl. That made her laugh, a sound I liked, and one I had a feeling I wouldn't get to hear too often. I'd told her to put her past behind her and move on, but sitting here with her, I wanted to know why she put walls up and acted like the world was against her. Her right hand started to warm in mine, and I saw a few sparks come to life in her palm. In her left, there was a strange sensation of growing lighter, almost like her hand was pulling out of mine, but wasn't at the same time. She might not be apt at reading auras, but I had a feeling she would be able to astral project, another rarity among those who communed with the spirit element. Open your eyes, Shroud, I said, and she did. Look. Her left hand was fading in and out and appeared as if it were floating while staying still at the same time, while the sparks in her right turned into a small flame, burning happily away as she stared in awe.
I'm doing this,
she stated, sounding as if she almost didn't believe it. Yes, you are. This is what you're capable of controlling. With enough training and focus, you could become someone great. She didn't seem so certain, and carefully closed her hands into fists before pulling them back.
Do me a favor, moving forward.
What's that? I couldn't comprehend the sadness that appeared in her eyes as she said,
Just don't put too much faith in me. I don't want to disappoint you.
So much for not letting myself get emotionally attached to her. What was she even doing to me? 2 days, 2 measly days I'd been around her, and I felt like I was going to be paying much more attention to Briar than to my final 2 semesters here. I wanted to assure her that she would be fine, when her cell dinged loudly with a message. She reached for it and cursed as she tried to toss it back on her pillow. Who was that?
No one.
I reached for her cell.
What are you doing? Give it back, Zach.
Then who was it? I asked, wondering who could make her so angry so fast. I managed to catch the name of a contact before she snatched it out of my hands. Jake? Who's Jake? Your boyfriend, maybe? She tucked her phone under her leg so I couldn't get it. She flinched at the harsh tone of my voice. Jealous. I sounded jealous of a possible boyfriend. That was it. I needed to get out of this room. Right, I'm going to let you rest. You've got an early morning, I said in a rush and stood, headed for the door.
He's not my boyfriend, she called out to me as I opened the door. Never had one.
I wasn't sure what to say to that, so I told her I'd see her tomorrow and left. Never had a boyfriend. How is that even possible? Not that it matters, I told myself once I reached the stairwell. No distractions for either of you. Not now. My only goal with Briar was to get her through her first year without harming herself or anyone else in the process. Too bad I didn't even believe myself.
Chapter 10. Briar. By the end of my first week at Academy, I was mentally exhausted, and that was just orientation. Zach was nicer, sort of. He backed off the lecturing as much, but we got into several different arguments when trying to narrow down what field I would be good in. I'd wanted to consider something with the government positions, but all my qualifying tests came back, pointing me toward a career in the military. I had no idea why. I didn't do well with orders. I was a rebel. I hated uniforms, and the idea of being bossed around was not appealing at all. Or fighting, which is apparently a major part of my training here at Academy. When I asked Zach why I had to learn to fight at all, he just told me that's how it had always been.
More of a defense than anything, he'd promised, at least in the beginning. If you choose to do the military route, your training will become more offensive than defensive.
And this astral projecting thing? I'd asked.
It can come in handy during fights.
And there's the fighting thing again, I'd mused, and he changed the topic. I knew plenty of kids in high school who went the military route, but this dealt with magic. It was on a scale completely different. He mentioned keeping the dark magic at bay a few times, and when I continued to pressure him about what he meant exactly, he directed me to the library with a huff and told me to read. I disappeared inside for hours. The place was massive and had at least 6 stories up along with 3 more down below ground level. I found the historical section and barely started to pull books off the shelf before Zach had tracked me down and told me I was late for another set of tests, this time to see where my magic ability lay. Those had been a laugh, aside from accidentally setting my feet on fire during times of emotional stress and the one time with Zach. Nothing happened. Nada. And now it was Monday, the following week, and the first official day of the semester. The only bright side was that I had most of my classes with Nyala, and finding out Carter had also been chosen by fire, so I'd get to see him when I worked with my trainer, Professor Taps. He'd even offered to show me some pointers outside of class. I was all for it, but I hadn't brought it up with Zach yet. I was sure he'd figure it out eventually, though. Not sure how much I could hide from him, and I was going to be spending a lot of time with Zach. More than I expected. Not only was he my mentor, but he would also be working with me on my spirit training, including astral projection. I doubted I could do that if I could barely do anything when asked to. Then again, he'd been around when I managed to see both occur in my dorm room.
First class of the day,
Nyala announced after breakfast. Looks like government. Oh, joy. Hated that class in high school. Yes, but this one's all about magic, right? Might not be so bad.
Look at you being optimistic today.
I rolled my eyes and ignored her comment. So, 2 normal classes today, then it's straight into 3 training sessions. I'm going to be dead tired by tonight. That's exactly how I wanted to spend my Monday.
And there goes the optimism,
Nyala mumbled. Really? I'm not that bad, am I? She shrugged, tossing her pretty blonde hair over her shoulder as she adjusted her top.
You have your moments. Think you've just been overwhelmed with everything going on, and the tension between you and Zach doesn't really help.
I considered denying the tension, but she was right. Any time I was around Zach, though he seemed to be better about not being so stiff, he was still overbearing, and I was ungodly confused about my emotions. At times, I thought he might like me, and then he'd go and shoot me an annoyed look, mutter under his breath, and the moment would disappear. Whatever. If he wanted to play the whole "I'm your mentor and can't have any distractions" card, that was fine by me. Didn't mean I couldn't keep talking to Carter and see where that would lead. Not that I was actively seeking a guy, but after being snubbed by Jake, I suddenly found myself wanting to be able to text him a picture of me and Carter to see how he felt about it. I was tired of seeing pictures of him and Heather, happy at college. That was all he texted me about.
"You might want to stop thinking about whatever you're thinking about,"
a male voice suddenly said behind me. Zach, of course. And why is that?
"Your feet are on fire again."
I cursed loud enough to draw the attention of every student within a 50-foot radius and started to glower at them all. What, got a problem with fire? Shouldn't be that surprising. We are at an academy of magic or whatever. I ranted, stomping my feet until the flames finally disappeared. I glanced up to see Nyala and Zach watching me, one with a look of worry, the other concerned. Not something I was used to seeing from Zach. What?
"Nyala, will you give us a minute?"
"Yeah, sure. I'll see you in class."
She waved at me and hurried off.
"I'm still waiting," I muttered.
Zach grunted, reached out, and grabbed my arm to pull me off the path and under a nearby tree on the grounds.
"What is going on with you?"
"Nothing, I'm fine," I snapped, wishing he would just go away and let me get to class.
"You look like you're ready to set the place on fire," he pointed out. "It's your first day of real classes, and I suggest you get your attitude in check before you piss off your new professors."
I glared at him. What did he know? Nothing. He didn't have to deal with any issues in his life, I bet. Everything was easy for him, went his way. He'd probably never had to question the decisions he made, or what might happen if he failed out of his magical training. I felt my cheeks grow hot, and now suddenly I'd wished I'd done something more with my hair than throwing it up in a messy bun. What did I care what Zach thought of me? I didn't. Or at least I shouldn't.
"Shroud," he said loudly, "get out of your own head and take a breath. Whatever's bothering you, deal with it later."
Deal with it later? Get over it? Seriously?
Thanks. Great mentor advice right there.
I spun on my heel and stormed away from him.
"You have to talk to me eventually today," he said as he caught back up with me.
"Not really. I just have to listen to you. There's a difference."
"But you won't have control of your abilities if you keep acting like this," he warned. "I'm trying to help you. Emotions are tied to your powers. If you're walking around pissed off all the time, your aura blaring bright red, what do you think's going to happen?"
I stopped suddenly, and he struggled to do the same. "Don't know. Why don't you tell me?"
He hesitated, glancing around at the students watching us closely. "You can fight me all you want, but at the end of the day, I'm right, and you know it. Get to class. I'll see you later."
He looked like he wanted to say more, thought better of it, and stalked away. What did I care if he was angry? I didn't ask him to be my mentor. Maybe I'd get lucky and he would go to Hook, see if I could get reassigned. As I stomped toward my first class, having to check the map 3 times to make sure I was headed in the right direction, a tiny voice in the back of my head asked why I was so angry in the first place. And at Zach. He'd come around after our first fight, back in my dorm. And then today, for some reason, I felt like it was day 1 with him all over again. With all of this. I sighed, pausing to gather my thoughts before I walked into my first class. I was never one to apologize to anyone, for anything, but it made me sick for some reason, thinking of Zach mad at me, not even knowing why I was so angry. I wouldn't see him until this afternoon, but I'd find something to tell him and hope I could make things right between us. Hated to lose one of my only 2 friends this early. After lunch, I had an hour to kill, and then it was straight to my first day of actual training. I had to go back to my dorm and change into more appropriate attire. Yoga pants, sneakers, and a tank was all I had, so that's what I wore. I worried I'd look out of place, like I always had in PE over the years. But the other girls wore basically the same as me, and most of the guys were shirtless. That part I could get used to. My first session was hand-to-hand, but it was mostly just going through the motions of defensive positions, as well as stretching and working out. My abs were screaming by the time we were done, but on the bright side, I doubted I'd gain a lot of weight. I had a brief break, and then was on to my first official fire training class. Carter was already there, and I was grateful to see we practiced out on the lawn, far away from any buildings I might accidentally set on fire. All elemental training was completed outside, each section of the lawn designated for a specific element, and marked with a tall banner flying overhead. There were about 30 of us who were first years, and 50 who were mixed between second and fourth years, all for fire. I wasn't sure how this session was going to go, and I groaned when Professor Taps told us to find a partner who was in a different year.
"Don't worry," Carter said as he tapped me on the shoulder. "I'll partner up with you."
"You sure? I either set my feet on fire or can't summon it at all," I warned, not telling him about the only other time I managed to get flames to appear, when Zach was around.
"Yeah, I'm sure," he said with a friendly laugh. "There's nothing to it, to be honest. By the end of the first lesson, you'll be summoning fire like it's second nature."
We started by simply trying to pull a flame to our hand, clearing our minds. I did everything Zach had told me. I tried, but each time, the flames would sputter and go out within seconds. Carter was patient, but I saw the confusion on his face, and by the end of 2 hours, he looked like he was ready not to see me again until tomorrow. Not that I blamed him. Each time I couldn't get my fire to appear, I'd get angrier. I'd apologized I wasn't sure how many times to him, and I bet he regretted being my partner now. I had a few minutes to find my way across the lawn to where I'd be training for my second element, when most students were done for the day. Lucky bastards. The lawn backed up to the mountain's inner cave wall, and I spotted the banner for Spirit fluttering nearby. A cave. I was still having a hard time accepting we were in a cave, since it was light enough to be a sunny afternoon. Something to do with magic, of course. There were a few pieces of equipment set up, training dummies and circles created out of stones, and only one other person there. "You're kidding me," I said as I approached, dropping my tote bag on a bench where a stack of books rested. "This is it?" Zach shrugged as he turned to face me.
"I told you it was rare."
"No, you said aura readers were always needed," I corrected. "Is it really this rare?"
"The past few decades it's become more so," he told me. "Professor Woods is who usually teaches me, but seeing as I'm a senior, he's giving me an opportunity to shine by teaching you everything you need to know."
I remembered how Carter looked after 2 hours with me. If Zach didn't hate me yet, he would soon enough. I shifted on my feet, rubbing my hands together, but the words I rehearsed all day in my head were stuck somewhere between my churning gut and an annoyed voice in my head telling me I shouldn't have to apologize for anything.
"You ready?"
Zach asked. And just like that, the moment for me to apologize passed. His hands were planted on his hips, and he was wearing the same clothes he'd been in earlier. At least the next couple of hours might not be as exhausting as the rest of the day had been. Did his t-shirt really have to be that tight, though? It stretched across his chest, and I saw a solid muscle underneath. "Yeah, ready," I mumbled, mentally kicking myself to stop checking him out.
"Follow me."
He turned his back to me, his face carefully blank. Yeah, this was going to be fun. I trudged along behind him, and we stopped inside one of the stone circles. 3 willow trees were planted around it, equal distance apart, their branches blowing lazily in the breeze. I was still working on how there could be a breeze down here, too. Normal weather at all, even. I briefly realized how much I missed seeing the night sky and a full moon overhead, or stars winking at me from a window as I fell asleep in yet another new place.
"First rule of summoning the spirit element," he held his arms out wide, "is that you have to find your center."
"I'm sorry, my what?"
His eyes narrowed. "Your center. What makes you Briar Shroud? The spirit element is more attuned to your emotions than any of the other elements. So it's very important you take this process seriously and slowly.
I bit my tongue so I wouldn't say something I'd regret, nodding instead.
Have a seat. Get comfortable,
he instructed, and sat cross-legged in the grass. I mirrored him, resting my hands palms upward.
Now take 10 deep breaths in and let them out slowly, thinking the whole time about what makes you who you are. Find your center.
I took my first breath, watching the willow branches blow behind Zach. What was my center? Certainly not anything that had to do with Mom. I let it out and took my second breath, narrowing my eyes on a leaf fluttering to the ground. What else made me who I was? I had a bad attitude. I doubted that was what he meant. I was a rebel, but what else? Rebel didn't sound like a center to me. As I continued to breathe, a horrifying thought struck me. I had no idea who I was. None. I spent so much of my life bouncing around with a drug addict for a mom who brought home strange guys all the time, being thrown in and out of foster care. There was never a time when I got to sit down and figure out who I was. Now I was a witch. But that was what I was, not who. So who was I? I hadn't even realized I was staring fixedly until Zach waved a hand over my face, and I jumped. What?
You went into a trance.
His brow furrowed with worry.
What were you even thinking about so intently?
Nothing, I mumbled. Really, I guess I was just enjoying a break.
He frowned. You have to talk to me.
There's nothing to talk about.
Did you find your center?
I hung my head, cringing. Is it possible for someone not to have a center?
No, but stubbornness would be a good start.
I glowered at him as I pushed to my feet. I don't need this today.
We're not finished.
I am.
So you are a quitter. Called it.
I whirled around, my hand clenched in a fist as I considered trying out some moves I learned today. His arched brow said I could try, but I'd wind up on my ass in a shot. I forced my fingers to uncurl and threw my hands up. Think whatever the hell you want. I don't care.
Come on, Shroud.
He followed me to the bench. No, you called it, right? I'm sure you even have some bets going on with your friends about how long it would take for me to give up. Well then, congrats to whoever bet a week. I snapped, slinging my tote onto my shoulder. I have homework. He grabbed hold of my arm, stopping me from storming off.
You know this is not just about a class, right? What we're doing here is important. If you don't learn how to control this power, it'll use you one day and potentially harm you and others. Is that what you want? Is it?
I had no idea what I wanted anymore, just like I had no idea who I was. I tugged my arm free of his hold and marched away, ignoring him when he called after me. By the time I reached my quarters, the room was empty since it was dinner time. I had tears burning in my eyes. I threw my tote on the bed and kicked my desk. What was I doing here? What made me think I'd be able to fit in anywhere? I grabbed my shower kit and went to wash up, half hoping I could drown away my sorrows for a while. Chapter 11. Zach.
A week, an entire damned week passed, and all Briar managed to do was grow even more distant. I hadn't even thought that was possible. No other mentor was having this much trouble with their student. Mine barely said 2 words to me every day now, even during our spirit training sessions, and we'd gotten nowhere. Professor Woods checked in with her progress Friday, and I'd lied, flat out lied to a professor. I'd never done that before, ever. But I had to, otherwise he'd be forced to deal with Briar, and I wasn't about to dump her on anyone else. You gonna eat? Hunter asked, shoving a plate of pancakes towards me. Nah, not hungry.
This about that Shroud girl?
What do you think? I'm not getting anywhere with her. She won't talk to me. I'm nice, and she shuts down more. What am I doing wrong here? He just shoved a pancake in his mouth and, with his cheeks full, asked, "Are you curious as a failing mentor, or because you'd hoped you'd be, further along with her?" He waggled his eyebrows at me for emphasis, and I glared at him. "What? Just saying. She's not bad-looking, and she's definitely your type."
"Hey, Zach!"
I turned around and forced a smile, waving at Sam, a girl from my combat class, and her 3 giggling friends. I turned back around and hung my head, groaning. Do I have a sign on my forehead or something? "You're single, and the whole Academy of Girls knows it." "I'm going to start telling them you're single." "Oh no, don't do that. Trisha would kill me." "She'd only know if you told her. She doesn't go here, remember?" Trisha was a year older than us, but she'd been a friend of ours since we were all younger. I said a long time ago those two would wind up together, and I was pretty sure as soon as Hunter finished his 2 years of service, he was going to ask her to marry him. Poor girl. I smirked, sipping my coffee. "What are you going to do?" Hunter asked, and my moment of peace was gone. "I'll think of something." I stood to get to my first class and maybe get my head where it needed to be. My senior year was meant to be hard, but not like this. Briar was fighting tooth and nail, and though in the beginning I thought it was against me just because she hated me, now I sensed it had to do with herself. She had yet to find her center, and I hardly knew anything about her, except that she had a relative here at some point, and she had more insight than I did on the disappearances still. Though I told myself repeatedly there was nothing to worry about, I couldn't stop myself still from doing some digging. If nothing else, it got my mind off my troubles with Briar for a while. Today things were going to change. She'd walked out on most of her lessons with me, but not this time. I never thought I'd have to use this trick against her, but she was leaving me no choice. If she wanted to play rough, then we were going to play rough. I made sure the stone circle was prepared long before Briar joined me. She dumped her bag on the bench and came over without my having to ask. I was going to try to be polite, ask her how her Monday was, but the bags under her eyes and the strain on her face was enough to tell me something was eating away at her. "Ready for another try?" I cut right to the lesson. "Sure," she murmured, and stepped into the stone circle, sat down, and waited for me. She would either thank me or hate me forever for what I was about to do. I had no other option. She was running around with 2 of the most unstable elements in her, with no understanding of how to control them, and if she wasn't careful, they were going to start manifesting badly. She would either hurt herself or hurt someone else. Possibly me. Possibly today. We're going to do this a little differently this time. I reached out to touch the nearest stone, felt it warm under my hand. Then I sat down across from her. "How?" One-word sentences, my favorite. "You're going to talk through this problem aloud until you figure out what your center is, and we finally have a starting point." She stared at me for a full minute without saying a word before she stood up. "You're not walking away. Not this time," I said lightly as she neared the stones.
"Did it ever occur to you that maybe this was all a mistake?"
she asked sharply. "That what was? The choosing?" I shook my head. "They don't make mistakes. The elements have always been part of you. It's just that moment they finally have the chance to show themselves." She laughed, but it was far from happy.
"No, this, all of it. That I'm not meant to be here."
"You wouldn't have been sent a letter if you weren't. Is that what this is all about?" Her laughter died, and she crossed her arms, looking so unlike the girl I'd met that first day. She seemed lost all of a sudden, and alone. "No, it's not." "Then what is wrong? Just talk to me, damn it."
"It's none of your damn business."
She turned to leave again, but when she reached the stones, she ran right into the invisible barrier of magic I directed. She pressed again, cursing as she banged her fists on it, but nothing happened.
"What did you do?"
"You're not leaving. Not until we get this sorted out." She didn't turn around. Instead, she kept bashing her fists on the barrier. Shroud, it's not going to break, so just stop.
No,
she snapped, hitting it over and over again.
I don't belong here. I just need to leave and go somewhere else. Just let me out.
Her voice cracked, and I hated myself for pushing her this hard. I didn't move, didn't say a word, just watched as she beat at the wall as if it were her greatest enemy. Eventually, her hits slowed and her shoulders sagged. The key to magic, to everything that makes up your world, is to know yourself, I said gently. We all have to go through it, facing who we really are. She sniffed as she spun around, those fists at her side, looking like she was ready to deck me. It was the one time I might have let her.
Face who I really am.
Yes, I stated firmly, hoping we were getting somewhere. I did it. We all have to.
Right. And can you tell me what the hardest part of your life has been so far?
I leaned back, not sure where she was going with this. I told you when you arrived. It's better not to let your past hold you back.
You say that like it's easy, she yelled, furious. But it's not, all right? Not even close.
Shroud,
no. You meet me and all you do is give me lecture after lecture, telling me how to do this or that, and thinking that you know everything about me. Well, you don't.
She paced away from the barrier, walking around the circle. I kept a wary watch on her in case she lashed out at me.
You didn't grow up with a mom who only cared about her next fix, not caring what or who she had to do to get it. You didn't live your life wondering if it was safe to go to sleep at night because of who your mom brought home, or the place she brought you to wasn't even your own home. You've never slept on the streets or been tossed around from one family to another. I don't know any other family except the mom that's incarcerated, again.
I half expected her to break down in tears, but there were no tears in her eyes as she ranted, just years of pent-up anger that finally had an outlet. I watched her closely, living flames appearing in those pupils, and her hands were shimmering in and out, but she wasn't even paying attention. Shroud, take a breath, I tried to say, but she threw her hands up in the air and kept on yelling.
You have no idea how strong I've had to be all this time, watching others around me live happy lives, see their dreams coming true, be with the person they care about.
She shook her head, and her hair spilled out of her braid over her shoulder.
That's all my life's been, and I will not have you stand there and give me one more lecture about how I should be. I'm a failure, just like my mom, all right? That's all I am.
There were tears now, but she was still standing tall and proud as they streaked down her face. Her hands were shimmering even more, and as I blinked, flames burst to life in her palms. Briar, look down. She looked ready to snap at me again, but then she did as I said, and flinched.
Holy crap.
That's one way to describe it, I agreed, stepping closer.
I'm sorry, I have no idea how I'm doing this.
Your anger isn't anger, Briar. She arched a brow at me. It is, but there's so much more buried beneath it. You've let it be your guiding force, when you should have let it be what your center is.
I told you I don't know what that is, except failure.
I sighed, annoyed, and reached for her hand, making the flame rise a few inches higher. You're not a failure. Do you see this, right here? You're using both elements at once, because you are strong.
I don't think that's it,
she mumbled, uncertain. Yes, it is. That's who you are. That's who you've always been. Unyielding strength. You've said it yourself, all the shit you've been through, and you've never broken down once, have you? You didn't even break down here, as much as you acted like you wanted to. You stayed. You tried. I pointed out. This is who you are, right here. The flames grew larger, and as she narrowed her eyes, they shrank back down. The shimmering of her hands dissipated until they were solid once again. Carefully she closed her hands, and the flames disappeared. She gave me a funny look, then, to my surprise, burst out laughing. What's so funny now?
You. You're the only one brave enough to push me this hard.
She held out her hand for mine.
Thanks.
I took hers, dramatically placing my hand to my chest and letting my jaw drop in shock. My word, did you just tell me thanks? The hard-headed, rebellious Briar Shroud? Never thought I'd live to see this day.
Keep it up and I'll set you on fire,
she warned. She smiled as she said it, and the tension between us ebbed. I reached out and touched one of the stones, releasing the barrier that held her back.
Neat trick. Something I get to learn?
Depends on your career choice, I said. Now then, are you ready to really get started and see what you're capable of?
Think I'll astral project today?
Why don't we take it slow? Spirit isn't like the other elements, I explained as we returned to our seats in the grass. She was much more relaxed now, and still smiling as she listened. Damned if that smile wasn't something I could get used to seeing. This element allows a summoner to manipulate the world around them.
That sounds like fun,
she mused. It is, and it can be dangerous. She rolled her eyes.
Does everything you tell me have to come with fine print?
Don't blame me, the elements chose you. I grinned. I didn't tell her I was still concerned about her red aura being mixed with fire and spirit. But now that we'd busted down a few of her walls, fingers crossed, her aura would start to shift a bit towards a less disastrous color. I walked her through meditation practices to really get in touch with her center, now that we knew what it was. And by the end of 2 hours, I was happy we'd finally gotten somewhere. In a few weeks, maybe longer, I told her as we left the stone circle, we'll start trying to have you astral project, but we have to take it slow. It's not the easiest skill to use.
Can I lose a limb or something?
I said nothing, and her eyes widened in panic until I laughed, and she punched my shoulder. No, but you can become trapped outside of your body.
Yeah, don't think I want to do that.
I hadn't said much after her rant about her life, but as she picked up her tote, making ready to head back to her quarters, I reached out and gently touched her arm. Just so you know, I'm meant to be your mentor for more than just classes. If you ever need to talk, I just want you to know that you can talk to me. My life might have been easier than yours, but I've had my fair share of hardships, I added, thinking about how I'd lost my dad. She nodded and smiled, but this time there was something more behind it I couldn't quite read.
And what if I want a friend to talk to instead of a mentor?
Then you just have to say the word.
I'll keep that in mind. See you at dinner?
Yeah, I'll be there. She walked away, and I could have smacked myself in the head. I'll be there? That's what you're going with? It was true I'd been out of the dating thing for a long time, but I didn't think I was that rusty. If only Hunter could hear me now, trying to flirt. I'd never hear the end of it. Was I trying to flirt, though? Now that I knew more about Briar, I felt we would have a chance at getting somewhere, with her lessons and with each other. But I was meant to be her mentor, guide her, not find ways to get her to date me. I grunted all the way back to my quarters, dropped off my stuff, and took a quick shower before I headed downstairs to join Hunter for dinner. He sat at our usual spot, and I plopped down beside him.
I'm confused by your face.
He shoved a roll in his mouth. One of these days you're going to choke, I mumbled, picking at a bit of steak. Possibly, but don't change the subject. He swallowed and took a large gulp of water.
Did today go as planned or not?
I shrugged. You could say that.
Then why do you look so confused?
I wasn't sure what to tell him and settled with the truth. I pissed her off. Hunter sniggered.
And was that what you were going for?
I got her to finally tell me what was holding her back, and we had a breakthrough. Now Hunter was the one looking confused.
Am I missing something? You should be celebrating, right? This is good. You can finally start teaching her.
Yeah, fantastic. I was about to finally start eating when a familiar laugh met my ears. My head shot up to search for her. I considered joining her for dinner, but then I saw who was already chatting it up with her and stabbed a fork into my steak. Hunter glanced at me, then around before he let out a whistle. "What?" I snapped. "Nothing. Just interesting. Never thought you to be the jealous type? I'm assuming this is the part you're not sure about?" "I'm not jealous." "Tell that to your poor steak. What did it ever do to you?" I shook my head and shoved my plate aside, no longer hungry as I tried to figure out what the hell was going on with me. Nothing distracted me, ever. And then Briar came along, and it's like I was a first year all over again without a care of what my grades looked like. She'd been on my mind from day one, and it was starting to annoy me as much as drive me crazy that I wouldn't let myself do anything about it. "Why don't you just ask her out?" "I'm her mentor, and there is no strict rule anywhere saying that you can't date her," he reminded me. "It's more of a moral guidance, but it's not enforced." Carter was grinning as he reached out and played with a strand of Briar's hair. My gut clenched, and I rose from my seat, telling Hunter I'd see him later. He asked if he should bring me some food, but I didn't answer and stalked out of the hall. I passed them on my way out, and when Carter met my gaze, he winked at me, arrogant bastard. I walked faster to get away from him before I did something I'd regret. I was going to head straight back to my quarters when I spotted Ivan exiting the main building. He glanced around suddenly, and I ducked out of sight, not sure why I didn't want to be spotted by him. I waited a few beats, then glanced around the corner to find him gone. Curious what he was up to this late in the evening, I followed, keeping my distance, exiting and creeping into shadows of the nearby trees. A car was parked on the drive as the magic that lit the cave dimmed to that of sunset. When Ivan was at the car, the back door opened, and a tall man emerged, dressed in a black robe. He threw the hood back, his bald head covered in tattoos. He stretched out an arm for Ivan's, and when the sleeve pulled back, there were more tattoos there, too. Who the hell is this guy? They were talking too quietly for me to hear. I should have just gone back inside, but Ivan kept looking around as if worried he'd be spotted. Of course that made me curious. More curious. I chanced casting a simple spell to amplify my hearing for just a few minutes, and their words became clear. "Be careful. I heard him mention the disappearances." "Which ones?" the man asked. "Years ago. None more recent. You said no one would know." "And they shouldn't. I suggest you keep an eye on your student population. There are no records of those students, yes?" "As far as I know, they've been removed." "Perhaps you should check again, to be sure." "I said they've all been taken care of, all of them," Ivan snapped. Are the rest of the plans set in motion?" "For the moment, our plan is still a go, providing there are no more distractions." The man's gaze suddenly shifted, and I cursed, removing the spell at the same time I ducked down below the bushes, hoping he hadn't caught sight of me. Pulse hammering, my mind raced with everything I'd just overheard. Student records. They'd been removed. What the hell for? And what recent ones? Had more students disappeared? A few moments later, I heard a car door slam and drive away. I counted a full minute before I stood. Ivan was nowhere in sight. I started to hurry out of the shadow of the trees toward the dorms, knowing other students would be leaving the dining hall soon enough, when a heavy hand landed on my shoulder. I froze, swallowing back the foreboding in my gut as I turned. "Zachary, what are you doing out here, skulking about?" Ivan asked, the same stoic look on his face as always. I threw him a charming smile and shrugged. "Thought I'd enjoy an evening stroll." "Is that all?" "Yes, first week of classes. A lot of pressure." His hand tightened for a moment before he removed it. "The evening air can do wonders to clear a muddied head," he agreed. "And how is Miss Shroud coming along with her training?" My cheeks hurt from the effort of keeping my grin in place. "She's doing well, still adapting to magic, but she's going to be an excellent summoner once we really get into what she's capable of. Good. I shall let Headmaster Hook know of her progress. I wanted to ask him why, but let it go. Yeah, thanks, that'd be great. Very well, then. He stared at me for a few more seconds. I took that as my cue to leave. Had he seen me pop out of the shadows or not? I walked faster, feeling his eyes on me the whole time. I had convinced myself over the last week that Briar had really been mistaken about the missing students. But now that bit of conversation all but confirmed what she told me. And they were talking about new cases. I tried to recall any students just vanishing, but none came to mind. Something happened at Academy. Ivan and that robed man seemed to be trying to cover it up. And those tattoos, they had a meaning. One I swore I knew, but couldn't think of it with Ivan's glare still boring into my back. When I was safely back at my quarters, I made sure the door was secured before I disappeared in my bedroom, locking that one too, for good measure. I never considered myself paranoid, but after what I witnessed, I was starting to wonder if there wasn't something more happening here. This was a military academy at the end of the day, and they were always good at covering incidences up. They never admitted it outright, but when you had an entire family who served in the military, you tended to learn a few things the rest of the magical community wasn't privy to. Accidents, exposures, stuff like that. But would they cover up students disappearing years ago? Why would they still care? Hey, Zach, you here? Hunter yelled. I told myself to get it together. Yeah, be right out. Man, you might have missed your chance, he said as he neared my door. Carter was still chatting with Briar when I left. I glared at my reflection in the mirror on the wall. Of course he was. I shouldn't have cared, but I couldn't help it. Maybe focusing on finding a way to shut Carter down would keep me distracted from what was going on with Ivan and this robed man, but I doubted it. Something was wrong, and I would not be at Pierce if I didn't attempt to discover what.
Chapter 12. Briar.
Well, would you look at that?
Carter said during one of our fire training sessions Friday afternoon. I think you might finally be getting it. Yeah, me too. I grinned at the ball of fire bouncing from one hand to the other and smirked to myself, knowing my success over the past 2 weeks had nothing to do with Carter tutoring me outside of class. This was all thanks to Zach. I tossed the fireball high up into the air and caught it, closing my hand around it to douse it. My palm smoked, and I chanced to glance around. Nyala was chosen by water, so she was on the other side of campus. I wished we could have this class together too. She was a lot of fun, and I found myself settling more and more into the routine here at Academy. Zach was right. The past no longer mattered, and I finally found a place I fit in. Carter was turning out to be a good friend, but when Professor Taps announced the end of class, and he followed me to the benches to grab our things, I held my breath, already knowing what was coming. So they're showing a movie in the auditorium tonight, he said casually. Want to go? Nah, I've got some studying to catch up on, and there's some books I need to find in the library. It's gonna take me forever. You want some help? He offered, tagging along as I skipped going up to my quarters and instead made my way across the lawns to my next training session with Zach. I've been here a few years. Got pretty good at finding my way around down there. I smiled up at him, but shrugged. I like to do things for myself, but thanks anyway. You sure you don't want one night of fun? Not really, but maybe after I survive my first semester. We were nearing the spirit training grounds, and Zach wasn't there yet. I frowned, setting my tote down on the bench, and waited for Carter to leave. Instead, he stayed, hands in his pockets, looking a blend between nervous and annoyed. Tough break, was all I could think. I was here to learn, and he'd have to deal with it. Besides, he was nowhere near my type, and there was someone else I'd rather have asking me to a movie. Not that it was ever going to happen. At least Jake had finally stopped sending me pics of him and Heather. Think he got the hint when I stopped replying to any texts he had sent in the past few weeks. Zach's going to be here soon, and I wanted to start meditating. I took a slow step toward the stone circles. I'll see you this weekend, I'm sure. Yeah, sure, he said, but his smile only lasted a few seconds. I had a feeling Carter wasn't used to being turned down, but after my breakthrough with my abilities, I was more excited to keep pushing onward with the lessons than anything else. I shook out my hands as I stepped into the circle, turning to find my comfortable patch of grass. Raised voices garnered my attention. I lifted my head in time to see Zach and Carter, the latter throwing his arms in the air and clearly not happy. Zach looked bored, and I laughed inside at whatever manly situation was occurring over there, probably because of me. Wonder who started it, I mused to myself as I sat down and closed my eyes, letting my breathing grow steady as I began clearing my mind. A few minutes later, I heard Zach's footsteps as he entered the circle and sat down. What was that about? I asked without opening my eyes. Your boyfriend seems to think I'm the reason you won't see a movie with him. My eyes shot open as I glared. He's not my boyfriend. Is that why you look so weird today? The tick in his jaw was back, but he looked exhausted. I knew his classes and training were 10 times harder than mine. He was training to be an aura reader for the military, and that meant more rigorous spirit sessions one-on-one with Professor Woods, as well as advanced fighting. I hadn't helped much with my attitude. The past few days, though, he'd seemed strained, and possibly a bit paranoid. Zach? I'm fine. Let's get started. He closed his eyes. I tried to get back to my peaceful state of mind, but couldn't seem to get there again. Zach had pushed me that first week to get me to open up and just talk to him like a friend, and now he was the one sitting there and acting like nothing was wrong. Did Carter really get onto you for the movie thing? I asked quietly. I turned him down so I could keep practicing this weekend. He did, but it's fine. Practicing what? This, what we're doing here. I'm so close to being able to astral project. You can't try that on your own. His eyes shot open, darting around like he was worried we were being watched. That is something you only do with either me or Professor Woods around. Why? Because it's not safe, and you're supposed to be meditating. He scolded and shut his eyes again. Briar, I can hear your breathing. You're clearly annoyed. Just close your eyes so we can get to work. No. I crossed my arms. His eyes opened again, and he mirrored me. What's wrong this time? Oh, I'm fine. You're the one who's been acting strange the past few days. Care to share? It's nothing for you to be concerned about, he said firmly. So there is something wrong. That's not what I said, he argued. No, but it's how you look, and don't tell me it's your classes. I can already tell you never let school bother you. I held up my hand to stop him from saying that exact thing. His mouth clamped shut, and he shrugged. I waited. I'm your mentor, not the other way around. I am not the one who needs guidance. And what if I'm asking as a friend? I tried not to sound hurt. He was acting exactly like a mentor would instead of how a friend would when he was upset. I talked to you, remember? It's a two-way street. For a second, the worry lines around his face grew worse, and I thought he was going to answer me, but instead he got to his feet. If you're not in the mood to train today, then that's fine. I have work to do. Work on your meditation, and I'll see you Monday again for training. Have a good weekend, Shroud. Maybe you should go see that movie with Carter. Wow, was he really upset because Carter was flirting with me? You're kidding, right? No, actually I'm not. Then what's the problem? I don't appreciate being used as an excuse. My laughing cut him off as I rose to my feet. What's so funny? I never used you as an excuse. I said I wanted to work on my training this weekend. For me. I don't want to spend time with Carter, not in the way he clearly wants. Why does he bother you so much? He ground his teeth, and that tick was jumping so hard in his jaw it had to hurt by now. I told you before, I don't like him. And as I just told you, I'm not planning on being around him except for training. Good. That's good. He stared at the grass, hands on his hips, and didn't move. didn't speak. A few students called out nearby, playing frisbee, and Zach jumped. Actually jumped as if startled by the noise.
I'll see you later. Just take the afternoon off. You've earned a bit of a rest,
he mumbled, then hurried off before I could ask him anything else. Okay then. I stared around the circle and debated on trying to meditate a bit more at least, but without Zach here, there really wasn't much else I could do on my own. Deciding I might as well get a head start on my workload for the weekend, I gathered my things and headed to my quarters for my shower kit. Might not have worked out during this last session or half session, but hand-to-hand and fire training always made me work up a sweat, and the weather inside this mountain never seemed to vary temperature-wise. At least on the bright side, I might not have to deal with snow. I had just stepped out of the bathroom, running over my to-do list in my head, and ran right into Carter. Oh, sorry. That's all right. Are you back from training early? He asked. Something happened with Zach? The way he said it made me grit my teeth as I smiled. No, nothing. Huh. Well then, guess I'll see you around. Carter, you do realize it wasn't Zach who said I shouldn't have fun, right? I said as he walked away. That was all, so do me a favor. Lay off my mentor, all right? He held his hands up, but the look on his face was far from friendly.
Sure, only because you want to do it instead.
Several students close by stopped to listen as my mouth dropped open. I'm sorry, what? I managed to snap. Did you seriously just say that to me?
It's obvious you want him. Unless, of course, you already have him.
I slapped him, and a few gasps echoed down the hall, but I didn't care. You're a D-bag, that's what you are. I'm not sleeping with my mentor. I'm trying to focus on my classes, so sorry if I don't want to get it on with you. Maybe you should stop being such an arrogant jerk and just lay off when someone says they're not interested. I stormed off toward my room, stopped, and spun back around. And for the record, I might have considered dating you down the road once I got through with my first semester. But now, no, probably not. He rubbed his cheek and looked ashamed. I turned around and disappeared into my room. I paced around the space until the door opened and Nyala walked in. Want to tell me why the entire hallway is whispering your name and saying you smacked Carter? Because I did. She sighed as she tossed her bag on her bed. And here I thought we were making progress. I relayed what happened earlier and what he said to me in the hall. She blinked a few times, then patted me on the shoulder. Yeah, that's what I thought, I said as she laughed. He's taking it hard, huh? Just a bit. I mean, Zach's my mentor. I'm not about to, jump into bed with him? He said it was obvious I wanted him. I liked Zach, and the notion of him and me being more than just friends at some point did cross my mind a few times. But I was content with him being my friend for the moment. Or at least I thought he was my friend until today. Whatever, I'm starving. Dinner time? With extra helpings of ice cream? Nyala changed out of her jeans and threw on a fun skirt and top, telling me she was probably heading to the movie tonight. She always looked cute. I'd never say it aloud, but sometimes I envied her. Something tells me there's more on your mind than just Carter being a guy. You know I liked him, I pouted. Thought I was making a friend, and the second I turn him down, everything changes. She slipped her arm into mine as we left our quarters. Welcome to college, right? We walked to the hall, talking easily as we always did. Nyala was like the sister I never got to have. We'd bonded in our short time together, and I'd opened up to her a lot more about my life growing up, and Jake, and everything else that bothered me. I really meant to thank Zach again for pushing me that day, but now it seemed like he was the one in need of being pushed. You sure you don't want to go to the movie? Nyala asked after we finished off 2 huge bowls of chocolate fudge ice cream. Might get your mind off Zach. I'd confessed halfway through dinner that I did like him, but doubted there was a relationship anywhere in the cards. Nah, I have to find some books in the library, but have fun. She half grimaced, tugging on my hand. I shrugged. Fine, be a bookworm. Hey, at least I'm being a happy bookworm. I threw back over my shoulder. Night, Nyala. I'd brought my list with me and pulled it out of my back jeans pocket as I walked. A few students smiled at me. Most people here were pretty nice, but several of the girls shot me dirty looks, then whispered behind their hands. I recognized them from my floor, and wondered if they'd been up there to witness my slapping Carter. I met each glare with an even brighter smile and kept on moving until I reached the library. The first time I came here at night, the place freaked me out, but I was finding I enjoyed the quiet solitude of the endless stacks and floors of books. It was dark, but not scary dark, at least not anymore. It was warm, cozy. I would have been in there more if my classes and training didn't keep me away. I checked the list again and meandered my way through the main floor, wondering where I was going to find the books on spirit summoning. I was trying to catch up on the reading materials Zach had given me at the beginning of the semester. All right, where are you? I mused aloud and started to turn down a promising aisle. Several books hovered overhead as they returned themselves to their proper places, when I caught a brief glimpse of someone moving past the shelf. I frowned, wondering who it was, and went to check it out. I spotted the back of the person's head and stopped. Zach? What was he doing in here? And why did he look like he was trying to run from someone? I rushed down another aisle, then paused, listening for his footsteps, then turned right. I wound up in the center of the main floor near the large fireplace that was always burning, but there was no sign of him. Crap. I spun around in a full circle. Nothing. Great, now I'm seeing things, I mumbled as I took one more look around. He took off way down the aisles and I sprinted to catch up. Zach, hey, slow down a minute. He stopped and whipped around so fast I couldn't stop in time and ran right into him.
Shroud, what are you doing down here?
He glanced around me, still holding my shoulders from my bumping into him. I was going to ask you the same thing, I said softly, turning around to look behind me. What's going on with you?
It's nothing.
Will you stop lying to me? He suddenly clamped a hand over my mouth and dragged me deeper into the shelves. I wasn't scared, but I sure was confused. I was still trying to talk to him through his hand when he bent down and hushed me, close to my ear, nodding toward the shelves. I was beginning to think he was losing it when a figure appeared out of nowhere. Out of nothing. He was robed and looked around intently, as if searching for something. Or someone. I nodded, and Zach let his hand fall from my mouth, tugging on my hand to drag me deeper into the library. I kept my eyes focused ahead of us until he tapped me on the shoulder, pointing down the set of stairs he'd brought us to. Carefully, we crept down until we reached halfway. Then we sprinted, ran to the next floor's landing, then to the next set of steps, and didn't stop until we'd reached the lowest level of the library, out of breath, sucking in mouthfuls of dry, stale air. There was less light down here, an oil lantern on the wall every few yards or so, and it was no longer nice and cozy. Care to explain who that was and why he was chasing you? I asked, shoving at Zach. What the hell's going on? What is this place? He paced back and forth in front of me. The calm, cool, collected Zach was gone. I reached out my arm to stop him. Seriously, you're freaking me out here.
This part of the library is called the Catacombs.
I shivered. Great. Just great. Nothing spooky or scary about that.
Sorry, he muttered. Look, after that night I asked you about a sister or something, and who you really were. I put the disappearances and all that crap behind me, right? Told myself it was nothing to worry about, even though when I brought it up with Hook, he dismissed it a bit abruptly.
You told Hook? That was new. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I hadn't meant to, but it was strange, all right?
So why are you telling me this now? He hesitated, but when I shoved him again, he blurted out,
Because I overheard Ivan talking to some tattooed, robed man on the driveway 2 weeks ago. They were talking about covering up something about student files, and I swear they mentioned more recent ones, not just the ones you told me about. Then the man left, and Ivan, he stopped to talk to me. Think he knew I was listening.
I glanced over my shoulder at the stairs, the hair rising on my arms. That figure, you think that was what, the robed man? He shook his head hard.
Ivan. He's been watching me the past few days, he whispered. Probably for good reason, too.
Nothing you're saying right now is making sense. Why is he following you?
Look, my brothers, my entire family, is part of the military. We don't exactly leave stones unturned, and when our gut tells us something is off, we listen to it.
He shrugged, adding,
And because Ivan's blue aura has started to turn black.
That had me throwing a worried look back over my shoulder at the stairs. Zach had taught me about auras and their meanings in the first few days. Black had a few good qualities, but most were bad. Very bad. Evil bad. Right, so what are you doing in the catacombs then? I asked, still not following.
I was looking for the records of the missing students. All the missing students from all years, from last year down to 30 years ago, he whispered. Ivan said they were gone, but I think he lied.
I wasn't sure I believed him and started to laugh. You're kidding, right? This is, what, you're getting back at me for being so terrible? Surprise, you really think the students went missing, and oh, to top it off, Ivan's in on it, and probably Hook too. I started to head back toward the stairs when Zach reached for my arm.
Look.
He moved to stand in front of me.
I'm sorry I thought you were full of it, but I think whatever you found, you weren't supposed to find. And they're worried.
What do you mean?
They were talking about someone asking questions. I'm assuming they meant you. Or me. Both, possibly.
I shook my head. I only told you, I whispered.
He shrugged. I started digging around in the old archives, and I found the year you mentioned, but I haven't had a chance to look into them anymore.
His look told me he was dead serious. Whatever he overheard bothered him enough to look into it, and now he was being followed by Ivan, Hook's second in command. It took a split second for me to motion him forward. Lead the way. I'm not about to walk away, not when you finally believe me. And certainly not if there were more students that vanished than we originally thought. He pulled a lantern from the wall, and we moved deeper into the lowest level. Our steps were muffled instead of echoing. I crept closer to Zach, worried we wouldn't hear Ivan if he was down here sneaking around too. That robed man, who do you think he was? I asked quietly.
Not sure, but the tattoos, I remembered a few of them. He was pretty far away, but I sketched down what I could recall. Been trying to find them too, but hard to do much between classes and training.
Well, now I can help. He stopped short, and I walked into the back of him. He turned around to face me.
Listen, whatever we're getting into, you know it could be trouble, right?
I figured as much if you're being stalked.
Everyone is under the assumption that nothing has ever been wrong at Academy. This one or any other.
His eyes reflected his concerns.
For all we know, there's nothing.
Or we're about to stumble on something huge, right? Might even explain that photograph you saw in Hook's office. I meant to keep talking, but was curious why he seemed so interested all of a sudden. Why are you so sure there's even something to find? He tilted his head before saying,
One of my brothers deals with covering up incidents that might either leak out into normal human society, or ones that might cause panic within the magical one. The stories I've heard, none of them are good, and they all started like this. I can't tell you what it is, but I can feel whatever bad thing happened here. Someone went to great lengths to try to make it disappear, and is still doing just that.
That was enough for me. Though the situation was serious, I was thrilled, even excited. The dangerous aspect had me a bit worried, but what was the worst that could happen? Neither one of us spoke for a while as he led me through the stacks and stacks of boxes on the shelves. The air seemed to grow heavier the farther we walked, and when we finally rounded the corner, I saw where he must have started pulling boxes off the shelf to rifle through the contents. These are what, old school records? I asked as he set the lantern on the floor.
Yeah, they date back to the founding of the school, 500 years of records.
When I'd learned what year this place had been built, I'd been shocked and ready to call bullshit, but was quickly informed the magic community had been around since the beginning, and they had not been restricted by distance. Witches and warlocks traveled the globe numerous times before any explorers did, and this stronghold was built not long after the first official military was founded. A new place to train soldiers, as well as diplomats. My old teachers would be amazed if they could see me now, learning, paying attention. Proved them all wrong. I picked up the first box I came to on the floor.
We're looking for a year, right?
He cringed. All the boxes I pulled are from 1986 and 1987, since you said about 30 years ago.
I strained to remember exactly what the article said, but the date was lost on me, and when I'd gone to look for the article not long after arriving, I hadn't been able to find it again. Zach, I don't know what the names are, I reminded him. How are we supposed to know who they are? And what if the files have already been taken out?
We don't, but I'm going on instinct here. It smells rotten.
I blew out a heavy breath, pulling a large stack of yellowed folders out of the box. This is going to take a while. How many have you gone through?
3,
he mumbled, leaning over another box. I sat down on the hard floor and started with the first folder. There was a photo of the student, a Grace Boyle. She was an air summoner, top of her class, and she went on to join the government as an intern, but there was nothing after that. I sifted through her grades and other accomplishments through the years, but nothing stuck out as odd, and since she graduated, I set her file aside and went through the next. I made it through the entire box and dragged over another, neither of us saying a word, until Zach stood up, stretching his arms over his head and giving me a chance to admire that broad chest of his.
Damn, Shroud, it's 2 a.m,
he muttered. Well, so much for catching up on schoolwork. He held out his hand to haul me to my feet. My legs were so stiff I stumbled right into his torso, and he held me for a brief moment, both of us staring into each other's eyes. His indigo depths sucked me in, and I felt like I was falling forever. His head lowered as I stood on my toes, and we bonked heads, ruining the moment.
Sorry,
he said with a nervous laugh. Ditto. I rubbed my forehead and wished I had some experience with guys. I guess we should head back upstairs. Think Ivan's still wandering around?
If he is, he won't see us down here,
he informed me.
I used an illusion spell to hide this section since I was going to be down here, and also to protect the boxes from him.
But he's Hook's second. Won't he get through it?
Zach shrugged. Eventually, but let's hope we find those files before it happens.
Just how powerful of a warlock are you, Zachary Pierce? I asked, meaning it lightly. His cheeks reddened, and he coughed as if really uncomfortable with the question. He said nothing the rest of the way up through the library, which appeared to be empty of Ivan, thankfully. We didn't pass any students as we walked to the dorms, but there were a few stragglers inside roaming the halls. A few shot us curious looks as we climbed the stairs, but I was too tired and working at getting over the fact that I might have stumbled onto a real scandal. At my door, Zach stepped from foot to foot, rubbing the back of his neck. Thanks for believing me finally, I said quietly.
I should have listened to you in the first place, but I didn't want to believe it. Unlike my brothers, I like to see the world as a happy place, not some dark mystery lurking around every corner.
There's still a chance I'm wrong, you know, I reminded him.
Gut's telling me you're not. I'll see you tomorrow?
When I nodded, his eyes brightened.
Right, night shroud.
I imagined him leaning in and succeeding in kissing me this time, but instead he backed away and wandered slowly down the hall, disappearing back into the stairwell to head up to the top floor. I was about to go in my room when I heard someone scoff behind me. Carter. He stood there with a smug smirk on his face, as if he knew he'd been right about me and Zach. I wasn't in the mood to argue with him and cause another scene, so I unlocked my door and stepped inside. If he wanted to think there was more going on between me and Zach than there really was, that was on him. It appeared I had much more important things to worry about, like missing students, and that damned photograph in Hook's office that supposedly looked just like me. Chapter 13. Zach.
I was being watched all the time now. Ivan showed up at least 2 or 3 times a day, seemingly to check on how everyone's training sessions were coming along for Hook, so he, in turn, could inform the higher-ups. But I knew better. I sensed it, and each day that passed, his aura grew darker. I almost sent messages to my older brothers a few times. But with all of our searching, we still had no proof. Nothing, and if they'd taught me anything, no proof meant no crime. With each box, I held my breath, hoping to find some clue, anything to lead us to the missing students. But every time was a disappointment. We spent a few days one week in the Catacombs, scouring old texts of the occult and other old markings, but nothing came of the sketches I made, and I started to question if I'd even jotted the tattoos down accurately. I expected Briar to call me out for dragging her into this search for nothing, but she seemed just as intent on finding answers as I did. It was a Friday afternoon, right before midterms, and I waited for Briar to join me for her afternoon session of training, when I spotted her talking to Ivan. My blood ran cold when I noticed how black his aura had become. Briar's flared with annoyance and fear before he finally smiled, and she hurried away, looking like she wanted to run. He watched her until she reached me, and then turned and strolled off, his hands clasped behind his back. Briar stepped into the stone circle, muttering curses, her hands shaking. What did he want?
Wanted to know how my extra studies were coming along. He knows, Zach. I think we're running out of time.
Damn it. I was itching to tell my brother about these rumors anyway. If they took them seriously, they would send someone here to investigate. Or it would be brushed under the rug. Why would they want to hide it so badly? What the hell happened? I was about to ask Briar if she would have time to spend all weekend in the archives, but when I really looked at her, I bit back the question. She was tired, and between our searching and classes and homework, I doubted she was getting much sleep at all. Guilt hit me hard, and I sighed. Her training had been coming along, but midterms were next week, and she needed time to prepare for them. Maybe we should stop searching for a while, I suggested.
What? Why?
You need to get some rest at some point, and maybe it's time for us to admit there's nothing to find. I thought about my botched attempt at kissing her, and wondered about finding a way to land a second chance. It was a weekend, and she hadn't left campus since we arrived.
What are you smiling about? She asked, scowling at me. This isn't good news. Missing students, remember?
That we haven't found yet. Besides, I said with a smile, I think we could both use a trip off campus for a few hours, don't you? I settled down into my starting meditating position, but she was just standing there. What? She grinned brightly, laughing as she joined me on the ground.
Nothing.
Sure, right, nothing at all. Seriously, you're looking at me like you're just now meeting me.
Because it feels like I am. You're not like this on our first day. Few days, really.
I thought we agreed to put our not-so-happy meeting behind us. She smirked.
Don't worry, I'm not about to fall back into my old habits. Try not to, at least. Never mind, let's just get this over with.
What had she been about to say? From the sudden flush of her cheeks, I had a feeling I knew, but dropped it. Why did she make me feel so nervous? One failed kiss, and I was worried if I'd get that chance back. I told myself this is a sign I shouldn't try again, since at the end of this year I'd be leaving. But Briar and I, we were starting to understand each other, and not just because she was the only other person here, aside from Professor Woods, who summoned spirit. There was more to it than that, and I was starting to make it a goal to find out what. While the rest of the students went to dinner in the hall, I checked out a car and waited for Briar to come out on the driveway. The small town close by had a diner, and the food was definitely not as good as what was served here, but spending time alone with her, away from the overbearing presence of this place, and Ivan, would help us both relax for a few hours at least. When she finally appeared on the stone steps leading down, I paused. She wore tight jeans, but her top was just as tight, clinging to her waist and everything else. Her hair was braided loosely, and she wore minimal makeup, but for some reason this evening, she looked different. I felt myself staring, but couldn't look away, not even when she caught me checking her out so openly. I expected her to snap at me, but instead a shy smile curled her lips, and her cheeks blushed a deep red. When a hint of fire appeared in her eyes, I almost forgot what we were doing out here.
Zach?
she said, sounding unsure. Huh? Oh, right. I mumbled and motioned to the car. Ready to go?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
We climbed into the car and were off, leaving Academy behind. I considered not coming back and driving to my mom's place, maybe run all of this by her and my brothers if they were around. But I knew what they would say. No proof meant no incident had occurred. The car ride into town was quiet, but unlike the tense one on the way here, it was peaceful, and I weaved down the mountain road with ease, stealing a glance at Briar every few minutes. At the very beginning of the semester, when I'd been told to arrive before everyone else, I hadn't expected to be chosen as a mentor for my senior year. I'd hoped after serving in that capacity last year, I'd get a pass this time around. No such luck. And when Briar introduced herself, I'd been cursing Hook for putting me with someone so out of control. Now, if I wasn't so suspicious of the man, I'd thank him.
This is actually really pretty,
Briar said as we pulled into the small town of Silent Heights. Yeah, it's not much, but it's not campus, I agreed. And just a heads up, it's a magic community.
Really? How?
Why do you think it's so far up in the mountains? She stared more eagerly now. It was nice to see her excited instead of stressed out or pissed off. Those moments were few and far between lately. There were days her aura was so red, I was worried she was going to blow someone up during her fire training sessions. And it was the reason we had yet to fully attempt astral projection. I parked along a curb, and we strolled down the sidewalk. She drew in deep breaths of fresh air.
It's nice to breathe normal air again.
The air is normal on campus, I reminded her.
In a cave. The entire campus is inside the mountain. I was starting to feel like a dwarf, she grumbled. This is what fresh air smells like.
I took a deep breath myself, tasting the crisp chill, letting me know winter was fast approaching. It'd be cold soon enough, and we'd have snow in a few weeks probably. Not that it snowed inside the mountain. That was the reason the stronghold was where it was, kept the weather from being an issue in getting from one stronghold to the next. We used portals that, if outside, could be damaged by the elements, but they didn't necessarily work inside buildings either. Inside a mountain, however, they worked perfectly fine. That's where most strongholds were. When we passed the first shop boasting all sorts of magical trinkets, she ducked inside, and I followed with a laugh. The glass cases were filled with pendants and necklaces, informing the customer of their protective qualities, and I rolled my eyes. Half of them probably had no magic at all, and others maybe enough to keep bugs off in the summertime. Origami cranes flew around the shop. Briar lifted her hand for one to land on her palm.
You know, just when I think I'm getting used to all this magic stuff, I find myself caught off guard again.
One of these days you'll hardly notice it anymore.
Well, that's just sad,
she mused, laughing as the crane hopped to her shoulder.
Think he likes you?
The shopkeeper bustled out of the back room, his long black beard trailing to his waist.
They're fickle, they are. They're just paper, aren't they? She asked. Paper with some very old magic in them, he told her, and I fought back a huff of annoyance. They'll let you know when something's wrong. With the weather, with a relationship, perhaps? He winked at me. I shook my head behind Briar's back. Interesting, she said quietly, glancing at the crane. But I'm afraid I'm a poor student who can't afford anything right now. Just window shopping.
The shopkeeper frowned.
Well, that's a shame.
Briar's eyes flicked with a hint of bitterness as she reached up to lift the crane off, but I stopped her, pulled out my wallet, and handed the man $100. Her eyes widened as the man took it.
Wait, Zach, she hissed. What are you doing?
I'm looking after your mental well-being as your mentor. Not even sure why I did it myself. You know I've seen your quarters. You have nothing personal there, nothing fun. He can be the first thing for your new life. She smiled so brightly for a second, I forgot all about the crap happening back at Academy and why we were here in the first place. The crane nudged her cheek and stayed on her shoulder as we left the shop, heading toward the diner.
What should I name him?
she asked after we were seated at a booth near the windows. Don't know. Never had a pet before.
Never? Not even a fish?
I shook my head. No pets. Parents weren't home much, and I don't think they thought my brothers and I were responsible enough. She burst out laughing.
Seriously? You're Mr. We have to obey the rules and all that crap. Really?
I was a wild child. What can I say?
I doubt that.
She watched her crane fly from her shoulder to the table. Then she looked out the window.
What was it like, growing up in your house?
I leaned back against the booth, smirking as I remembered my years growing up. At first, I hesitated to tell her about my happy childhood, but she leaned closer, appearing genuinely interested. I'm the youngest of 4 to start with, and all 3 of them are already in the military, working on their careers.
Your dad's in it too, right?
He was, I said sadly, but proud of who he'd been. He was a general, but died a few years ago, natural causes. Highest rank a Pierce has achieved to date, though we've always been a part of the military, whereas my mom's side was more into being diplomats. She squeezed my arm in comfort, and I smiled down at her. It's why my parents said they had such heated debates. Military and government under one roof don't always mix well. I remembered the last disagreement they had, that ended with the back wall of the house being blown out by Mom's temper.
They fought a lot?
She asked, worried. I tilted my head. No, I mean from the outside it probably seemed that way, but my parents loved each other. They just both had tempers, and as I've said,
emotions are tied to our summoning abilities,
she finished for me.
See, I pay attention. What do your brothers do? Aura readers?
I'm the first spirit in my family in generations. I glanced out at the street again as the sun set fully and night started to take over the mountainside. Adam, the eldest, is air, like Mom. Nick and Luke are both earth, like Dad. And then there's me. Right now, Adam is stationed farther south. He's part of the cleanup crew, you could call it. And the other 2, twins. They're involved in some top-secret ops missions that I'm not allowed to know about.
Really? What would be top secret?
I glanced around the diner, but no one was paying much attention to us. There's dark magic in the world, and always someone, or a group of someones, trying to use it against the innocent. It's a never-ending fight. They find ways to neutralize the problem.
Assassins?
I chuckled, thinking of those 2 being assassins. Without the suave demeanor, yeah, something like that.
Must have been nice to grow up in the same house all your life with your family.
I'm sure you had some good times, I said quietly. She shook her head. None? As if sensing her sadness, the paper crane turned from the window and fluttered to land on the back of Briar's hand. She ran a finger gently over its head, and I was tempted to go sit beside her so I could put my arm around her shoulders. But I couldn't get myself to move. Once upon a time, I was good at flirting and making that first move. With Briar, I was too damned worried what she'd think of me. Hunter would be having a field day making fun of me if he could see me failing now.
The last place I was at was probably the best, she told me. The old lady, she was nice enough, cared about the kids she took in.
How many were you with?
5 others, sometimes more, but we tended to move around a bit. It's where I met Jake.
The guy who was texting you. She screwed her lips to the side and nodded.
He keeps checking in with me, sending me pictures of him and his girlfriend. But it's all right. I've realized he's not exactly my type.
Good. That's good, I said, louder than I meant to. Her brow rose.
Yeah, it is good.
What is your type, then, if you don't mind my asking? For mentor purposes only, of course.
Uh-huh,
she mused.
Zach, about the other week.
The waitress returned with our food, and she never finished what she was telling me. We dug into our late dinner instead, turning the conversation back to my family and what I planned on doing after graduation. She was easier to talk to than Hunter, and before I realized it, we'd been sitting in that same booth for 3 hours, eating pie and just talking. Hearing her laugh was a welcome change. and I was fine with staying a bit longer, when movement outside my window caught my eye.
"Zach, what's up?"
Even the crane was tilting its head, studying me before it flew toward the window. There, on the other side of the street, standing beneath a streetlight, was the robed man. The hood was up, covering his face. But I knew it was him, and I felt his glare aimed directly at us. "We have to go," I said quietly, laying enough cash on the table to cover our bill, and rose. "Now." She was still squinting out the window when her eyes widened, and she held out her hand for the crane. It obediently flew to her, then hopped up to her shoulder as we hurried out of the diner and down the sidewalk. Her hand held onto the crook of my elbow, and I hated that this night couldn't have turned out to be a bit more on the romantic side.
"He's following us,"
she whispered, and I picked up the pace. My car was in sight, and by the time we reached it, the man stood directly across the street. He leisurely lowered his hood, and those dark eyes brimmed with fire. My gaze was locked onto his, and a burning heat passed through me before Briar tugged on my arm, and I blinked, breaking contact. We got into the car, and I floored it out of Silent Heights, leaving the strange man far behind us.
"Who the hell is he?"
Briar asked, voice shaking. "Don't know, but he's not military."
"You sure? He looked pretty damn deadly to me."
"He's not, but those tattoos. We have to figure out what they mean."
"You've tried the internet, right?"
I shot her a look. "Those won't be online. The magical world is very careful with keeping any useful information off the web."
"Well, midterms are next week, and then we're off for a few days. We'll have some time."
"Unless he comes after us." I hadn't meant to say it out loud, but the words just came out. Ivan wasn't the only one following us, it appeared. The ride back to Academy was silent, both of us lost in what was going to happen if either Ivan or this other man caught up with us. I'd meant for tonight to be carefree and fun, but now I was more worried than ever, especially about Briar. She was in a hand-to-hand class, but they were still learning the basics. If this man came after her, she'd have to be ready. Somehow, during our search for the missing students and finding out who this man was, I was going to have to teach her how to defend herself. Just in case. I carried the 2 paper cups of coffee into the catacombs, vacant of all students except Briar and me, since our short fall break started up. After the robed man spotted us in Silent Heights, I'd come down to this mostly forgotten part of the library and reinforced the barriers around it, ensuring us more time and privacy. I also added a few alerts at the bottom of the stairs, as well as further along, so we'd have some warning if someone did approach. No students would be coming down here any time soon, and as far as I knew, the professors were all enjoying their short break as well. I'd have some serious explaining to do if any of them did come down here, and wondered why I was casting such powerful blocking spells, with my mentoring student in tow. When I passed through the magical barrier, making the hairs rise on my arms for a few seconds, I walked to the table we'd pulled over to the hearth to keep back the chill in the dank space. I spotted Briar holding her head in her hand, but her eyes were closed. I removed the lid of one of the coffees and passed it under her nose. Not opening her eyes.
"That smells fantastic."
Fresh, too. I set it down, and she stretched and yawned, thanking me through it all. "Welcome. Find anything?"
"Box number 27 is also a bust," she muttered, closing the file before her. She sipped her coffee. "And I pulled a few more books that might have some promising leads as far as the tattoos. Haven't looked through them yet."
"Leave it to me." I chugged half my coffee, managing to burn my tongue, then pulled the stack of old leather-bound tomes closer. They were dusty, and I brushed them off, wiping the dirt and grime on my jeans. Briar grabbed another box off the floor and reached inside for more files. We worked in silence, minus the crackling of the fire. I chanced a glance after the first book was a bust, and smiled when I noticed she was still wearing my sweatshirt. She'd gotten cold earlier, and I'd gladly handed it over. She'd wrapped her arms around herself and sighed at the warmth, and I'd considered attempting our first kiss again, but nah, I didn't do it. Another hour passed. My neck was cramping. Briar made a confused noise, digging into the box for more files. "Find something?" I asked, trying not to get my hopes up.
Maybe. Not from 30 years ago, though.
"What is it?" I came around to her side of the table, watching as she pulled out more and more files. "Shroud?"
Just hang on a second.
She covered the entire table with files, all from 6 years ago. When they were spread out, she started to flip through them to the back pages where their graduation was listed, as well as what they went on to pursue. Some she closed and flipped over, but 5 were left open-faced, and I moved around the table, looking for whatever it was she saw. "Why are these special?" I finally asked when she flipped the last one over.
This isn't the whole class, she told me, but none of these students have graduation dates.
I bent lower, scouring the page in front of me. "That's odd."
"Very odd, considering every single other file I've looked at does. Why wouldn't they?"
"Students do drop out sometimes," I suggested. She shook her head.
"I found those files, and they clearly state that they are dropouts, followed by several pages of legal documentation. All those varied from first years to fourth years. All these? They were seniors. There are grades stated for their second semester, up to the midterm, and then nothing."
I read over the names, but none of them stuck out. "We need to take these files, keep them somewhere safe."
"And do what next?" she asked. "This still isn't really proof."
"No, but it's something odd. And it's a start." I trailed off as I picked up one of the files and stared at the face of the student. It was a young man, but I swore I'd seen him before. Those eyes stood out. And when it hit me, I dropped the file.
"Zach?"
I pointed at a photo. "Look familiar?" She squinted at it, and then her eyes widened.
"What the hell? That's the guy with the tattoos. He was a student here, and if he was that man, then he didn't go missing, right?"
I had no answers for her, not tonight. "Pack up the files and hide them in your room."
"Why mine?"
"Ivan is less likely to try to get into your quarters, trust me. And I want to search for these names, see if they pop up anywhere. Obits or police reports." She pulled her laptop from her bag and booted it up, starting with the first name in the stack. But after typing each name, nothing appeared in the searches.
"It's like they just dropped off the face of the earth."
It could be much harder to track down witches and warlocks, since many lived in magical communities and worked within our military, so I wasn't too surprised there was nothing to go on, but it was still suspicious. After she closed her laptop, she tucked the files away in her tote bag and packed up the rest in a box. I could tell she wanted to keep searching through that year, but at least one of us needed to get some sleep. "Why don't you go get some rest?"
"Aren't you coming?"
"Nah, not tired, and I want to find those damn tattoos." She did that crooked frown I liked far too much and sighed.
"All right, but just for a few hours. I'll come back down with more coffee. Want your sweatshirt back?"
she asked and started to remove it, but I shook my head. "You can hang on to it. It'll be chilly outside anyway." She slung her tote over her shoulder, tucking her hair behind her ears.
"All right, I'll see you in a few hours."
She stood there for a moment, as if unsure what she was going to do, muttered a curse under her breath, and before I had a chance to process what was happening, she stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. Then she was walking away, and I was too much of an idiot to go after her for a real kiss. Soon I'd kiss her right. Soon. Tonight, I was going to find those tattoos. After another 2 hours of searching, I was cursing vividly, shoving aside another useless text. That's when I noticed a rolled-up parchment I hadn't noticed Briar pull off the shelf. It was very yellowed and brittle around the edges. Carefully, I picked it up and unfurled it. A second later, I was on my feet, staring at every symbol intently, not willing to believe what I was seeing. "Necromancer," I whispered, comparing the tattoos I'd sketched to the symbols in ink on the parchment. "He's a necromancer?" Why had he been talking to Ivan out in the open like that? Necromancy was outlawed over 500 years ago, for good reason. But that student, Dresden, he'd been covered in those symbols. Either he was one of those idiots who got tattoos because they looked cool, or he was a necromancer, and Ivan was into much darker shit than I'd assumed. I pulled out my cell to text Briar what I found, but my battery was dead. Rolling the parchment gently, I left the catacombs and raced upstairs, not slowing for anything until I was outside the doors and leaving the main building behind. I expected the dorms to be quiet, seeing as it was nearly midnight, but the halls were filled with students. I pushed past them, trying to catch bits and pieces of conversation to figure out what happened, but everyone seemed confused. Someone said Hook was in the building, as well as Professor Dre, who taught the water summoners. But why were they here this late at night? "Briar," I whispered and ran faster, though if something was wrong with her, I'd expect to see Professor Woods or Taps. I was out of breath by the time I reached her door and knocked. It took a few minutes, but she finally opened up, Nyala behind her on the phone, looking pretty upset. "Did you hear?" She stepped outside, but left the door open. "No, what's going on?" She pointed down the hall to where more students were gathered outside a room, but I couldn't see whose.
"Someone's dad died."
"What? When?"
"I think tonight. Nyala's friends with the girl's roommate. That's who she's talking to."
I tried to see over the heads of the other students, but there were too many, and an eerie hush started to fall over the hall as the door suddenly opened and Hook emerged, holding his hands to hush a few students still whispering to each other. "As I'm sure some of you have realized by now, we are being faced with a terrible tragedy tonight," Hook said. "General Thomas Addy, father of Patricia, was found dead in his office at 2300 hours this evening." A gasp erupted up and down the hall, and Briar gripped my arm hard. It had to be a coincidence, right? That a general was found dead a few weeks after I saw a necromancer around campus. Hook let the students whisper for a few more moments before he held his hands up again for silence. "As details are released, we will, of course, keep you up to date, but for the moment, I ask that you all take care of comforting Patricia. She will need our support until she leaves us to join the rest of her family in mourning. We'll all be thinking of him and hope they catch whoever would commit such a heinous act." Hook said nothing else, turned and headed for the stairwell.
"Murdered?"
Briar whispered.
"The general was murdered?"
I nodded, still numb to the news. When was the last time a general was murdered? In his office? Decades at least. They were well protected and highly trained. Taking on one alone usually meant the attacker wound up dead. Who would attack General Addy?
"Did you know him?"
she asked me. I half shrugged. I knew of him. Anyone with a military background would. He's a great leader. Was, I mean. His men were loyal to a fault, and most men tried to be under his command. I can't think of anyone who'd want him dead. It was a stretch to think this had any connection to what we found out in the archives, but I couldn't shake the gut feeling I had that we were getting ourselves in deep, very deep, with whatever Ivan and that Dresden guy were up to. "What's that?" Briar asked, nodding to the parchment in my hand. "The reason I came up here. Come with me," I said, and tugged on her hand. I led her through the mass of students and headed upstairs to my apartment, where we might have a bit more privacy. What I wanted to show her was dangerous, and with all the news of General Addy's death, my paranoia shot up a few more notches. After unlocking the door to my quarters, I ushered her in to find Hunter, still up and walking around in the kitchen, his cell pressed to his ear. "Did you hear?" he asked, stopping short when he saw Briar behind me. "Oh, hi."
"Hi,"
she replied. "And yeah, we heard," I muttered. "And, why are you bringing your mentoring student here?" Hunter asked, giving me a very telling look that made me want to sock him in the face.
"I know the girl,"
Briar said from behind me, and sniffed hard, wiping the smile right off Hunter's face.
She told us all about him, and I just feel so bad for her and all. And I never knew my own dad, and it's just bringing up a lot of shit, you know? Zach was kind enough to offer to let me talk to him for a while until I calmed down."
She had tears in her eyes when I turned around, and it took everything I had not to smile at her acting skills. "Yeah, so do you mind not being a grade A asshole?" I snapped at Hunter, then guided Briar back to my room, closing the door behind me. Nice cover.
Thanks, she said, wiping at her eyes. Is there something I should know, by the way?
I frowned as I set the parchment on my desk. About?
About why Hunter was staring at me and you like he was about to win a bet with himself?
I sputtered nervously, not daring to meet her gaze. No, it's nothing.
Sure, right. Nothing at all,
she murmured, and I heard the smile in her words. Can we focus on this right now, please?
Fine, what is it?
I unfurled it, and she leaned over excitedly.
The tattoos, you found them!
Don't sound so happy. It's not exactly good news.
What do you mean? Why not?
I pointed to the parchment near the bottom. She stared at me, confused.
Necromancy? We learned about that a week ago. I thought it was illegal, forbidden.
I nodded, pacing around my room. It is one of the few violations punishable by death.
But that man, he had those tattoos all over him. How is he just walking around?
I don't know, but I'm starting to think those students who disappeared aren't dead. Or, not exactly. There were two possibilities rolling around in my head right now, and both were equally disturbing. Either the students who disappeared became necromancer like Dresden, or they had been killed and raised to serve necromancers like Dresden. We'd found 5 so far in that year, but how many more? We had at least 3 more boxes to go through, not counting all the years in between then and 1987. And what about Ivan? What were the chances that he was a necromancer, and Hook never knew?
I'm going to guess that I don't want to know what you're thinking,
Briar said, sitting on the edge of my bed. Not unless you want nightmares for a while.
What do we do? We can't just keep this to ourselves, right? I mean, we have to tell someone.
Who exactly? For all we know, Hook's in on it.
Then not to him. Who else do you trust? Someone not at Academy.
My brothers. They were the only ones I thought might believe me, but I needed more proof, a lot more. We had to find the rest of the students, and then start tracking them down, see if we could find any trace of them alive, or dead. It was going to take time, and with one general dead, I heard a clock ticking loudly in my head, telling me we were poking a sleeping monster with a stick, and any second, all hell was going to break loose. I knew you were going to be trouble, I said, with a teasing smile when I faced her again. She opened her mouth, probably to yell at me, but, I added quickly, I never said it wasn't worth it. She hopped to her feet and bounded toward me, standing on her toes.
At least I keep your life interesting, right?
Though the rest of the academy that night was mourning General Addy, I found myself drawn in by those unbelievably dark eyes and golden flecks. I wrapped one arm around her waist and drew her up to kiss her, softly at first, but the heat between us grew. I wanted to push the rest of the world and that robed necromancer out of my reality with Briar. Then the heat grew a bit too real, and I pulled back, grinning at Briar's fiery eyes, until I indicated the floor with a nod.
Shit! Sorry!
We stomped out the flames that had sprouted at our feet, both laughing as we caught our breath. It's fine. Not every day I get literally caught on fire by a girl I kiss. I held her in my arms, content just like that. But I knew eventually Hunter would come snooping.
I should get back to my room,
she said, as though reading my mind. Take that parchment with you. Keep it with the files. I rolled it back up for her and walked her to my bedroom door. I was about to open it when she grabbed me by my shirt front and pulled me down to steal one more kiss. Then she was gone, and I was left standing there with an idiotic grin on my face until Hunter appeared in the hall. He winked, and I shut my door in his face. "Ah, come on, man! Where's the love? Details!" "Good night, Hunter," I yelled through the door, leaning my back against it. I dragged a hand down my face, shaking my head. Yep, Briar Shroud was trouble. Trouble that was going to get me burned one day.
Chapter 14. Briar. Campus over the next week was quieter, and the magical sunlight seemed drearier. Everyone mourned the loss of General Addy. Black banners hung from every tower and wall. His photograph in the library and history wing were covered too. I admitted I might not have taken this whole military life thing seriously, but it was clear how many had respected this man. I couldn't go anywhere without hearing something about him. And it wasn't just his good deeds they talked about. News spread like wildfire the second Patricia texted her friend, who in turn told everyone else. General Addie had definitely been murdered. Somehow she managed to get more details, and by the end of that first day, I'd heard it all. Whoever killed the man hadn't done it with a knife or a gun. No, they'd torn him to shreds. And the worst part? Half his organs were missing. I'd asked Zach about it, and his face had paled, mumbling something about necromancer rituals using human organs. I'd asked him what ritual, but he'd refused to talk about it. Nyala and I walked everywhere together after that. She shook all the time, and though I was freaked out by it too, I was better at hiding my fear that his death was connected to the necromancer we saw in Silent Heights. I was dying to tell Nyala what I knew, but Zach and I discussed that the only people we would eventually tell were his brothers, as soon as we dug out every last file we could find. Then, and only then, would they leave my quarters and be handed straight over to his brothers. There was one shining bright light in all of this darkness, though, and that was Zach. After our first, finally successful kiss, finding a way to sneak another one was almost always on my mind. He'd find me walking between classes and ask if he could talk to me, then pulled me into an alcove out of sight to steal a moment that was always too short. The late nights in the catacombs together, poring over the boxes of files, were the worst. We sat side by side the first night we found ourselves back there, and after 5 minutes, wound up kissing and laughing before he got up and sat on the opposite side. At first I thought the crazy attraction I felt with him would wear off, but it didn't. And this wasn't butterflies in my stomach feeling with Zach. It was so much more, and I had no real way to describe it. Maybe because we'd trained together for spirit summoning, but there was definitely a deeper connection to him than I'd ever felt with any other person. I was comfortable around him, able to be myself without worrying. He wasn't clingy either, and neither was I. We agreed to keep our newfound relationship quiet, not wanting to stir up any more trouble with any of the students. Like Carter, who still shot me annoyed looks every time I passed him in the hall. He and any girls hanging around with him. A few days later, after one night in the catacombs and turning up 10 more files, I was in my fire training session with Carter. Over the past few days, I'd finally learned to truly find that one happy thought to focus on in order to center my mind, and in terms of ability, I was quickly approaching the top first-year student in class. I was even catching up to some of the later years. "You've gotten pretty good lately," Carter commented as I directed the swirling stream of fire around my body and then pulled it back into myself. "Not too shabby." "All about emotions, right?" I said, sensing another set of eyes watching me. I turned as if to reposition myself and saw Zach leaning under the shade of an apple tree across the lawn. He grinned, and those azure eyes shone with pride before he bobbed his head and left. When I came back to face Carter for our next maneuver, he was glaring over my shoulder. "You know, Carter, if you keep glaring like that, your face will freeze." He shot that look to me, but I just smiled. "Why him?" he blurted out. "What do you mean?" "I mean, why him? He's a Pierce. None of them are very interesting. And Zach is nothing but a glorified bookworm who takes the rules too seriously." I laughed inside. I'd received my fair share of lectures from Zach, but I was pretty sure I deserved some of them. No, not some. All. There's more to him than you think, just like there's more to me than you seem to think. And what's that supposed to mean? It means I know that look on your face, just like I know it on lots of other people's faces. You never expected me to get this good at summoning, I explained, not angrily, just bluntly. You thought you were going to be my knight in shining armor, and that's not what I needed. His mouth fell open, and he looked like a smacked fish before he collected himself. "Then what did you need?" he asked, a bit softer. "I needed someone to trust me to find my own way, and maybe give me a swift kick in the ass," I admitted. "So can we put this behind us and just be friends and all that crap?" I held out my hand and waited. He started to reach out to take it until two of the girls working as partners beside us sniggered at me. God, it was like we were still in high school. Carter scoffed at my hand, and I let it drop.
No, not even close,
he muttered and stalked away. Fine, keep being an arrogant jerk, I yelled after him, not caring who watched. A few of the girls shot me dirty looks, and I glared at them fiercely. What? You have something you'd like to say? Without a word, they hurried away from me. I rolled my head on my shoulders and tried to get back to my happy place. If I was going to astral project today, I couldn't have any distractions, or I risked messing it up. Zach had told me the risks several different times, and I had no doubt today he'd do it all over again. Thinking of him helped calm me, though, and I soon had a small flame back in my hands, twirled it around my fingers before I shot it toward one of the targets. It hit dead center, and a few others in my fire training class clapped for me. At least a few people here liked me. When our session ended, I headed right across the lawn to the stone circle to mentally prepare myself for what I was about to do. Zach wasn't there yet, so I settled into my meditative pose and worked to clear my mind. Except, all I could think about now was Zach and the kiss we'd shared late last night when we'd left the library. It had been after midnight, so no one had been around, and we'd taken a stroll across the lawns. I missed seeing the moon and stars, and though he'd asked me what was up, I hadn't wanted to admit what was wrong, not when we were finally onto something with the missing students, as well as who the tattoo-covered guy was. I hadn't said anything, and we found ourselves by the willow trees, watching them sway lazily in the night wind. I'd leaned against his chest as his back hit the trunk of a tree, and we'd shared another intense kiss that left me debating if this was just because I'd never had a boyfriend before, or because Zach and I were oddly meant to be. Both thoughts had me worrying, and I decided I'd deal with all that nonsense later. The kiss lingered, and the warmth rose up within me. "Shroud," Zach said sharply. My eyes shot open. My jaw dropped in shock. I was staring at Zach through a wall of fire. He stood outside the circle of stones, torn between amusement, worry, and annoyance. I cleared my throat, feeling my cheeks burn as I pulled the fire back into me with a few deep breaths. "Shroud, should I ask you what you were thinking about so hard?" No, that's all right." "Really?" "It's nothing. Besides, we need to get started, right? Astral projection today." He didn't seem so sure after what he'd just seen, and I sagged. "We'll give it a go," he promised me, "but no guarantees." He sat down and we started our session the same way we always did, with deep meditation. I listened to his breathing more than my own, and frowned, struggling to forget about everything going on between me and him. All it did was make me think about it more, and when I opened my eyes, flames had sprouted all around me again. I quickly patted them out with my hands, cursing under my breath, as Zach watched me closely. "What's going on with you today?" he asked. "Something happen?" "No, maybe," I mumbled, and held my face in my hands. I just can't stop thinking about what's going on here and other things. He grinned briefly before falling back into mentor mode. "If you can't clear your head today, then we can try again on a day you can. You're sure there's nothing bothering you? Last night you seemed a bit off." "It's stupid, and it's not really a mentor conversation," I whispered. "Fine then. For the next 5 minutes, I'm not your mentor." "Oh no? Then what are you?" I asked, teasing, not expecting him to come up with an answer. But what he said next made me wish we were back in our little secluded spot in the catacombs. "The guy falling for the crazy girl with fire in her eyes." We might not have been in the center of the lawns, but there were still students around, and tackling him to the grass was probably not the best idea. I held back and merely stared at him intently as those blue eyes of his darkened even more. "So tell me, what's going on with you, Shroud?" I picked at my nails until he reached over and subtly pulled my hands apart before quickly returning his to his lap. "When I was a kid and shit was bad," I started, "I would go to the window and stare up at the moon. It was like the friend I never had, and here there's no moon. I just miss seeing it is all." I waited for him to laugh and call me a child, but he said nothing. Instead, I saw the gears turning in his head and wondered what he was up to.
"Well, how about for today we work on simply manifesting the spirit element," he said, and we were back to the lesson. He got to his feet, and I followed. "Now, like I told you before, spirit is not like fire. You can't see it when you use it. You have to feel it."
I nodded, firmly planting my feet in the grass.
"Shields are the most effective, as I'm sure you'll remember," he said with a smirk.
"Yeah, I do," I mumbled, remembering how he'd stopped me from hitting him that first day. A shield would certainly come in handy.
"You have to see it in your mind's eye. Imagine exactly what you want to happen, and then push it out of you like a breath," he explained.
We tried this earlier in the week, and I'd managed to create a very weak shield that he simply pushed through to tap my forehead. Today, I was going to ensure I created one that would stand up to him.
"Focus. See it in your mind and will it into existence. Use it to protect you."
He walked around me as I breathed deeply in through my nose and out through my mouth, picturing what I wanted. When I summoned fire, I was filled with an intense warmth that felt like I was going to burn up if I lost control of it. With spirit, it was a completely different sensation, as if water were being poured out of my body, starting at the top of my head. I had no other way to describe it, and when I'd asked Zach, he'd said something along the same lines. At first, it freaked me out, but now it was comforting. I felt that sensation take form, and with another breath, I pushed it away from my body, surrounding me. I subtly nodded my head, letting Zach know I had it.
"Let's see how it holds up today,"
he mused. I opened my eyes just in time to catch him reaching for me. My instinct was to let him through, but I wanted to prove I could do this, so I pictured him instead as the tattooed man who'd been stalking us. Yeah, bad idea. The second Zach made contact with the shield, he was thrown backward out of the circle, landing hard on his back with a gasp. "Shit!" I rushed toward him as he was standing up, drawing attention of everyone nearby. "Zach, you okay?" He shook his head. "Hey, can you hear me?" I expected him to be pissed, but he burst out laughing, and I sighed with relief.
"Remind me never to piss you off. What the hell were you thinking about?"
"That tattooed asshole guy," I said.
"That explains it. Right then, let's keep testing this center of yours. Again."
"Again? What if I hurt you?" He shrugged, guiding me back to the center.
"I'll take some precautions this time. It'll be fine. Now, do it again."
We repeated the same exercise 3 more times, and each time, even with Zach using a shield of his own, I tossed his ass out of the circle of stones until he finally said uncle and said we were moving on to something else for a while. At least it was just his rear that was going to be bruised. He seemed quite excited to see how much progress I made, despite taking so many hits.
"Aside from shields, you can affect objects around you."
He motioned for me to mirror his stance. We faced away from any students and stared at the stone wall of the cave.
"Instead of keeping the shield around you, you send it outward and push something away, like that rock over there."
I focused as hard as I could, but after 10 minutes, the only thing I accomplished was getting drenched in sweat and starting 3 fires around my feet from aggravation. "I can't do it."
"You'll get there. It's harder to affect the world around you. More pushback."
I bent over double to catch my breath. Or I just suck at this.
"Trust me, you do not. We're going to call it a day. I have some research I need to catch up on, and this evening, you and I have an appointment."
I straightened with an arched brow. "Do we now? For what, more lectures?" His grin said he was up to something.
"Sure, we can call it lectures. Go take a shower, Shroud. You stink."
He winked and strolled away. If only I could give him a shove from this far away. Though I wanted to, I didn't try anything again, instead gathering up my tote and heading back for the dorms to get cleaned up for whatever he was planning for tonight. Around 7, I got a text from Zach saying to meet him outside at the training grounds. I groaned, and Nyala shot me a look. Even my paper crane, I'd finally named him Herbert, fluttered to my shoulder to see what was up. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. I was just thinking of something fun for tonight, and it seems Zach has more training on his mind," I grumbled. She giggled, and I threw a pillow at her. "What? It's nice to see you so happy." Yes, I guess it is. Wait, what do you mean? I started to panic until she chucked my pillow back at my head, Herbert fluttering out of the way just in time.
You and Zach together. It's sweet. Pretty romantic, actually. I'm jealous.
We're not. He's just my mentor, you know? She gave me a deadpan stare, which pretty much told me I was a terrible liar.
You two can keep it quiet all you want, but I know what I'm seeing, and it's great. Stops you from being so grumpy all the time.
I wasn't grumpy, I mumbled. She laughed sharply. You won't say anything, right?
Mum's the word, she promised. Now, go have fun on your date.
I couldn't stop myself from grinning, though I was starting to doubt it was a date. Why would we have one out on the lawns where, for one, everyone could see us, and two, everyone could see us? We managed to keep it quiet just so neither one of us would get crap for being in a relationship between a mentor and a first-year student. I checked myself in the mirror one more time. I was in my tight blue jeans and a nice black sweater I borrowed from Nyala, before Herbert flew from my shoulder to Nyala's. I ducked out the door, her cat calling behind me. Once outside, I stared up at the cave ceiling, the lighting dim for evening, but it just wasn't the same. I'd wanted to enjoy being outside when we were in Silent Heights, but the inked asshole ruined it. Please tell me we're not training, I said when I reached the stone circle. Zach stood behind it, all in black, those blue eyes brighter than ever. Yes and no. Come on. He stepped inside the stones. I followed. Close your eyes. Shouldn't I meditate first? I asked with a smirk. He waited, wordless. Fine, fine. I shut my eyes and heard him walking around in the grass. He whispered a few words I recognized from my spell-casting classes. I frowned. Why was he using an illusion spell? I waited impatiently, picking at my nails until I felt a rush of power wash over me. All right, open your eyes. I did, not sure what to expect, and broke into a huge smile. All around me within the stone circle was an inky night dotted with stars. And above me, off-center just a bit, was a bright, full moon staring down at me. I spun slowly around and shook my head, amazed at the night sky created just for me. You did this? I asked, my voice thick with an emotion I was so used to hiding. Seemed like it might help you get past whatever mental walls were holding you back. What do you think? Should I leave you alone so you can chat with an old friend? He shoved his hands in his pockets as he smiled. No one had ever done anything this nice for me before. Not like this. I didn't even realize a tear slipped from my eye until Zach reached out and gently swiped it away. I know you've been through some shit, he whispered, but I want you to know you've got me. I'm here for you, Shroud, whatever you need. You just have to trust me. I do, I said without hesitating. I really do. I belonged here at Academy, and for the first time since getting here, I truly believed it. He was leaning in to kiss me when someone scoffed loudly nearby, and the illusion suddenly shattered, cracking like glass and falling around us. Carter stepped into the stone circle. I glared at him and the group of friends standing behind him, a few of the girls from our fire training and the guys I'd seen him hang around with. Well, in this suite, he snapped. Looks like a date to me. Back off, I muttered. Zach straightened and stepped in front of me. Why should I? You know, I think I should just report this inappropriate behavior. Zach smiled, crossing his arms. There's nothing against a mentor dating his first-year student. Look it up. I'm still gonna tell Hook. You two are out in the middle of the lawns, flaunting your relationship for everyone to see. Not only is that PDA to the extreme, but I thought I remember you telling me she had no time for relationships. Just saying that to what? Get me out of the way? Carter stepped closer. A weird tingling sensation hit my gut. I winced. Zach did too, at the exact same time I did, and his eyes narrowed. You need to leave this stone circle right now, he ordered. You don't belong here. I will always belong at Academy. Inside the circle, you dumbass, Zach corrected hotly and walked forward to force Carter out. Carter sidestepped him to stand next to me. Zach's eyes narrowed.
Carter, don't mess around in here. What, you think 'cause you can summon spirit that makes the both of you better than the rest of us? It's just an element like any other. What's the worst that can happen?
The nice version of Carter I met that first week was gone. I don't know what happened to him, but he was definitely acting strange. "Why are you doing this?" I asked.
Why? Why the hell not?
He shot back. I spotted something in his eyes, a shadow, and then it was gone. His skin was almost grayish, too, and when he walked, he was staggering as if he couldn't keep himself upright. "Carter, seriously, what is wrong with you?" He glowered at me, and I flinched at the hate in his eyes. I was new to this world still, but this was not Carter. I don't know what he was, or who, but this wasn't him. I shot Zach a panicked look as Carter moved in closer, trying to make Zach see, but then Carter was grabbing at my shoulders, and I reacted on instinct. I only wanted to throw him away from me and out of the circle, but when his hands moved from my shoulder to my throat, one of the walls holding my ability back cracked, and I gasped as I felt myself thrown out of my body and straight into his mind. I heard Zach yelling, but it sounded so far away. I tried to see, but all around me was just swirling darkness until I spotted one dim light amongst everything else. "Carter," I tried to say, but my voice came out watery. Then the light moved, and I saw Carter's face, the fear in his eyes. Suddenly I was yanked out of his mind and found myself on the ground, gasping for air. Zach hovered over me, cupping my face in his hands as he studied me closely, that tick in his jaw working overtime.
"Shroud, nod if you can hear me."
I nodded, wincing when it felt like my brain was rattling around in my head.
"Don't try to talk, all right? We're getting you both to the infirmary."
Carter was on the ground a few feet away, his eyes wide open and his hands twitching. My pulse quickened, and I scrambled to get past him, but Zach held me back. "What did I do?" I yelled, but my words cracked painfully in my throat. Zach shot a look toward Carter before he whispered,
"You astral projected into his mind."
I heard murmurings and gasps around us and managed to make out a ton of students gathered around the stone circle to see what was going on. But no one else dared step inside, it seemed. No one else wanted to be around me. What had I done? I reached up, digging my nails into Zach's arm. "That's not Carter," I managed to get out.
"What do you mean?" "Move aside. What's happening here?"
Ivan yelled, and the group of students parted as he, Hook, and Maggie, the academy nurse on duty, all stepped forward.
"Zachary?"
Reluctantly, Zach straightened and started talking to Ivan. Maggie crouched between Carter and me, placing her warm hands on our foreheads. I was trying to explain, but she gently shushed me, and the next thing I knew, everything was dark, and I was asleep. At least, I thought I was asleep. Chapter 15. Zach.
I paced outside the infirmary doors, Briar's words running through my head repeatedly.
That wasn't Carter.
What had she meant? The second Carter stepped into the circle, I sensed the air change, but assumed it was because he was bringing his dirtied aura into what had been a fairly clean and balanced space. And then he'd gone after Briar, and she astral projected herself into his mind. I'd only ever read about witches or warlocks being able to do that. But the ability was rare, as in maybe one every few generations rare. The fact that she hadn't even normally astral projected worried me. She was powerful to begin with. I sensed it every time we worked together, but this ability went far beyond what I would be able to teach her. A group of students walked by, huddling and whispering with their heads together. I glared at them until they hurried on their way. About 20 students witnessed the incident outside, and it had already spread clear across campus. Too bad none of them were reporting the truth. I followed Maggie inside, and then was kicked out of the infirmary, so I'd been walking up and down this same hall. A group of friends who had been with Carter were telling everyone who would listen that Briar went crazy and purposely attacked him. I was ready to strangle them all. I yelled at them to get a move on. A fight almost broke out until Hunter rushed over and pulled me away. He'd left a few minutes ago to grab us some coffees. And no one had come out to tell me if Briar was going to be okay or not. I should have cared about Carter, too, but that asshole started this. And according to Briar, it wasn't even him. Not that I was certain what that meant. Here. Hunter held out a paper cup. I don't understand what happened, I muttered, then took a gulp of coffee, cursing when I burned my mouth. You said he went after her. He did, and then he was screaming bloody murder, holding his head as he fell to the ground. I muttered, remembering the scene vividly. Then she was back in her own body, but she said it wasn't Carter. Hunter paused with his coffee halfway to his mouth. How could it not be him? I shrugged, but in reality, I had a damned good feeling about what she meant. The question was, did I want to believe it? After what we'd been finding in the archives, the notion that a student was not himself, or maybe not even human anymore, was too coincidental. And why go after Carter? I expected Ivan or Dresden to come after me or Briar, but Carter? None of it made any sense. I glanced at Hunter, who was still waiting for me to answer. Should I tell him what we found out about the missing students? Drag him into this mess? The door to the infirmary opened before I could decide, and Maggie poked her head out.
Zach, she's awake if you want to come see her.
And Carter? She subtly shook her head.
Keeping him sedated for a few more hours to let his mind calm down. Not sure what happened while she was in there, but he's not really himself right now.
Hunter waved for me to go and took my cup from me. I hurried after Maggie. Briar was sitting up on a bed, picking frantically at her nails as she stared straight ahead. She turned when I said her name, and a look of relief came over her. How are you feeling? I wanted to hug her, but Maggie hovered close by.
Fine, I guess. Confused about what I did.
You astral projected.
I got that much. But how and why inside his mind? I didn't mean to. But Zach, she whispered, it still feels wrong.
I was going to ask her what she meant, but a weird shiver raced down my spine, and I glanced across the infirmary at Carter. He was unconscious, but somehow it felt like he was watching me, and his aura was turning darker, closer and closer to black. Someone's messing with him, I whispered on a breath, hoping Maggie didn't hear.
Can you tell what it is?
I shook my head, and then suddenly Maggie was right beside us. We'll have to work on controlling your spirit summoning, I said, wanting just 5 minutes alone so we could really talk. But then the infirmary door opened, and Hook and Ivan strolled in. Headmaster, Ivan, I forced a polite smile. Zach, how's our patient doing? Hook returned the smile, but I felt his worry. Ivan had that blank, stoic look like always, giving nothing away.
I'll be fine, I think, Briar told him. I'm just sorry about Carter.
My dear, when learning how to control new abilities, there are always risks. But what I would like to know now is exactly what happened. I have heard several stories, and I have a feeling that is all they are. The truth now, Zach and Briar. What happened tonight? Briar looked at me, and I nodded. I would take the brunt of whatever Hook said about our current situation. She cleared her throat and went right back to picking at her nails.
Zach and I were taking a bit of extra time tonight to work on my astral projecting, she said.
Hook's brow rose as he looked to me, then glanced back at her when she started talking again.
We were just minding our own business, and Carter came over, started yelling at Zach for no reason, and then he just came after me, and then I was somehow inside his head. I don't know how I did it.
I waited for him to call us out for being in a relationship, but to my surprise, he said nothing. What happened when you were inside his mind? Do you remember? He asked her instead. Her brow furrowed, but she shook her head.
I don't know. It was dark, except for a single light. It was strange, but I've never been inside someone's head before.
Hook's face darkened immediately, and he shot a look at Carter. Ivan, would you do me a favor and call Carter's parents? Let them know of the situation with their son. Do you want them to come here? No, that won't be necessary, but I would like to keep them apprised of the situation. Ivan left the infirmary, and I watched with curiosity as Hook glanced from Briar, then back to Carter, his eyes calculating. What did he know? Had we been wrong about not telling him about everything we found out? He seemed to be making up his mind about something, and finally clapped his hands together. Right, you two stay here. Maggie, I wish to wake Carter.
Are you sure?
Maggie frowned at Hook. Briar reached for my hand, squeezing it. Yes, I'm sure. Lock the door first. We don't need anyone barging in. Maggie did as he asked, and all I could do was stand by and watch, confused at his actions. Hook stood beside Carter's bed and reached out, pressing his palm against his forehead. Maggie took up her post at the other side, and we all held our breath, waiting to see what would happen.
I'm telling you, it's not him,
Briar whispered to me. I believed her, but then what was he? The air in the room grew heavy as Hook closed his eyes. Carter shifted on the bed, and when Hook pulled his hand away, he leaned back slowly. Carter, can you hear me? You're in the infirmary. There was an incident, Hook told him. Carter? I took a step away from Briar's side, trying to hear what he was going to say, when Carter bellowed and threw himself right at Hook, like a man possessed. Hook yelled, trying to get him off, but Carter had his hands wrapped around his throat. I sprinted across the room, summoning spirit as I did, and thrust it outward at Carter to dislodge him. He was thrown back into the wall, and I struggled to hold him there. Sweat beaded on my brow, and he pushed back hard, trying to get to me. My feet slid across the stone floor, and the second his gaze shot past me, he yelled again and charged me. Carter slammed into me, and I tackled him to the floor, but then he was up again, and I heard Briar struggling to get away. Her screech suddenly cut off, and I scrambled to my feet as Maggie and Hook were doing the same. Carter stood behind Briar, his arm around her throat. She clawed at him, and her eyes fluttered closed as he cut off her air. His eyes were wild, and his skin was an even worse color than before, sickly, and he seemed almost gaunt. Carter, let her go, Hook demanded, as the three of us closed in. His arm tightened, and Briar's eyes bulged. Her legs went out from under her, and the two of them sank to the floor. He's killing her, I snapped at Hook, ready to do what was necessary to save her if he wouldn't. I raised both my hands, bracing for a full-on attack, when fire burst to life, consuming them both. Stunned by the bright flames, I staggered backward, not sure if they were caused by Briar or Carter. A loud thud sounded, like a body hitting the floor, and as the fire grew smaller, I made out one figure still standing. Briar held her hands out to the flames, drawing them back into her hands. As soon as the last one vanished, her dark gaze met mine, and then she collapsed. I sprinted to her side, catching her before her head could smack the floor. What the hell was that? I yelled at Hook, not caring who he was at that moment. He seemed just as lost as I felt, shaking his head as he and Maggie moved to Carter's body. He was breathing, but thankfully remained unconscious. The fire had been enough to distract him and knock him out, but as a fire summoner, it didn't harm him. It could have, if Briar wanted it to, but she'd held back. I wouldn't have. They carried him to a bed again, and Maggie quickly strapped him in before pulling the curtain closed around him. He told me to get Briar back to bed, and I did, carefully picking her up and laying her down. Her neck was bruised, pissing me off all over again. She winced when she finally opened her eyes, then thrashed against me until she realized it was me and not Carter. When she tried to speak, she gasped in pain.
You're going to have to rest that throat for a while, Maggie said quietly. No talking.
She nodded, but even that seemed to cause her pain. She grabbed my arm and moved her hand around. "Carter, he's still alive, and he's not getting to you. Don't worry," I promised, leaning down to kiss her forehead without thinking. Hook cleared his throat loudly behind me, and I hung my head. "Maggie, would you mind giving us a few minutes alone?" he asked. After putting a brace around Briar's neck, Maggie disappeared into her office at the back of the infirmary, closing the door. Hook nodded, but it wasn't a friendly nod. "Nice to see the two of you are getting along." Briar cringed, but Hook pulled over a chair and sat down, staring from me to her, shaking his head. I expected him to lecture us at least, but he seemed more concerned about the current issue with Carter. "I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you both to be honest with me. Understand?" I nodded, and Briar waited a few beats before she did the same. "What have you two been researching down in the catacombs for the past month or two? And before you deny it, I'm headmaster of Academy. I know everything that goes on here." We'd agreed not to tell anyone about what we found, except my brothers. I took note of Hook's aura, not trying to hide what I was doing. He'd always had an interesting but positive aura, ranging from deep blue and a tinge of yellow, neither really having any negativity within them. Ivan's had started to turn black since we started this journey, but Hook's had remained the same. Though he was powerful, it would take an extensive amount of endurance to change an aura, and to keep it that way for long periods of time. Briar tugged on my hand, shrugging one shoulder in question. "I think we can trust him," I answered her. "We might not have a choice." Her narrowed eyes said she wasn't sure. But what were we supposed to do? Lie to him? Or wait until something worse happened? "We might have found a series of incidents that were covered up," I finally admitted. Briar slouched against the pillows, shaking her head, clearly annoyed. "But we're not sure what it all means, or who's behind it." I kept a close watch on his aura, but it never wavered. "A cover-up," he repeated. "Zach, please, you and your family have all passed through Academy. You can't stand there and tell me you truly think there's been some cover-up." "What if we said we have proof?" I said. Briar kicked me. I looked at her. "What?" "What sort of proof?" he asked, ignoring our quiet argument. "And you say you found this in the catacombs? In the library? Here on campus?" Briar was shaking her head, clearly causing herself pain, and I bit back what I'd been about to say. I trusted her, and if she wasn't ready to tell him everything, then Hook would have to wait. "And you think this cover-up might have something to do with why Carter keeps trying to kill Briar?" he said bluntly. I shot the curtained bed a glare. "Zacky's not going anywhere. Relax." Hard to do that when we can both sense that the guy lying on that bed is not Carter. Hook's eyes widened in alarm. "Are you saying he's, possessed?" "Maybe. Or maybe there's something else entirely going on here," I snapped. "And maybe you should be asking Ivan these questions, and not just us." He seemed ready to argue with me when someone turned the door handle, but finding it locked, knocked loudly. "Headmaster Hook, is everything all right in there?" Ivan called out. Hook glanced once more at the two of us before he got up and went to open the door. "I'm afraid we've had a bit of a development," Hook explained. "I will have to call Carter's parents back and update them." Ivan's serious gaze took in the curtain-hidden bed, and his brow rose slightly. Then he spotted Briar with a brace around her neck. "I see. Anything I can do to assist?" "I would like you to remain here and keep a close eye on Carter," Hook said. I inwardly cursed. Ivan's aura had even more black in it than before, but if I said too much now, I would give away what Briar and I had found. Hook turned to Briar. "Would you like to return to your room to rest?" She nodded and swung her legs over her bed. I helped her up, and she clung to my arm tightly as we moved for the door. Hook asked us to wait a moment outside as he spoke to Ivan, too quietly for us to hear. Outside in the hall, Hunter stood nearby, talking to a few other fourth-year students. When he saw us, he came over, frowning at the brace on Briar's neck. "What's going on in there? We heard shouting," he asked quietly. "I'll tell you later. Hook wants to talk to us again, and then I'm taking Briar back to her room for the night." "Right. I'll wait for you back in our quarters then," Hunter said as Hook came out of the infirmary, "and I hope for more details," he added before walking away. "Zach, Briar," Hook joined us. "If you two have found proof of this cover-up, I would like you to bring it to me. I will not have one student attacking another and not have an understanding of what is happening within my own academy. Do I make myself clear?" Briar squeezed my arm in answer, and I hesitated. "We need a bit more time," I said instead, "to be sure we're right about this. Can you give us that? The last thing we want to do is cause panic over nothing." Hook rubbed his forehead. "I do not like being in the dark, Zach. Do you have any idea what kind of position this places me in? And you, Briar, we need to make sure that you do not accidentally find yourself in someone else's mind again. Starting next week, Professor Woods will be overseeing all your sessions." She bobbed her head in understanding. I had a feeling she did not want to find herself outside of her body again for a very long time. "You have 2 weeks," Hook stated. "After that, I will see whatever it is you think you've found, even if it turns out to be nothing but hearsay and rumors." It was my turn to nod. "And Carter? He will remain under close watch until we figure out what's happened to him." Hook sighed loudly. "In all my years as headmaster and as a warlock, I've never seen someone turn into a mindless maniac. There's magic involved, dark magic, and the longer you two keep this proof from me, the worse this will become." He gave us each an intense glare before dismissing us. 2 weeks, I muttered as we left the main building. "Think that's enough time?" She shrugged and grunted in annoyance. "Trust him?" she asked, her voice cracking. "Maggie said not to talk," I reminded her sternly. "Hard not to," she pointed out. "Hook, I don't know." I had to agree, but what other choice did we have? I could take the files we found and send them off to my brothers, but then we'd have nothing to show Hook. And then what? He'd throw us both in the crypt, thinking we were maybe the ones who caused Carter to change. I could tell part of him thought it had to do with Briar getting inside his head, and he wanted to blame it on her, take the easy way out. Hook was a good man, but even good men could be tricked, and Ivan was close to him. Very close. Briar tugged on my hand when we drew closer to her quarters. "Just thinking," I told her, and she tilted her head. "No, you need to get some rest, all right? We'll talk about this when you can actually talk again." She opened her mouth as if to try, and I pulled her out of the corridor and into the stairwell, empty for the moment. Once we were out of sight, I kissed her gently, holding her close. Watching Carter try to kill her made my protective instincts flare up, and I didn't want to let her out of my sight for anything. She hugged me back just as tightly, and for a few minutes we stood there, not saying a word. She poked me in the side eventually, and I saw how exhausted she was. "Right, you need some sleep." I'd meant for this night to be peaceful, and instead Briar wound up in the infirmary, and we found ourselves walking a very dangerous line. She barely put her hand on the door to unlock it when it was yanked open, and Nyala stared at her before her eyes widened in panic and she hugged Briar.
"What happened to you?"
she demanded, then shot a glare at me.
"Don't,"
Briar scolded hoarsely.
"Carter, not Zach. So the story is true then,"
she whispered. I rolled my eyes. Nyala frowned.
"Or not?"
"She can tell you tomorrow, but she's not supposed to talk at all. Got it?" I scowled at them both sternly, and after squeezing Briar's hand once more, I let Nyala guide her inside to get some sleep. I considered hanging outside her door all night, but that was a bit much. Reluctantly, I trudged upstairs, and the second I opened the door, Hunter was there, asking me to tell him everything. I wanted to hit my own bed, but he deserved to know some of the truth at least. I told him what little I felt was safe, sticking to just the first incident and what occurred in the infirmary. By the time I was finished, his curious expression said he knew that I wasn't telling him everything. Look, if I tell you any more, there's a chance you're going to be in some serious shit, so just leave it at that for now, all right? Zach, seriously, what have you and that girl gotten yourselves into? You don't want to know, trust me. I pictured Dresden coming back here, going after Briar, or Hunter. I shook my head, knowing we were quickly running out of time to act. I told him I was going to bed, and I'd see him in the morning. I hoped for a dreamless sleep, but all I did for half the night was toss and turn, hearing that horrible yelling from Carter that sounded more animal-like than human. I saw him attacking Briar again and again, and I wasn't able to stop him. Not this time. I woke up covered in a cold sweat, fighting the urge to go down and check on her. I settled for texting her, hating to wake her up. My panic subsided when she texted back within a few minutes, saying she was fine and couldn't sleep either. We texted for a while until I was finally relaxed enough. I thought I might be able to get a few hours of sleep. We said goodnight for a second time, and this time when I closed my eyes, I dreamt of Briar and me standing under a moonlit sky.
Chapter 16. Briar. It took a few days before I was able to talk normally, but I doubted anyone was ever going to look at me the same way again. Many wouldn't talk to me. No matter how many times Nyala or Zach corrected the story being passed around campus, everyone assumed I attacked Carter, and not just once, but both times. They blamed me for what happened on the lawn, and then again in the infirmary. Thankfully, I grew up being ignored, so was used to it for the most part. The terrified faces I didn't think I'd get used to. But then again, I had more important issues to deal with, like deciding if we should share the files with Hook or not in less than 2 weeks. Headmaster Hook had been nice enough to excuse me from my training sessions for a week. He said it was to give me a chance to fully recover mentally and physically, but I sensed it had more to do with the number of scared students watching me and waiting for my next outburst. Zach told me just last night that he'd only ever read about astral projecting into someone's mind, and had been terrified when he'd realized what I'd done. I'd teased about being trapped there, but the serious look in his eyes said that was a real possibility. I don't even know how I did it, I'd admitted to him while we were hanging out in the common area of his quarters. That's what scares me, he'd sighed. It's not like I want to do it again, I'd promised him, and though he said he knew, I could tell he was worried, and he wasn't the only one. I hardly slept the past few nights, waking from nightmares where Carter had gotten into my room to finish me off. Or worse, that I'd been trapped inside his mind, and no one knew it. Herbert was there each time I woke, nudging my cheek until I promised the paper crane I was fine, and it reluctantly settled back at the window.
At least the bruising's going away,
Nyala commented at dinner a few days later. Yeah, that's a plus, I muttered, overhearing murmurs up and down our table as I tried to eat. I pushed my potatoes around on my plate before I gave up and shoved them away.
Don't let them get to you,
Nyala whispered.
You know what really happened.
I do, but do you think anyone's going to listen when Carter's still confined to the infirmary? I glanced around. Most of his friends glared at me openly. They were there too. They saw him attack me first. What was I supposed to do? Let Carter choke me to death? I glowered right back at all of them, and most looked away, scared that I was going to land them in the infirmary next. I barely had an idea what I really could do, and already the entire academy was terrified of big, bad Briar Shroud. Not exactly the reputation I was hoping for, although it did make a career in the military seem a bit more appealing. I think I'm going to head back to our room, get some sleep, I told Nyala.
You are not going to our room to brood alone, she argued and drained her soda. Maybe we'll just have a girly night. Paint our nails, do our hair.
She giggled and linked her arm in mine, and I laughed right along with her. You know, I've never actually had a girly night.
Never?
Nope, never.
Well then, we'll have to remedy that right now.
We were still laughing as we exited the dining hall and passed Zach and Hunter. He smiled at me warmly, but continued on his way when Nyala tugged me toward the door, announcing quite loudly she was going to teach me how to get all dolled up for some special guy. Zach was laughing when he entered the hall, and we left the main building. I'm not sure Zach is into dolled-up girls, I pointed out as we entered our dorm building a few minutes later.
So, don't you want to be just a little girly every now and then?
She pouted. You're naturally good at it, I insisted. I didn't exactly have a great role model growing up. She patted my arm in sympathy. Thanks, by the way.
For what?
She asked as she reached up to put her hand on the door. For not looking at me like I'm crazy, I whispered. She pulled me to a sudden stop, her other hand falling back to her side.
Briar, what happened with Carter was an accident. And though I know you and Zach are up to more than just making out in the library,
she went on as my jaw dropped,
you two are definitely not about to mess around with dark magic or whatever crap this asshole friends are spreading about you. I'm far from gullible and will stand by you no matter what.
I coughed as I quickly turned my head to the side, trying to hide how much those words meant to me after a life of crap. Between her and Zach, I wasn't sure who had been better at giving me a kick in the ass. Then she hugged me, and I returned the favor, realizing just how much of a friend I had in her.
All right, time to get girly. Huh, that's weird,
she mused, staring at our door. What's wrong? I asked, pulling my cell from my butt pocket when it dinged.
The door's open. I swore I closed it.
She started to push it open farther. I reached out and snagged her hand. Hold on. I pushed her behind me quickly, picturing Carter charging out of the shadows to attack her.
Briar, I'm sure it's nothing,
she was saying, but I wasn't about to take that chance. I let the door swing inward, feeling my fire pool at my fingertips, ready to engage, and I allowed a small ball of fire to pool in my palm, illuminating the darkness before us. She was still trying to tell me it was nothing, as she looked into the room and her words cut off in a gasp. Herbert came flying out, fluttering around my head, before I held out my other hand and he settled on my palm, his paper wings shaking. What the hell? Our room had nowhere for anyone to hide except the closets, but it was still pretty obvious no one was in here, because the doors were open and our clothes, shoes, and other belongings were strewn all over the floor. Our desk drawers were pulled out and emptied, the beds tossed over, and the blankets torn off. Nyala was mouthing curses as she carefully stepped inside. I was numb for a few more seconds before I rushed in, digging into my mattress, Herbert jumping to my shoulder.
Briar, what are you doing?
Close the door. I peeled back the corner of the mattress I'd sewn back up after cutting it a while back. Nyala did as I asked. I finally got the seam open and peered inside. Thank God.
You hid something inside your mattress? What is it?
The reason this is all happening. I pulled out the files one by one and checked to make sure everything was still there. I texted Zach and asked if he could come to my room ASAP, as Nyala was telling me we should report this. Not yet.
Someone broke into our room, she argued. We can't just say nothing.
Is anything missing? I asked her. She spun around slowly, picking up a few piles of clothes to check, and after a few minutes, she shook her head, confused.
No, nothing, I think.
Exactly. Whoever came in here was after these. Please, just trust me.
You gonna tell me what they are?
I anxiously started snatching up my clothes and throwing them in a pile. I don't want to get you in the middle of this mess.
What mess? Briar, come on. You have to tell me something.
Can you at least wait until Zach gets here? She puffed out her cheeks, annoyed, but nodded.
But you'd better tell me something. No more of this sneaking around crap.
We were still sorting out our things when a knock came at our door. Shroud? I opened it and found Zach and Hunter. I waved them in and shut the door behind them quickly. Someone was looking for the files, I said in explanation to Zach's pissed expression and Hunter's confused one. They trashed the room. Zach whirled around. Where are they?
Safe, because she's weird and hides things inside her mattress,"
Nyala said as she plopped down on her bed after writing it.
"Now can someone please tell me what these files are?"
Ditto. Hunter leaned against the wall, looking like he'd had enough. Zach was checking over the files, then shuffled them together and shrugged.
Up to you. You're kind of the one who started this adventure to begin with.
He had a point. If I'd never said anything to him on that first day, the question wouldn't have stuck with him, and we wouldn't be here. All of this was my fault, and anything that happened next would also be my fault. I took a deep breath and dove right into telling Nyala and Hunter what we'd discovered hiding here in Academy.
"I'm sorry, can we back up here?"
Nyala said an hour later.
"You're saying what? These students just disappeared? And no one said anything about it? And now you think they're necromancers? I thought that shit was illegal. Like death penalty illegal."
Doesn't mean someone isn't deciding to use it anyway,
Zach told her.
"And these files, they're all missing students?"
Hunter asked. "From 1 year," I said with a nod. "And we still haven't even gotten through the whole year yet." Nyala blew out a heavy breath as she leaned back against the headboard of her bed.
"Wow, this wasn't even close to what I expected you to say."
"Sorry, but I did warn you," I grimaced.
"And this is all connected to Carter attacking you?"
Hunter asked uncertainly. "That's the part we're not sure about. But when I was inside his head, it wasn't Carter. Or at least, he wasn't in his right mind," I tried to explain. "Someone or something is messing with him to get to us."
"For the files pertaining to a cover-up,"
Hunter said to clarify. I nodded. He glanced towards Zach.
"You told your brothers about this, right?"
"Not yet. And now Hook is giving us just a couple of weeks to find more proof before we show him everything we've found." Zach tapped the stack of files on my desk.
"Half of me says we can trust him, but then there's Ivan. He's a complete unknown, especially since I saw him talking to that Dresden guy."
I glanced at the clock on my desk and rubbed my eyes. It wasn't late, but unloading all this information wore me out more than I'd expected, and I no longer felt comfortable in my own room. Who had even broken in? The door seemed untouched, as if Nyala had just forgotten to close it all the way. But I remembered her being thorough about closing it before dinner. Whoever came into our room used magic to break in. Ivan was my prime suspect right now, but without proof, no one would believe me. Certainly not Hook. He seemed to take our concerns about his second-in-command seriously, but every time I saw him lately, Ivan was right by his side. That, and I wondered if Hook was trying to stop us from doing something drastic, like telling Zach's brothers, who had high-up contacts in the military. "We have to find the rest of the files," I said quietly, determined. "As many as we can."
"I still think you should send them to your brothers,"
Hunter said, but Zach was already shaking his head.
"And have them do what? Open an investigation based on old files that the headmaster didn't even know about in his own library? They would have to get permission from their commanders, and the chances of that are slim. These files are old, and there's hardly enough to be proof."
Zach grunted in annoyance.
"No, we keep searching. Find as many more as we can first. If we run out of time, we'll think of something to show Hook, maybe keep him off our backs for a while longer."
I wasn't sure I completely agreed with him, but our hands were tied. Not like I knew anyone in the military or government we could trust. Zach had checked Hook's aura every day, and it never wavered. If his brothers couldn't do anything, there was a slim chance Hook could at least get the issue started. We were taking a risk, but to figure out what was going on with these missing students, it was worth it. Especially now, since someone was clearly after these files as much as we were.
"Tomorrow night we'll head back to the Catacombs to check through the archives,"
Zach told me.
"And you keep those on you at all times."
"I will, don't you worry about that."
"You sure you're going to be all right tonight?"
he asked somberly. "Yeah, I'll be fine," I lied, picking at my nails until he caught my hands.
"I'm putting a shield on your door," he assured me, "just in case."
I leaned into him as he wrapped his arms around me. "I appreciate it, and I'm sorry about all this."
Remember what I said about trouble being worth it. And if you hadn't, who else would have dug up these files or figured out there's something to worry about here at Academy?
I know, but if you all get hurt, I'll hate myself for it. He gave me a swift kiss on the lips, making Niall and Hunter whistle and guffaw.
How do you think I felt when Carter was strangling you? We're all in this together now, Shroud. Just deal with it. Nothing's going to happen.
I wanted to believe him, but the days had only grown darker since he showed me those archives, and we started finding files of missing students. He and Hunter left a few minutes later, and I felt him place a shield on the door before he headed upstairs. We'd still be able to open it to leave, but if anyone else tried to get in, they'd be repelled. It was a small comfort, but Zach was a strong warlock. It'd hold through the night, and that's what mattered to me. Niall and I put our girly night on hold, finishing cleaning up our room, and turned in earlier than normal. I was lying in bed, listening to Niall's light snoring, when my cell dinged. Zach texted me, saying his and Hunter's rooms were untouched, but he felt someone's presence had been there, dark, and not there for a social call. Tomorrow we'd keep searching, and in a few days, we'd figure out what to show to Hook. But I prayed we'd have enough to show Zach's brothers instead. The plan didn't make me feel better. Instead, I felt like this mystery was just getting started, and things were about to get worse. Much worse. Chapter 17. Zach.
I heard footsteps approaching the secluded corner of the catacombs, and waited, holding my breath.
Just me,
Briar called out. I relaxed. She appeared around the last row of shelves with 2 paper cups in hand, as well as what looked like some leftover pie from dinner. That smells like coffee. She set them down, and I pulled her into my arms. I glimpsed the fading bruises on her neck and bit back my anger at Carter. Or tried to. Briar rubbed her finger along my jaw.
That tick is going to become permanent if you don't learn how to express your emotions.
My brow rose. Coming from the girl I had to trap in a stone circle just to get her to talk to me.
Just passing around some good advice my mentor taught me.
She walked around to the other side of the table.
Pretty good guy, most of the time at least. He can be a bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to training and rules. Or at least he used to be. But I think I cured him of that.
Think you did. I agreed quietly. If only we were down here to simply enjoy each other's company and not give it one last shot to find the rest of the files, at least in that 1 year and the previous one. Briar started on another box, and I buried myself in the files before me, searching in vain for any more signs of missing students. We were almost up to 20, and still had 2 more boxes left after these. The only sounds were of turning pages, the annoyed grunts from either one of us, and the crackling of the fire in the hearth. I finished my box with no luck, and set it aside to pick up the next one in the queue. There'd been no leads to tell us who had broken into Briar's room, or been in mine, though my gut told me it was Ivan. He was the only one that made sense. But strangely enough, these past few days, I hadn't seen him, not even from across the hall or outside. It was like he was just gone. And I had texted my brothers a few days ago, but none of them had answered yet. That was the only problem with what they did. It was damned hard to get a hold of them when I needed them, without sending out an SOS and throwing them all into panic mode. I was starting to second-guess my decision to hand over anything to Hook, just to give him something. Last night I was up for most of the night, feeling sick to my stomach, and not sure why. I wanted to discuss it one more time with Briar. She let out a shocked yelp and dropped the file. What? I rushed around the table. She backed away a few more steps, shaking her head.
I think it's her.
Frowning, I reached for the file and froze before my fingers could even grasp it. There, staring back at me, was another photo of the girl who looked exactly like Briar, except this one was worse. I would have sworn on my life this was Briar's file, but the dates were wrong, and the hair was a shade lighter. Other than that, she was a dead ringer.
Did she go missing?
Briar asked. How about we start with her name? I insisted. Bethany Morris. Wait, Morris?
Who's that?
He's a general in the military, I muttered, frantically flipping through the file now. A very high-ranking general, and I'm assuming this is his daughter. I glanced back at Briar. She was pale and picking furiously at her nails. You said you never knew your dad. She nodded, but that was it. When I reached the back of the file, I skimmed over the details for her second semester and sagged. Bethany's another one who disappeared, I whispered, and I think she might be your sister.
No, I told you, I don't have any family,
Briar argued. I held up the photo. You can't tell me you two aren't related. We have to contact the general. He might not even know you're here.
Or,
she snatched the file away, slamming it on the table.
He might not know I exist, all right? That'd be a great way to meet him, dragging him down here and having him look at me and wondering where the hell I came from.
I reached for her, but she stormed off. Shroud, come on. She kept walking.
No, I can't deal with this. Not on top of everything else.
She threw back over her shoulder.
That I had a sister? And that dear old dad is a general? But clearly, I meant nothing to him because he left me to rot with a mom who didn't give a shit. I don't want to do this right now. I can't.
I followed her, mind racing as to why Hook would have hidden this information from her. Unless she was right, and General Morris had no idea he had another daughter. He should be told. Briar was strong, and she needed family, actual family, to help her understand her abilities better than I ever could. We were halfway across the catacombs, her muttering a curse under her breath every few seconds, when she stopped short. Her whole body shook. I reached for her hand to find her trembling and her palms clammy. Shroud? She lifted her hand and pointed, eyes wide and mouth open. The second I saw the nightmarish sight, I wished I hadn't. I instantly regretted starting any of this. I grabbed for her hand and slowly pulled her back with me. Standing there, looking more than ready to kill us both, was Carter, and he was not alone. Two other figures shambled out of the darkness towards us, skin hanging from their gaunt faces, eyes glazed over with a milky film. Are they? Briar started to ask, but she didn't have to finish before I was nodding.
What do we do?
The files, I whispered. We grab them, and we get out of here.
And what about them, those things?
With any luck, they'll follow us up and out, and we'll have our proof that there is necromancy happening here. We were still moving backward. Carter and his friends had yet to make a move, but the air had grown heavy. Any second now, they were going to come after us, and I started to focus on forming a shield around the two of us, to at least get us back up the steps and out of the library in one piece. The table was a few more yards behind us, and the shield was almost complete when Carter bellowed, just as he had in the infirmary, and sprinted toward us. Run! I yelled to Briar, and she took off toward the table as I braced for Carter's attack. He threw himself at me from a few feet away, and my mental attack barely slowed him down. It knocked him a few feet off his trajectory, but he clipped my shoulder, and I was thrown to the floor. He rolled back to his feet and continued on his path toward Briar. I shouted a warning, but before I could get back up, the two others were on me, pinning me to the floor with their grotesque hands, their mouths hanging open in disgruntled snarls, watching me with those lifeless eyes. They reeked of death, and I gagged on the stench, pushing to get back to my feet. Briar screamed, but I couldn't see her. For dead men, those two were strong. I shut my eyes, forcing my body to relax the best I could. I pulled on my power, feeling it cover me like a thin layer of water, before, with a yell, I forced it outward, taking the two dead with it, and sending them flying into the nearest stack of shelves. Lunging to my feet, I whirled around, just in time to see Carter and Briar squaring off, her back to the table and the files we needed. She had a split lip, and he threw himself at her again. She blocked his attacks until I reached them, wrapping my arms around his middle, then tossed him to the side. "Get the files and go," I ordered, not looking if she listened or not. Carter was back on his feet, his bones creaking and cracking, as he ambled back toward me, a devilish look on his face. "You will not stop us. You are too late." I pulled on my power again and hit him with it square in the chest. He absorbed the attack, barely flinching. Panic grew in me as I hit him again and again, backing up as he continued to move closer. The two undead had found their feet and were back at his side. I shook out my hands and tried again, but nothing was working, and as a last resort, I threw up a shield. Carter pushed against it, and I winced as it shattered. He was only a few feet away. I renewed my attack, decking him in the jaw. It snapped easily. He grabbed his head and shoved it back in place with a disgusting, wet, cracking sound, as I watched, horrified. "You will die," he rasped and pulled out a blade. I swore I spotted a hint of regret at what he was about to do, but then it was gone, and he sneered, flashing that blade. I was reaching back to grab a chair, anything to defend myself with, when Briar called out, "Get down!" I dropped to the floor a second before a burst of fire shot across the table and struck Carter in the chest. He was a fire summoner himself, and I expected him merely to catch the flames and extinguish them, but instead he yelped in alarm as the fire spread across his clothes and his dried skin. He spun around, trying to put them out, but instead managed to catch the other two on fire. The 3 undead torches shrieked as the flames swiftly enveloped them. Briar raised her hands, drawing to pull the fire back to her, but the flames refused to obey her. Carter flung himself onto the table, and it caught fire in seconds. Another undead crashed into the shelves nearby, and the boxes went up in flames. Black smoke filled the room. I hacked, covering my face with my shirt, as I fumbled in the haze for Briar's hand. "The files!" she gasped, trying to reach them. She snatched a few in her hands, and then I was dragging her away before the flames consumed everything down here. We stumbled through the library, the smoke chasing us, the flames devouring everything in their path. They roared as if alive, and when I chanced to look back, there amid the flames was a robed figure. I blinked, and it was gone. I had to have imagined it, but then we were at the stairs, the fire nipping at our heels. It spread unnaturally fast, and we barely made it to the next floor before Briar collapsed, coughing violently as she fought to get back to her feet. I tried to pull her up, but the room spun around me, and the smoke made it nearly impossible to see or breathe. I dragged her a few more feet before I could go no further, and crashed to the floor. The flames were going to reach us, and that would be it. They'd find our charred remains, and never know what happened. I jolted awake, gasping for air, and ready for a fight. 2 strong hands grabbed my shoulders, and I flailed, trying to get free, until a familiar voice sternly told me to calm down and see where I was. I blinked a few times, eyes sore, and each breath a new form of torture, but the infirmary slowly came into focus. I was spending way too much time here this year. "Headmaster Hook." My voice came out rough and pained. "Yes, right here," he assured me as I relaxed a bit. "You two are very lucky." "Lucky?" I frowned at his words. He moved to the side. That was when I saw her. "Briar." She was in the bed next to mine, still unconscious, and aside from a split lip and a few small bruises on her face, she looked perfectly fine. "The fire." The events of the last few hours rushed back to me. There was a fire, and Carter was down there. He attacked us again, him and 2 undead. "Hook, you have to believe me," I whispered, knowing how crazed I sounded as I grabbed his arm. "They came after us, and the files. Did you find the files?" Hook sighed as he gently pried my hand loose. Zachary, I am sorry, but I think our young Miss Shroud here tricked you into chasing something that was never there. I knew of her troubled past, her tendency to lie and rebel against the system, and I had hoped you would help her see her true potential. She has done all of this, a broken person crying for attention. I shook my head, leaning away from him. To hear him talk like that about Briar when she'd come so far. No, she didn't. I'm the one who found those files. I saw Ivan talking to the robed man with the tattoos. That man, Hook interrupted me, works for the government. He's been on the hunt for those who practice dark magic, such as necromancy. Those tattoos are fake, Zachary, and he was only here to ask Ivan questions about the future graduating class. Yours. He's looking for recruits to aid him in his future endeavors. There was never any cover-up. This wasn't right. None of it was. I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. Then explain the files, and tell me why there's one of Briar's sister, or whoever, down there. Tell me. He scratched at his forehead, as if trying to decide how best to approach me. Like I'd gone insane. Zachary, there were no files. We found nothing but you two trying to make your way back up here once the lower level caught fire. It's clear to me what happened down there. As far as her sister, Hook said, confirming at least one suspicion, or so I thought. I have no idea of who you're referring to. There is no other Shroud here, and I do not recall another female student who looked like her. Hook had been headmaster here for years. He would have been around when that girl was. Bethany, that was her name, Bethany Morris. I glared at him. He knew. He had to know. But the only thing I could glean from him was worry. You and Miss Shroud were nearly killed in a terrible accident caused by her, Hook continued, even as I shook my head. Whatever the two of you have going on is not good for her. It seems to set off abilities she's not able to control, and until such time as she can, I am ordering the two of you stay far away from one another. You are no longer her mentor, Zachary, or her teacher, and you certainly cannot be with her. But Carter, I whispered, clinging to that last bit of hope. He was down there. Hook pointed across the infirmary, and there, lying in bed, appearing to be fast asleep, was Carter. He has not left the infirmary since coming here after Miss Shroud attacked him. I'm sorry, but nothing you're telling me has any merit, and I must say I am disappointed in you. In both of you. No, I whispered in disbelief. No, he was there. I know what I saw. This semester has been difficult for you, Hook said calmly. I'm going to suggest you take some time to rest your mind and give you an exemption from finals. You can make them up next semester. I held my head in my hands. What was happening? This was wrong. All wrong. We'd had the files. I saw the one for Bethany Morris myself. And the fire. Carter. But Hook refused to listen, and my ranting about it more would only make me sound more unstable. My chest grew tight when I looked at Briar. He was going to keep us apart, because he thought she caused this mess. She started the fire, but it was to save our lives, not because she lost control. The robed man, he was down there with us. I saw him. Get some rest, Hook told me. When you feel up to it, you may return to your quarters. Numbly, I nodded, focusing instead on Carter. His aura came into view, but my abilities were shaky from being so weak, and all I managed to glimpse was a bit of orange. Normal. It appeared perfectly normal. Hook promised me he would check in with me later, and I waited until he was gone before I got up and went to Briar's bed. We'll fix this, I whispered as I kissed her forehead. I'm going to tell my brothers everything, and somehow we'll prove what's really going on here. I took her hand, holding it until Maggie saw me and told me to get back to my own bed. She closed the curtain between us, so I couldn't see Briar anymore, and I spent the next few hours sulking in my bed, before exhaustion won out, and I fell back asleep.
Chapter 18. Briar. There were voices around me, some yelling. I thought I heard Zach, but then they were gone too fast for me to be certain. My body felt heavy, and breathing was hard, just like when Carter had choked me. As his name floated through my mind, an image of him covered in fire hit me, and I sat upright, staring around the infirmary warily as my eyes adjusted to the gloom. "Zach?" I asked, my voice coming out in a croak. "Zach!" Panic struck me when he didn't reply, and I started to climb out of my bed, ready to go find him, when the curtain around my bed opened, and Headmaster Hook stood there. "Where is he? I have to see him."
"He is in his quarters, resting,"
Hook assured me, stopping me from going anywhere.
"Is he all right? What happened? The files! Did you see the files?"
I remembered grabbing them, including the one with my look-alike. Hook's eyes darkened, and my gut plummeted to the floor.
"Where are the files?"
"Please return to your bed. You need to rest. You've been through quite the ordeal."
"You're not answering me,"
I yelled.
"There were no files,"
he snapped, then sucked in a breath as I flinched.
"My apologies, Briar, but there were no files. All we found was you and Zachary escaping a very large, very dangerous fire that endangered the lives of every student and staff member within the library."
I blanched at his outburst and shook my head.
"It wasn't our fault. Carter, he was there, and those things were with him,"
I protested, but Hook was pointing at something across the infirmary.
"Carter has not left, just as I told Zach. I don't know what the two of you have been doing down in the archives, but it ends. Your association with Zach ends."
"Wait, what? Why?"
"Because it is clear your relationship with him is making you very unstable, and as powerful as you are, I cannot risk anyone's well-being."
"I don't understand. This has nothing to do with that."
"Clearly it does. The incident with Carter happened while you were with Zach, and now the library caught on fire? A fire that was completely out of control by the time help arrived."
He pointed at me harshly as he glowered.
"I have never once had to do this to a student, Briar, but you are on probation, and you are no longer to see Zach regarding anything. He is not your mentor, and Professor Woods will continue to teach you. You will not socialize with Zach, nor be in the same room with him, if it can be helped. Do I make myself clear?"
My mouth worked, but no words came out. He said he'd believed us, but he lied. He lied right to our faces, and now, when we were almost killed and our proof destroyed, he blamed everything on me and my emotional instability. I stared at Carter, asleep in his bed. It couldn't be him. We saw him in the library. He should be dead. But there he was, as if nothing ever happened. I reluctantly climbed back into my bed as Hook stood by, arms crossed and pissed off. I considered glaring right back at him, but there were worse things he could do to me, like throw me in the crypt or kick me out of academy completely.
"You came to us as a troubled young woman," he went on, "and it seems so far we have failed in getting you over wherever you come from, to see who you can be. You cannot be a rebel here, or a troublemaker, else probation will be the least of your worries."
I believed him, too, but didn't back down just yet. "Can I ask you one question, please?" I asked quietly. He nodded, grinding his teeth. "That tattooed guy we saw watching us in Silent Heights, and Zach saw here. Who was he?"
"He works for the government, as I explained to Zach," he said shortly. "He seeks out those who use dark magic, nothing more. He is not a necromancer, and to suggest such a thing could be going on under my nose is beyond disrespectful."
I hung my head, biting back my angry retort.
"Now then, you will remain here until Maggie says you are free to go. You are not to go near Zach. and when you do leave here, I will give you a few days to recover, but then you are back to your studies," he informed me. "I'll be keeping a close eye on you, Briar, and one mistake, one mess-up, will land you in a very difficult situation."
"You'll kick me out?"
He shook his head, and I gulped. "I'm afraid one as powerful as you cannot simply be thrown back into the world, not when you have no control over your abilities."
I gripped the blanket in my fingers until they ached. "Then what?"
"I'm afraid that will be up to another to decide," he said, and the infirmary door opened. "General Morris has come to investigate the incidents here."
I sat up straight at that name, as the man he called General Morris marched inside. He was tall, with broad shoulders, wearing a black and red military uniform, with a sword strapped to his side. His hair was black, just like mine, and those eyes, they were dark, with flecks of gold, just like mine.
"General Morris, this is the young lady involved in the fire and the astral projection incident I reported,"
Hook explained, as the man, potentially my father, stopped at the foot of the bed. I held my breath, waiting for some sign of recognition, for him to say he was my dad. But when those eyes turned on me, a shiver shot down my spine. Those eyes were cold and hard, and told me he cared nothing about who I was.
"I see. You're sure she's the one?" "Yes, she is. Her abilities are strong and unique." "Very well, then. I will remain here on campus to observe her behavior."
He discussed my future with Hook like I wasn't even there.
"If she gives you any more trouble, she will be removed and taken to a more secure training facility."
"I'm sorry, what?" I snapped. "You can't just take me away."
"You'll find that I can," General Morris stated. "I suggest you watch yourself very carefully over the next few months."
"And if I don't?" His lip twitched, obviously not used to being challenged.
"Then I will find a use for you in the military much sooner than you expected. Our researchers are always looking for those gifted with certain rare talents."
A weapon. He wanted to use me as a weapon. I saw the excitement briefly cross his face before it was back to being carefully blank. Zach had said astral projecting into someone's mind hadn't been done in a long time. Decades, if not longer, I think. So much for staying under the radar and finding a way not to go into the military. Now they might just take me whenever they damn well pleased. Fear bubbled up in me, and I wished Zach was here. But now I couldn't even see him or talk to him. He was one of the only reasons I'd managed to get this far, and now Hook was taking him away. Hook and General Morris started for the door, speaking more about the fire and what happened with Carter. I should have kept my mouth shut, but I had to know. "General Morris," I called, and they both stopped. "Do you have any children? A daughter, maybe? Or two?" Hook gave nothing away, but General Morris's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and his entire body went rigid.
"I beg your pardon."
"I said, do you have any children?" His intense glare should have scared me more, but underneath it all was a hint of regret. My heart leapt. He recognized me. I knew he did. I waited, praying he would just come out and say it, and maybe this whole situation would have a silver lining. But he just shook his head and clenched his jaw.
"I have no children, and you will not ask me personal questions like that again. Do we understand one another, Miss Shroud?"
I said nothing, didn't even nod. He pivoted sharply on his heel, then he and Hook were gone. I slumped back against my pillows, rubbing a hand over my face. How had it come to this? When I first arrived at Academy, I thought I knew what feeling lost felt like. Now I was beginning to understand. I knew nothing, and my life was about to get even more complicated than I ever imagined. End of Book 1. This has been Catacombs, Academy of Ancients, Book 1. Written by Avery Cross. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2017 to 2020 by Avery Cross. Production copyright by Avery Cross.